I would like to request Mr. Jitendra sir, Chairperson Dhwani Film Festival, to give the opening remarks.
आज आम फ्लो ध्वनि स्पेशल फिल्म फेस्टिवल द्वितीय दिन आमर प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी एग्रीकल्चर अरविंद पाड़ी सर आसचंती to inaugurate it, and I am so happy for that he kept my word, and out of his extremely busy schedule he could make up some time to and as he said, he never misses his commitment. So that is what we expect from everyone in the public service. आज आमर गोटे इन हाउस डॉक्यूमेंट्री अच्छी that is on the climate change and its impact on persons with disability, coastal diary. So now I request Arvind sir to, in the course of this, to inaugurate the documentary and set the course of the day going. Thank you.
I would request Arvind sir to release the coastal diaries. Okay.
Humans have always had a thing for being along the sea coasts. The coastal ecosystems comprising mangroves, coral reefs, seagrass, meadows, and salt marshes have provided the livelihood needs of coastal communities. Over a period of time, these wetlands, the coastal vegetations, and the lush floodplains, including the settlements along the coast, are severely impacted by climate change impacts. Sea level rise, higher atmospheric and oceanic temperatures, changing precipitation rates, and more frequent extreme weather events are the primary evidence of climate change in coastal areas. The fragile and vulnerable coast struggles against disastrous floods, deforestations, droughts, storms, salinity intrusion, and erosion, which are destroying lives and livelihoods, fueling social and economic tensions, triggering conflict and displacement. Never before in known history have we had to deal with threats such as the imminent loss of a whole territory following a rise in sea level. The Bay of Bengal has been pushing in far into human habitations, gobbling up villages, washing out farmland, threatening the lives of people in 318 villages in 6 coastal districts of Ganjam, Puri, Jagatsinghpur, Kendrapada, Bhadrak, and Balesur along 436-kilometer long coastline in Odisha, a state in eastern India. The remnants of the past stand in solitude and remain mute witness to a history of people across 7 villages, which bore the name Satabhaya in district of Kendrapada and are probably India's first climate-induced refugees. No less devastating is the loss of a 125-year-old high school, temples, a palace, and ancestral lands that have been passed on for generations, along with invaluable cultural ties attached therein. Moving along the shore, one would be reminded of the village Kanhapur, which was the home of the fable Tapoi, a folk character epitomizing Odisha's glorious maritime trade history. Currently, people of Satabhaya villages have been rehabilitated at Bogopatia Rehabilitation Colony, which falls within the limits of Bhitarkanika Wildlife Sanctuary, a notified protected area with restrictions on human activity. This climate crisis is driving displacement, worsening living conditions, triggering question marks on land rights, forest rights, water, sanitation, and gender. As people with disabilities differ enormously in their disabilities, identities, and culture, they live with the anticipation of unknown challenges and difficulties around the corner under climate change impacts. Hence, climate change and disasters raise significant concerns of climate justice, fairness, equity, and access to remedy for people with disabilities who often remain largely invisible.
Lights, please. I would like to request Arvind sir to felicitate Mr. Ambud Satpathy, who has made the film The Coastal Diaries. Requesting Ambud sir to come to the stage. Requesting Arvind sir to give away the remarks for today.
Thank you, everyone. Let me begin with my gratitude to Shri Jitendra Biswal and Ms. Sneha Mishra for getting me here. This morning, Mr. Biswal was sending me lots of messages which I got to see later on. But then when I was a child, my late father used to tell me a story. Maybe I would be able to express my feelings better. ମୁଁ ଛୋଟ ଥିଲାବେଳେ ମୋ ବାପା ମୋତେ ଗୋଟେ ଗପ କହୁଥିଲେ ଯେଉଁ ଗପଟା ମୋ ମନ ଭିତରେ ବହୁତ ଗଭୀର ରେଖାପାତ କଲା ଏବଂ ସେଇ ଗପକୁ ମୁଁ ବହୁତ ଥର ଶୁଣିବା ପାଇଁ ବି ଚାହେଁ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କ ଭିତରୁ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଜେଜେମା ହୁଅନ୍ତୁ ବାପା ମା କେହି ନା କେହି ହୁଏତ କହିଥାଇପାରେ ପ୍ରବୀଣ ଜି ଆଇ ଏମ୍ ଭେରି ସରି ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ ଆଇ ଏମ୍ ସ୍ପିକିଂ ଇନ୍ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଓକେ ଥ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ୟୁ ସେଇଥିରେ ବାପା ବଉଳା ଗାଈର କାହାଣୀ କହୁଥିଲେ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କ ଭିତରୁ ବହୁତ ଜଣ ଶୁଣିଥିବେ ବଉଳା ଗାଈ ଯାଇଛି ଜଙ୍ଗଲ ଭିତରକୁ ଘାସ ଖାଇବା ପାଇଁ ଏବଂ ଫେରିଲା ବେଳକୁ ବାଘ ଗୋଟେ ତାକୁ ଧରିଲା କହିଲା ମୁଁ ତୋତେ ଖାଇଯିବି ବଉଳା ଗାଈ କହୁଛି ତା ବାଘକୁ ତୁ ମୋତେ ଖା କିନ୍ତୁ ଆଇ ହାଭ୍ ମାଇ କାଫ୍ ଏଟ୍ ହୋମ୍ ମୁଁ ତାକୁ ଯାଇକି କ୍ଷୀର ଦେବି ଆଣ୍ଡ ଦେନ୍ ଆଇ ୱିଲ୍ କମ୍ ବ୍ୟାକ୍ ବାଘ ଭାବିଲା ବୋଧେ ଆସିବ କି ନାହିଁ କିନ୍ତୁ ଭାବିଲା ଯେଉଁ ହିସାବରେ କହିଲା ତାକୁ ସେ ଛାଡ଼ିଦେଲା ଏବଂ ବଉଳା ଗାଈ ଘରକୁ ଗଲା ତା ବାଛୁରୀକୁ କ୍ଷୀର ଦେଲା ଆଣ୍ଡ ଦେନ୍ ସି ଉଡ୍ ଏଗେନ୍ କମ୍ ବ୍ୟାକ୍ to the tiger कि मते मोर जहाँ काम था जो प्रॉमिस मु करथली I have just kept I have come back to keep to my commitment you just see the moral of this story is so intense मु सेते बेले एते भाबु नथली परे जेते बेले सरकारी कार्य रे जोग देली बहुत जण कहंती जे I will come to your function मु ओटे कार्यक्रम को जीबी बेले बेले डेरी रे आसीबे VIP मान को लोक टिके people start waiting. So this is a very pathetic situation. So since those days of the commitment story that I got to hear from my father, ମୁଁ ସେଇ ଦିନଠୁ ଭାବେ ଯେ କାହାକୁ ଯଦି ଆପଣ ମାନେ କମିଟମେଣ୍ଟ ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି ପ୍ଲିଜ୍ ଟ୍ରାଇ ଟୁ କିପ୍ ଇଟ୍ ଆଣ୍ଡ ଜଷ୍ଟ ଆମେ ଆମ ନିଜ ସମୟ ଉପରେ ହୁଏତ ଆମର କଣ୍ଟ୍ରୋଲ ରହିପାରେ ଅଲଗା କାହାରି ସମୟକୁ ଆମେ ନଷ୍ଟ କରିବା କଥା ନୁହଁ ସୋ ଜିତେନ୍ଦ୍ର ବାବୁ ଜଷ୍ଟ ଆଇ ୱାଣ୍ଟେଡ୍ ଟୁ kept my promise and literally I came on time. Yes, I have a very tight schedule. 10:30 रे मु जो आपनको सभा समिति आसिया पे मु दरमा पाउ नाही. Let me be very frank. आपण कहले मु एग्रीकल्चर सेक्रेटरी अछि, मु आउ गोटे विभाग रो भी सेक्रेटरी अछि, हैंडलूम हैंडीक्राफ्ट्स एंड टेक्सटाइल्स रो जो माने आपण माने हैंड ओवन फैब्रिक्स पिनछथि मु आपण मानको धन्यवाद जणाउछि एवं आपण माने पिंधि नाथि दयाकरी आगामी दिन रे पिंधिबे बोली अनुरोध करछि. Coming back to the festival, I would like to commend all the efforts of the organizers. Ebe Ambuj Bankar, we just got to see a very powerful film. The only thing that is impacting each one of us is the climate change. Literally, apan mane bhabu dekhuthibe bhi, you take any example. Agaru mane karantu October shito asla belaku molli fulo fututhila, ebe futu nai deri hei jauchi. Ebe June masa belaku borsa asi jauthala, ebe धीरे धीरे मौसमी बाबू डेरी डेरी हो जाउची. ऑल दीज आर मैनिफेस्टेशंस ऑफ क्लाइमेट चेंज एवं क्लाइमेट चेंज गरीब धनी देखे ना. अनफॉर्चुनेटली गतकाली परदिन ही आईपीसीसी रो नुआ रिपोर्ट आछि. डॉली मैडम वेलकम, गुड मॉर्निंग, प्लीज एट. एबे आईपीसीसी रो 6th असेसमेंट साइकिल रो रिपोर्ट आछि जस्ट द डे बिफोर एंड दैट गिव्स ए वेरी स्टार्टलिंग फैक्ट दैट आमे एबे जो प्री इंडस्ट्रियल लेवल रू 1.1 डिग्री सेल्सियस अधिका ही गलानी ऑलरेडी एंड पेरिस एग्रीमेंट सेज दैट वी शुड कीप इट बिलो द 1.5 डिग्री सेल्सियस लिमिट्स और बिलो द 2 डिग्रीज बट शुड स्ट्राइव टू कीप इट 1.5. समस्तंकर आम निजर कर्तव्य रोची देन ओनली आमे ताकू करि परिबा. आमे कहबा जे खरा दिन आछी आमे एसी लगेबा कंबल घोड़े की सोइबा से ठीक हबो नाही. We have our own responsibility to mitigate the impacts of the climate change. How do we do it? We just got to see the Satavaha example, a very powerful story for the entire planet. Gote gaante nischinna hi jaiche amar nijo Odisha re, and now that's how the filmmaker, the documentary filmmaker, Mr. Ambuj Satpathy has very powerfully shown. So let us carry this message. I'm very happy the film festival is showing such films with very strong, intense messages. So this is something. The strength of this festival. I wish to commend all the organizers. I do not know individually each one of you, but then whosoever has lent their hands for this festival, I wish to congratulate, compliment all of you. On the disability part, I have just the simplest definition of disability, that our attitude is the biggest disability, whether it is in the government space or in the private sector or anywhere. Amaro jo attitude rahuchi, jodi ame taku badalei pariba, tahale we can conquer the world. We are all in the same field, maybe not in the same level. That's where the policy space, as thinkers, thought leaders, everyone has to contribute. Mu bhabuchi apanଙ୍କର film festival जरियारे सेही वार्ता समस्तଙ୍କ पाखरे पहुँचिबो. मु आउथरे आयोजक बंधुमानकु मोर गभीर कृतज्ञता ज्ञापन करूची, and I wish the festival a grand success. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words on climate change and disability. We have with us our co-sponsor, Ms. Namrita Chahal, Chairperson, Ficci Flow Bhubaneswar, and G20 representative. I request ma'am to come to the stage. Request ma'am to give your remarks and felicitate our guest.
I think I will start by apologizing. I'm sorry for being so late today. I can't even blame the traffic. Sir, I'm very, very sorry about that. Just as Sir just told us, I had also coincidentally written a quote by Mahatma Gandhi, which I wanted to start with, that we have to be the change to see the change that we want in our society. Talking about creating inclusion and diversity. Why and how can we do it is by an individual effort that each and every one of us has to take. I am Namrita. I am the chairperson of Flow Bhubaneswar and also the representative here for G20, powered G20 here today. I take this opportunity to thank Sir, first of all, for being with us, taking his time out, And I know, sir, that you have an extremely busy schedule. And the message that you have given us about punctuality, I think, is first and foremost, which we will take across. Thank you. Sir, another thing which you mentioned about each of us having to take the efforts to take care of the climate change, because that is directly impacting every one of us, is something that we have to be very serious about. So more plantation and, like we said, less of environmental disabuse and the abuse that we are doing. We really need to reduce that. And we have to change our outlook and also the way we are when we are thinking and talking about disability in society, in our own homes, because that is where we need to start the education first. Once again, I would like to thank G20 and Empower 20, the National Flow and the Flow National President Jayanti Dalmia, because this is how we got the opportunity to be with G20 and Empower 20. A special thanks to Jitendra Biswal, who is the chairperson for Dhwani Festival. Your dedication and passion for this is tremendous. You have the zeal, and I love the way Jitendra individually connects to each and every person and the uniqueness of the person, so thank you so much. The success of this event was not possible without Sneha, without Team Aaina. So a huge round of applause and a huge thank you. I would also take this opportunity to thank the Flow team for all their support. An event is never complete without the participation, so thank you to all the participants, and I am sure that you would all say that we would thank our moderators here as well for such a flawless moderation. Jai Jagannath, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would request our volunteers, so Namrita ma'am, sir, and Jitendra sir to felicitate our chief guest, Arvind sir. requesting our tech team to continue screening our documentary film, The Coastal Diaries.
Humans have always had a thing for being along the sea coasts. The coastal ecosystems comprising mangroves, coral reefs, seagrass, meadows, and salt marshes have provided the livelihood needs of coastal communities. Over a period of time, these wetlands, the coastal vegetations, and the lush floodplains, including the settlements along the coast, are severely impacted by climate change impacts. Sea level rise, higher atmospheric and oceanic temperatures, changing precipitation rates, and more frequent extreme weather events are the primary evidence of climate change in coastal areas. The fragile and vulnerable coast struggles against disastrous floods, deforestations, droughts, storms, salinity intrusion, and erosion, which are destroying lives and livelihoods, fueling social and economic tensions, triggering conflict and displacement. Never before in known history have we had to deal with threats such as the imminent loss of a whole territory following a rise in sea level. The Bay of Bengal has been pushing in far into human habitations, gobbling up villages, washing out farmland, threatening the lives of people in 318 villages in 6 coastal districts of Ganjam, Puri, Jagatsinghpur, Kendrapada, Bhadrak, and Balesore along 436-kilometer long coastline in Odisha, a state in eastern India. The remnants of the past stand in solitude and remain mute witness to a history of people across 7 villages, which bore the name Satabhaya in district of Kendrapada, and probably India's first climate-induced refugees. No less devastating is the loss of a 125-year-old high school, temples, a palace, and ancestral lands that have been passed on for generations, along with invaluable cultural ties attached therein. Moving along the shore, one would be reminded of the village Kanhapur, which was the home of the fable Tapoi, a folk character epitomizing Odisha's glorious maritime trade history. Currently, people of Satabhaya villages have been rehabilitated at Bogopatia Rehabilitation Colony, which falls within the limits of Bhitarkanika Wildlife Sanctuary, a notified protected area with restrictions on human activity. This climate crisis is driving displacement, worsening living conditions, triggering question marks on land rights, forest rights, water, sanitation, and gender. As people with disabilities differ enormously in their disabilities, identities, and culture, they live with the anticipation of unknown challenges and difficulties around the corner under climate change impacts. Hence, climate change and disasters raise significant concerns of climate justice, fairness, equity, and access to remedy for people with disabilities who often remain largely invisible.
ପାଟି ତ ଖୋଲୁନି ତାର ତାପରେ କଥା ବି ହେଇପାରୁନି तापर एमती छाटी होकर पड़ू 5 थर 10 थर नेखा दिन को पड़ा मुंड फुंड फाटी जाऊँगी तो सब पाखापाखि लोक रहा पड़ू जगह कौन कर
घर कत भल के दिला दिन आ चाष जमिटा ना ये 500 टंका आज्ञा चलिए कमी कौन
आसिक 5 वर्ष है पारालिसिस कूड़ा उठे पार्ना उठी पार्ना झाड़ा ना भी खाद्य ना खाऊना कि उठा बसा करके बसा बसी
कर कहीं ना पसला न पाने के जमी चाष कर खाइम कहीं जमे कहीं मनुष्य कहीं
एमती घटना आम दुख रही टंका मिलला ना गोटे स्त्री लोक किसी दिन पर मत फोन कला कहला ना तुम गोड़ भांगी जाए टंका तुम अकाउंट की पठे मुझे छुट्टा गोड़े गनी पड़े गुप्ती को देखला टंका फंका कि मु मूर्ख लोक कौड़ी नंबर फबर मु पाई
पुरा जड़ा कौन उन्नति अच्छे आम कि जानी पारूनी से तो सब कथार हैरान हो चली पारुनी गोटे जगह बसिक रोची आमे आमे जुआड़ को जीमु आसिक नहीं जीमु जदि झाड़ा कि कौटी बाहर नहीं जीमु आम सैकेल बापा पर आर भविष्य कौन आपको किए अनेब मो बापा को सबुदिन आ पाखर रही
जानी पार्नु कौन कौन कर आम कथा बुझुना कौन केमती आम चलमु आम रोजगार आम बाहर रोजगार कर छोटा मोटा
लोक मैंने दौड़ा दौड़े पड़े आसले थोड़ा टपन आसला पानी मारे आसला मुझे चली पारे पड़े आसले देखला कि खाइबा पीवा चाष करवा जगह ना कि लोक जगह पाऊना से मुझे खाइबा पाऊनी बिकल बस कई लोक मैंने जाऊना मत
Disability intersects with both climate change and disaster policy and practice. The threat, compounded by discrimination, marginalization, and other pre-existing inequalities, is aggravating other drivers of displacement, worsening poverty, breaking down of cultural identity, loosening of social and familiar structures, and diminishing access to other natural resources that communities rely on for survival. Tandahara and Udaykani in Puri district have been exposed to the ingration of the seas, as they are merely 100 meters away from it.
एबको बात्या आसिक आमको छुनछत्र घर द्वार पानी पशी आउ खाया भी मिल पिलादिन आम समुद्र खेलुलु आईना बुढ़ा काले आम साथी समुद्र खेल
जमी बाड़ी धान होनी बर्तमान गछ बुर्छ होनी किसी होनी आम पिला बंचे केमी आम मरीगले जो बर्तमान आम पिला मैंने रही केमी
The local communities have already relocated thrice, with the original village being inside the sea. With agricultural land inundated, people have become landless and migrant laborers. The intruding sea also has contaminated groundwater, endangered water security, and put villagers at greater risk of diseases. People with disabilities are on the front lines of the climate crisis. The story of Podampeta, with 500 villagers in Ganjam district, is equally heart-wrenching. The houses are crumbling like a pack of cards due to high tidal waves striking the village. Of late, the villagers on the coast are shifted to new locations at a distant place away from the sea.
କିଛି କାମ କରୁନି କେମିତି ବଞ୍ଚିବା
ମାସକୁ 35 କେଜି ଚାଉଳ ମିଳିବା କଥା 35 କେଜି ଏ 5 କେଜି ମୂର୍ତ୍ତି ମିଳିଛି ଚାଉଳ ଏ 5 କେଜି ଧରିକି ମୁଁ ବଞ୍ଚି ପାରିବି ଗାଁରେ
ଲୋକମାନେ ଯେମିତି ସୁବିଧା ପାଉଛନ୍ତି ଆଉ ହ୍ୟାଣ୍ଡିକ୍ୟାପ୍ ଲୋକମାନେ ସେମିତି ସୁବିଧା ପାଉନାହାନ୍ତି
ଏଇଠି ଆସିଛି ଆଉ ଛୋଟ ଲୋକ ବହୁତ ଅସୁବିଧା ହେଉଛି ଗାଡ଼ି
ଆଉ କ'ଣ ସୁବିଧା ଅସୁବିଧା ହେଲେ ଗାଁ ଲୋକମାନେ ତାଙ୍କ ସବ ବସିକି କ'ଣ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଆମକୁ ସେଇଟା କିଛି ଜାଣିଛୁ
ଆମକୁ କେହି ପଚାରିଲେନି ଯେ ତମ ସିଫ୍ଟ ହବ କି ନାହିଁ ସିଫ୍ଟ ହେଲା ବେଳେ ମଧ୍ୟ ଆମେ କିଛି ସାହାଯ୍ୟ ମଧ୍ୟ କଲେନି
Having been uprooted from accustomed locations, the issues of health, education, livelihood, social inclusion and empowerment concerning people with disabilities are being neglected and barely addressed during the course of post-disaster recovery and reconstruction efforts. The swirling waters of the restive sea has advanced menacingly towards human habitations, triggering damages to Kacha houses at Ramaya Patna, predominantly inhabited by traditional sea-going fishermen. Even the roars of the marching sea send a chill down their spines till today.
కలుకాన్ రావు ఏటే నడిచి వెళ్ళలేను కలుకాన్ రావు నేను ఏడు చేస్తాను ఆ ఇల్లు చూస్తే ఇల్లు చేరుకుని వెళ్ళిపోయింది సాయంత్రం ఏడు చేస్తాను ఒక్కడ అయిపోయాను
ఇల్లు వెళ్ళిపోయింది 80 ఏడు చేద్దాం పుట్టిన కాడి నుంచి కోళ్ళు చొట్ట తిన్నానికి ఇబ్బంది అన్నికి ఇబ్బంది ఏడు చేద్దాం ఆ పరిస్థితి చెప్పా బాబు ఇల్లు వెళ్ళిపోయింది నా బతుకు మాల బతుకు అయిపోయినది నాయన 80 ఈ కాలుతోని
The government has constructed around 400 new houses in a nearby resettled colony for them. Hardly 5 families have moved to those concrete houses. Unable to move out to the new colony, these poorer communities with their fragile shelters and threatened livelihoods are at greater risk and continue to experience the most severe impacts of climate change. In fact, people with disabilities are major stakeholders in combating the challenges of climate change. The meaningful participation, inclusion, and leadership of persons with disabilities in climate adaptation planning, disaster relief and recovery efforts in tune with equity, resilience, and sustainability. There is an urgent need for more inclusive climate change discourses among state agencies, civil society, and local practitioners to understand and raise the profile of impairment and disability within climate change adaptation discourses, policies, and practices with reference to the CBR matrix of World Health Organization.
Let's take a 10 minutes break, tea break. Requesting Ambud sir to share his experience on the documentary, and if anyone have any questions from from our participants, then we can take the questions.
Thank you for your patience.
I must thank Aaina for allowing me to delve into the matters which is conspicuous one, that is climate change and its adverse impacts. As we have seen, we have visited along the coast and tried to, it is quite dampening to listen to them. It is just a tip of the iceberg. If you sit down along with a family, there will be so many issues actually, because impoverishment is a web actually, it's a spider's web. Once you are uprooted, displaced, you are disconnected from the roots. And as a community, they have a definite set of folkways and modes that sustain them. There are ICTs, there are traditional knowledges which sustain them. Along with that, traditional knowledge also runs down with water. If you can remember those visuals of Satbhaya, once you move along the coast, if you look at the dilapidated houses, the crumbled trees, and if you look at the image of Lord Jagannath, you can always link to the world that massive juggernaut. It is quite critical a situation. I'm not an expert. Actually, we'll be listening to the experts and their observations. But anyway, seeing is believing. It is said that if you do not want to see, you can close your eyes. But if you do not want to hear, you cannot close your heart. So I must have a heartfelt thanks for your patience to allow me to make a film and collate it before you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Do you have any questions? Tea break. Let's take a short tea break for 10 minutes, then we can resume here. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. hello, hello.
Good morning, everyone. Once again, welcome to the next session of the second day of Flow Dhwani 2023. Now, we will be having our panel discussion on climate change impact and people with disability. With us today are Ms. Abha Mishra, Professor Asha Hans, Mr. Samir Ghosh, Mr. Praveen Ji, Mr. Jason Strother. A big applause for all the panelists sitting here. I'd request our volunteers to please welcome our panelists of the day. With the introduction of the panelists, Ms. Abha Mishra, who is the moderator of the day, is a passionate development professional of anthropology with over 30 years of experience, who is a postgraduate MSc in development. She is skilled in project management, advocacy, action-based research, and has implemented national and community level development projects. Her working fields have been disaster management and disaster risk reduction, livelihood, housing, women's empowerment, and tribal studies. She started her career with state level NGOs and then worked with many international universities like University of Frankfurt, Germany, University of Edinburgh, Scotland, and University of Greenwich, London. She joined UNDP in December 1999 to support state governments across India on the issues of disaster management and within the framework on issues of housing, livelihood, gender, etc. Currently, she is working as the head of officer, Odisha, UNDP, facilitating and supporting projects like rural housing, disaster management, and coastal resilience, waste management, skilling and livelihood promotion being implemented in the state of Odisha. With us is next is Dr. Asha Hans, who is the Executive Vice President at Shanta Memorial Rehabilitation Center. Dr. Hans is a PhD holder, is co-chair of Pakistan-India People's Forum for Peace and Democracy, former professor of political science and founder-director of School of Women's Studies, Utkal University, India. A leading campaigner of women's rights, she has participated in the formulation of many conventions in the United Nations. She is the president of Sanskristi, a gender resource center. Her recently published books include Disability, Gender and the Trajectories of Power, and The Gender Imperative, Human Security versus State Security, with Betty Reardon, 2010. With us as next panelist, Jason Strother, who is a US Fulbright scholar researching how climate change impacts people with a disability. He is currently based in Bhubaneswar and will later continue his project in Sri Lanka and the Maldives. Previously, he has conducted fieldwork on these concerns in the Philippines and in Bangladesh. Jason is an adjunct professor at Montclair State University in New Jersey and the founder of Lens 15 Media, a disability-focused news platform. His work is informed by his own experience having a low vision impairment. You can follow his work at lens15.com. With us is our most famous personality and who has joined us since 2 days, Mr. Samir Ghosh, who has completed his Masters in Social Work from Tata Institute of Social Sciences. He has done graduate diploma in social planning from London School of Economics and Political Science. He has been working in World Bank since more than 16 years as consultant. Presently, he is working as inclusive advisor. His few achievements include formulated state inclusion policy for Government of Bihar. He has also prepared the framework for inclusion for Government of Odisha under the District Poverty Initiative Program, best practice documentation of policies and programs related to the persons with disability in SARC region. He is also a member of team for DPIP, Odisha and Rajasthan on inclusion of vulnerable and minorities group. He is also anchoring selected state governments to initiate specific programs for persons with disabilities. He has been appointed as team leader by Save the Children UK for a comprehensive evaluation of CBR projects in Vietnam. He has also been appointed as evaluator by Caritas, Netherlands, for evaluation of 2 projects in the field of disability. He has been also involved as a member of working group for Asia Pacific Decade of Disability, Escape Bangkok. He has also worked in other organizations like UNDP, Rehabilitation International, Tata Iron and Steel Co. Limited, CASP Plan International. He has also published a book, Equity versus Efficiency in Water Management. And with us, not the last but the least, Mr. Praveen Kumarji, who has been working in the field of diversity and inclusion for over 2 decades. He has expertise in promoting social inclusion and has designed and worked on development programs in areas of inclusive education, health and livelihoods. He has been promoting inclusion of persons with disabilities in mainstream development through facilitating training, orientations, research, and making presentations nationally and internationally. Mr. Praveen has worked extensively across India, Africa, Asia, and the Pacific region in promoting social inclusion. He is a trained social worker from the Madras Christian College, Chennai, India, and has been a Chevening Gurukul scholar from the London School of Economics and Political Science, UK. He has a lived experience of disability and currently leads VSO's work on social inclusion as an advisor. I would like to clap for all the panelists here, and I would request Ms. Abha Mishra ma'am, who is the moderator of today, to please continue with the session. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, all, and sorry for the late start of the session. I was caught up in a meeting. I'm so sorry for being delayed myself. Welcome to all the panel members, and thank you, Flo, Ficci, Aaina, G20 Empower, everyone, and all the participants for being here today. And we are discussing a very, very important topic. And what we would like to do is, as a panel, in the introduction of all your panel members have been given to you, so we will not waste our time in that. Initially, we will give about our 5 minutes. I think, Jason, you have a presentation? No? You are going to just talk. You would like to do a presentation. What is the PPT? Yeah, I have a PPT. It's about climate change. Presentations. Okay. No, if you want, you can speak. I mean, either way is fine. I was thinking we could have a conversation around that would give us more time, and also the participants, if they would like to ask some questions, it will give more time. And because sometimes presentations become very, very, it's a part of life now today, but it still becomes mundane. So what we would do is, I'll give the mic to each of the panel members for a minute or two, and they could start and talk about their own work while we have heard about them and what we have been doing. But what would they like to talk about? The specific issue they would like to raise. We'll give them a minute or two for each of them to start with. I would like to start with Dr. Asha Hans, who has been, like a mentor to all of us for a long time. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, Abha.
I'll confine myself only to climate change and my work on it because that's what the panel is about. I started working on climate change in 2015 as part of a university consortium which covered about 17 countries and 27 universities. The work was on climate change in all its entirety, but I was involved only with one part, and that was the deltas. And the deltas in Bangladesh, in India, two in India, one in West Bengal, the IBD, and one in Odisha, the Mahanadi Delta, and one in Ghana. This work was really to map the hotspots, to see where the sea is coming in, because these are all coastal areas. So we mapped all these areas at that time. Basically, I think it was around 2017 when they were mapped. Beside the mapping, the other thing that we did was to look at migration, because these areas which we mapped, which was about a 5-meter contour line, had migrant families, because if villages are being wiped out, today I think the news was 16 villages. When we did the project, it was about 11 villages. Then that means that people have to go somewhere. And it's not only displacement. It meant also that these people were migrating. On the coastal region, we mapped about 3,000 households who went to different parts of India, including part of Odisha also in Bhubaneswar and in the Pradeep. Now, the work that we did has been completed. What I'm doing since then has been disaster and disability. The first part of it had a number of publications. You can see one book on engineering climate change. It's free. You can access it from the Routledge website. And this on disability and climate change is just beginning. And by the end of the year, the book should be out. But there are a number of articles. So my work on as an activist has been that. As an advocate, I've been working at the international level to see that where climate change is concerned, it is included. And because there has been a lot of work on DRR to see that in climate change also comes into that phenomena, and since both are linked. So that is the work that I'm doing.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That's in a brief, quite a lot of work which has gone on and she's been involved in. May I request Jason to talk about his work in 2 minutes, please?
See if I can figure out how to turn on this microphone. Where's the little... Oh, okay. Yeah, you can take this one. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for coming out today. So, my entry point to the intersection of climate change and disability goes back to 2014. I'm a journalist by training, and I was covering the aftermath of a superstorm in Tacloban in the Philippines, a storm that killed several thousand people. I was there 3 months after the storm, following a team of cadaver dogs through a mangrove swamp looking for remains. And that's when it struck me, how could someone like myself, someone with a low vision disability, survive a cyclone, survive flooding, a tidal surge? And I thought, well, I get around pretty well for having a visual impairment during normal circumstances, but when there are 200-mile or kilometer per hour winds, debris flying around, electrical wires, I don't think I could be safe. And that got me thinking, well, how could anyone with a mobility, sensory, or even developmental impairment survive during these types of emergencies? And as climate change is making these types of occurrences more and more common, making storms more intense, making flooding more intense, I thought, well, this is an undertold, underreported, underexamined aspect of climate change. So I went back to Tacloban in 2018 to report on how disabled people survived Typhoon Haiyan, 5 years earlier. And I met people who almost drowned in their wheelchairs, were relocated to completely inaccessible places, or were saved only by members of their community, family members. I also met many people who became disabled because of the disaster in Tacloban. And what I found was that emergency response systems were not inclusive. There was no way at that time to warn people with visual impairments or who are hard of hearing that a storm was approaching. And fortunately, since that time, there have been many improvements, but still, I think every country is still lacking in some way in terms of having fully inclusive disaster risk reduction. So, so I've kind of continued on this journey of reporting and writing, researching about the effects that climate change has on people with disabilities. I did some reporting back in my home state of New Jersey, which about 10 years ago was hit by a super hurricane, Hurricane Sandy, which was a turning point in that part of the U.S. for inclusive disaster management. Still, a lot of work needs to be done on that. Last year, I went to Bangladesh to report on how climate change is infecting, let's say, internal migration. Bangladesh has, there are hundreds of thousands of people from Bangladesh who are leaving coastal areas that are being impacted by salinization, storms, flooding, you name it. But largely, people with disabilities aren't able to make that journey because of their condition or because their own support networks are still in these villages. So they're essentially being left behind in these areas that are most vulnerable to the effects of severe weather. And then my current assignment is as a Fulbright scholar. As you heard, I have a regional grant that I'm halfway through my 3-month stint here in Odisha, where I think you all know this is the state that is most impacted by climate change in India. And there has been efforts, largely due to the works of NGOs led by people like Asha Hans here next to me, that has helped to make disaster risk reduction more accessible and inclusive for people with disabilities. So I will continue working on that until the end of April, and then I head to Sri Lanka for 2 months, and then I head to the Maldives to continue on this research. But I think, and I think while I'm focusing largely right now on South Asia, especially because the Indian Ocean has such climate change vulnerability with water temperature rising, the change of the monsoon season, an increase of severe weathers and cyclones. It's just, of course, not a South Asia problem. It's across the world. And, despite all the declarations from the World Health Organization, UN, IPCC, there is still not fully inclusive and accessible disaster management. And in fact, the report that just came out this week from the IPCC, I looked for any indications of disability, and at least in the executive summary, there was only two mentions of disability at all. One in one of the footnotes, and another just calling for more inclusive policies that can benefit all vulnerable groups. So it's getting more attention now, the correlation between disability and climate change, but there's still a lot of work left ahead, and I'm really grateful for the people here today that are on the ground. I'm just some, parachuting reporter covering these things, but it's really the people here on the ground that are making a real difference. So thank you all.
Thank you, Jason. I think one of the major things which you have brought in is there's still not enough reporting. There's still not enough evidence which would influence the policy makers to actually be more inclusive in their approach. And as you rightly said, the IPCC report still just talks in 2 words. It doesn't talk beyond that. It doesn't give us concrete ideas what can be done and how it should be done. So I think that's a very, very key takeaway from what you are doing, and I'm sure we will be able to talk about it a little more. May I now request Samir ji to talk about?
Yeah. Is there a caller mic?
Maybe while we are waiting for the caller mic to be put in, could I ask Praveen to talk about his work a little bit?
Sure. Yeah, hi. Hi everyone, good morning. I'm very delighted to be here. Thanks to Aaina and Snehaji for the invite. I'm saying that particularly because my journey with climate change and disability began here. It was way back in 2006-07 when we were interacting with Snehaji and Aaina in Ganjam district. This idea occurred to me saying that, okay, the super tsunami had just happened in 2004, and what about situation of people with disabilities? So when we went to the villages around in Gopalpur and the coastal areas, speaking to people with disabilities and women with disabilities, we really were able to see that on the face that, people had a lot of hardships because of the tsunami, and people with disability mainly bore the brunt. So one is that livelihoods were lost. All people started migrating, and when we heard families saying that they came to Bhubaneswar or went to Raipur or Visakhapatnam and other places, they were exposed, and their only livelihood was fishing. And once they came to these places, they really suffered a lot because they did not know how to do the other labor work, and they lived in very menial conditions. And we also heard stories that because of that, people became very malnourished. They lost weight, and also some people developed TB and then going on to get disabilities of one sort or the other. So that was one part of the story. But the other one is also speaking to women with disabilities. We realized that nobody really cared about them or came back to. So people then and even now in most of these situations say that, okay, we are people with disabilities. In any kind of disaster, we are forgotten. People only come back, our family members or relatives come back if they remember us. So that's the stark kind of stories that we heard. And women with disabilities also said that, okay, we are not much participating in the livelihoods or such. We are at home, but when there is some kind of a calamity, there's a lot of abuse that happens, both sexually and violence as well. So that was the other kind of stark reality that opened our eyes into. And then I started, kind of further, working on it, looking at various aspects of climate change in my own work. And as I said, I work with BSO and we work across 20 countries. So then came 2015, the earthquake in Nepal. Again, people with disabilities were the first to be affected. There's nowhere to go, and people also lose their assistive devices when there's a disaster like an earthquake or assistive devices break. Shelters are not accessible. They don't know where to go. Communication systems are not accessible, particularly for blind and deaf people. So these are the situations that we saw, and then we kind of designed interventions to say that, okay, when there is a disaster, we will at least ensure that we reach out. We prioritize vulnerable groups, and people with disabilities are on top of that. At least 5 to 10%, we have to reach out to people with disabilities. Then we said, the communication systems also need to be, because most of the time we see access. When we say access, it's just not the ramps or the shelters or these relief camps. It's also the wash facilities that are not accessible. Communication in terms of how do you communicate the warnings to a deaf person or a blind person, how to run to safety, and those areas are there. So those are the key aspects that we kind of focus currently. But some of the key aspects that I would raise here before I hand it over is, one is definitely there is a shift in the climate which we are now witnessing, be it incessant rains, unheard of weather patterns and drought, floods and so on, and extreme heat conditions. I know of countries where cities or locations where in the day people are not asked to go out because it's very hot, so they are totally closed. I'm sure even in India when we hit 50, they're saying in the next few years, we are already 49 in some places, 49 to 50, but that is going up to 50 and 52. So, very difficult situations we are seeing here. I just got back from Cambodia from the CBID World Conference in Phnom Penh, and even there, although the Mekong River is, we say it's full of water, even there they're facing this hardship. People's livelihoods are lost, and particularly people with disabilities, nobody is there to look at them at the first instance. So, these are the things that we need to keep in mind, and it's prime focus of my interventions in whatever I do. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Praveenji. I think you have covered most of the, challenges and the sectoral challenges also, which are faced by people with differential ability. Can I ask Samirji to please?
Yeah. I hope my mic is on. I am audible properly. Okay, great. I think to start with, may I echo the same feeling as what Jason has said and what Praveen has mentioned. In my experience, I will just talk about 2-3 areas of experience. The first was, I have been working in accessible wash for last 5 to 7 years, trying to bring in the accessibility angle in Swachh Bharat mission. So I was working in Bihar, I was working in Chhattisgarh, 10 districts in Chhattisgarh. So in Bihar, something struck me in the district of Begusarai. When it also happened that I had, how it all came was, I was asked to write the policy, the wash policy, especially the inclusion part, where the government of Bihar was taking out a wash policy. So I wrote that portion of the wash policy, and then under the behest of World Bank, then World Bank asked me to go back after 7 months and said that just have a look what is happening to the policy. Now, one of the interesting thing, I think all of us will agree that now now disability has become pretty much a buzzword. So every document you will say you will see the word that priorities would be given to the vulnerable section, including persons with disabilities. So that buzzword would be there everywhere. And then of course they will quote the SDG, they would quote the MDG, everything would be quoted in the kind of a base document of the government. So, but the problem happens is even after the policies and things are there in the ground, there is no strategy to do inclusion. So everybody leaves it at that. Okay, it's a nice thing, one line is there, we need to do, and it is understood little differently and understood like when you're talking in terms of, giving priority to persons with disabilities, then find out some priority household where persons with disabilities are there and just construct a toilet rather than constructing an accessible toilet. So it actually doesn't mean much to that person. Why am I giving this example is when I went the second time in Begusarai, that particular block is hit by flood often, and with the phenomena of climate change, the flooding has increased quite a lot. So when the toilet construction was done, the toilet construction, they did it at a pretty height. Yeah, because what is happening is that the flood water comes and it practically washes out the the toilet facilities. So what they prefer to do it, they constructed it at a height, and obviously there is no ramp as such. They had bamboos, woven bamboo kind of a thing where others would go, but the disabled member of that family would never use it. He continues to go into that pond and help himself, wash himself. So now, see, these are kind of other impacts that you see of on persons with disabilities, that even other time when you are talking of preparedness, the preparedness is thought only for rest of the family members, rather than somebody who has a disability and needs that kind of a special requirement. The second thing, again in Bihar during the Koshi flood, all of us remember that there was a disastrous Koshi flood in 2008, between 2008-9, and that flood kept on occurring time and again. It kept on inundating, and the effect was felt for a long time, for a very long time in the area. Over 30 lakh people were directly impacted. So there are 2-3 very good groups of activist group of persons with disabilities who practically jumped into the whole effort, that what are you doing to persons with disabilities. I mean, many people, they saw that, they were there in the completely in mud, they just couldn't move. They just couldn't move to run for themselves. So many deaths have occurred. Floating bodies of disabled people were seen during the Kosi flood. So I mean, I don't have to explain it more explicitly what happens because of this thing. Now, the other side I saw in Gujarat. I did a work for Aga Khan Foundation on salinity ingress problem. So the coastal Gujarat, especially the districts of Junagadh, Verawal, Amreli, Kutch area, they all were about several kilometers inside, there was salinity ingress problem. So there was no piped drinking water available, and they had to fetch water which was completely saline. This increased the phenomena of kidney stones, even a child of 4 years or 5 years, and that became rampant in the whole of these coastal districts. Imagine the condition of people who have paraplegia, quadriplegia, who already have renal problems, and with salinity ingress, the condition worsens like anything. Finally, I would say that when I was doing the Swachh Bharat mission and trying to figure out how to do the designing of the toilets, we divided the groups of persons with disabilities category wise and tried to find out that who all would require some or other kind of accessibility in their toilets. So we grouped, and we found that at least 16 out of 22 categories of disability would require some or other kind of modification. So one thing I do feel with this kind of an experience, I feel very strongly, we have to first of all look into what is called as P and RRR, that is preparedness, rescue, relief and rehabilitation. but we have to index people with disabilities who require what kind of help. Today, I don't know if Asha Didi has done that each category, how they would like, for example, somebody to rescue me. Normal things would come in the mind is, lift that person by arm. When I have no arms, how will you pick me up? So, those kinds of detailing needs to be first of all done, that each category, what is required to be specifically brought into the all this preparedness, rescue, relief and rehabilitation. That is one. Cut across would be the thing like what are the various kind of social impact, what are the various kinds of psychological impact, what are the various kinds of economic impact on and that could occur. Preempt those occurrence and the rehabilitation package needs to be made according to those. So, those are the kind of thing I think with my basically the experiences from particularly from Bihar, from 2-3 districts in Bihar and Gujarat has I thought that we need to look into these areas and perhaps every time I feel that you have to handhold the government. Just writing, even I have seen that just writing the documents, attitude plays a big problem. When in spite of giving the different types of toilet designs, at the end of the day it is the PWD engineers who are going to construct the toilet. And would you believe that the kind of answers that we are getting the answer, yaar ye kyun kar rahe ho aap log, बना दो ना, इतने दिन से तो जा रहे हैं टॉयलेट में, इतने दिन से तो जा रहे हैं, कैसे जा रहे हैं, जिंदगी थोड़ी उनका रुक गया है, ये क्यों आप लोग ये नया डिजाइन ला रहे हो हमारे लिए ये करने के लिए. So this is the kind of attitude that across you will face. At the end of the day, it is not the chief secretary, it is not the secretary, it is not the district collector, but it is these functionaries where you have to really work with, and you have to work very concertedly with this. And obviously, as non-governmental organizations, we can create models, but it's at the end of the day, when it comes to scaling up, it is the government that has to, and we have to, we cannot just ignore this. Thank you.
Thank you, Samirji. I think you've brought out a very important issue, and that is that despite all the good legal provisions, practices available, demonstrated practices available, it's the behavioral change which is required, and there is a need for all the government officers also to come together and maybe not with a demonstrative model, but maybe mainstream it within the whole system. From maybe we also need to target a lot of academic institutions where we are able to sensitize them the needs of, as you very well said, indexed PWD needs, which are very specific to each of the groups within, because intersectionality within a stakeholder is so important to be understood. Taking a clue from there itself, as we have already talked about the challenges which we are looking at from a climate change point of view, both in terms of access to various resources, services, food, even during the disasters, what we need to, displacement, and even human security issues and protection issues. What I would like our panel members to share their thoughts about, what systematic or mechanism needs to be put in keeping in mind what we already have given some sound.
Yeah. Is it outside?
Could be an outside one.
Yeah.
Okay. So what type of mechanism you would like to?
No, I think it's raining somewhere. No, it's still there. Yeah, yeah. Okay. I think maybe you could change the mic. Yeah.
Hello. So, ma'am, given your vast experience, and as you've also mentioned that you've been working in some of the island areas of Sundarbans and the hotspots across the world, what type of mechanism do you think is required as of now, specifically when we are talking of physical infrastructure to start with? Sameer sir had rightly mentioned about the toilets, but there are many other, starting from the early warning systems, or even the shelters where there have been some changes, but I'm sure you could suggest some more changes which is required. And what, given that we have commissions and we have special departments, what is the institutional or the governance mechanism do you think we require to make a change in these infrastructural structures which we have, infrastructures which we have?
Thank you, Abba. I think the first thing that we need to do, that there has to be more collaboration between departments. If you have a disaster department one side and a climate change another side, and you forget that from climate change flows the disasters, that is your first big gap that is there. There is no, where working in the field is concerned. That there is no meeting of minds at all. That is the first thing that I would suggest, that you have to merge those two departments. You have to see that, because whatever you do, what I've been hearing today from here is mostly DIDRR, that is Disability Inclusive Disaster Risk Reduction. Climate change has some other facets which we need to look at, and I think if the departments are merged, it will be a great job. Secondly, where climate change itself is concerned, I'll go back to DRR. I wrote the guidelines for the national guidelines for disability inclusive disaster risk reduction for NDMA. Now, all the structures are very clearly mentioned there. If you look at the annexure, you will see from where what flows, from the top to the bottom. And most of the people sitting here have all worked in those structures. So, the structures are in place. It's not that the structures are not there. We are very good in India to have structures. We are very good in India to have laws. But where does the gap lie? The gap lies how to use those, that National Disaster Management Authority guideline that I wrote has never been used. What is the point of having a guideline and from which flows from the Home Ministry down to the disaster management at the district level or block level, but no one is going to look at it. So now I've been asked to do an SOP. I don't know if anyone will look at that or put it in their file. So, that idea that I know everything has to change. And it's not officials, it's us also. Even we don't know everything. Even in this half an hour, I learned so many new things. So knowledge building is very important. That is the second thing that's important, beside the fact that there has to be an amalgamation of what is there. And the third thing is what I saw in this film today, and that was listening to voices. And what Praveen said, talked about women with disabilities, I work with them every day. And I don't see anyone listening to their voices. So this is the third thing I think which is very important to do if you want the structures to function. We don't need any more structures. We don't need any more laws at the time. We need implementation. And that implementation, what I could hear from Samir Mai, that implementation is so difficult to do. We might talk day in and day out in our advocacy, but how much of it gets implemented? I have been doing it for 40 years. I see some change. I don't see many of the things that we have been talking about. It's not there. So, we need to push much more. Maybe later on Praveen will tell us how to do that, because I'm still very weak at it, despite what Samit Bhai and I have been working at a different level. But I think at the ground level, what you did, Abha, what HI did, and we did earlier, I think we need much more. We need to go to the communities. We need to talk to them. So that is the fourth thing. So these are four things I think are very important in getting climate change resilience onto the ground.
Thank you so much. I think as you mentioned, that there are already structures which could make the difference. But somewhere we are lacking in collaboration, knowledge building, or listening to each other in a way. So from here I would go to Praveenji. Praveenji, you've been working in the field across the world. What difference of structure do you see in other countries which could be tried in India, which would benefit? Because I'm sure every country has their own structures to look at how they want to respond, how they want to bring their infrastructure, which is friendly for every stakeholder in the community. Could you throw some light on that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So, the situation of people with disabilities around the world is the same. Yeah, I mean, it may be relatively better in some countries, but relatively worse. But we are still, in that attitude quotient which Samirji talked about. That there's a lot of, even you go to developed countries, attitudinal issues are there. You go to Africa and other parts of Southeast Asia, the attitude quotient still remains wherever you are. But having said that, some countries are doing some good experiments around data, for example. So again, Samirji mentioned that, we need to index or we need to identify people with disabilities. In Kenya, for example, the Washington Group questions is used as part of the disability census. Cambodia uses it, Zambia, many countries. And because of that, they are able to identify the social dimensions of disability. I mean, the Washington Group questions measures disability data from a social kind of perspective and not from a medical model. So even if you use the 6 short set questions, you will find that the percentages increase. So let me give you the example of Zambia, where first, they piloted the Washington Group. So initially when they did it in 2001 using the medical model approach, they had a 0.8 or 9% of persons with disabilities. But when they did it in 2009 using the Washington Group, it was 7%. So you see the difference and the realistic kind of a picture that you get using the Washington Group. So data is first. I mean, once you have the data, then you can do budgeting, then you have the policies, then you can identify people with disabilities and then do the needs assessment, etc., etc. Yeah. So data is one. That's point number one. Point number two is existing structures. So again, going back to Kenya, something interesting that I found is they have a disability advisory council in each of the counties. Now the counties are like the states, yeah. So India as a country, and then we have the states. But in Kenya, it's a country, and then they have the different counties. So in each county, there has to be a disability representation, and many organizations of people with disabilities have advocated to have space in that. And they have a budgeting cycle which happens from August to February, wherein in August they submit all their recommendations and stuff like that, and in February those budgets are passed. So they have that space, but still the struggle is there that they have to voice out, and those challenges are still there. But those structures are in place where people can voice out and say that, okay, the drought is there. For example, I was in Isiolo County last month, and over there, drought is stark. It's on your face. People are moving out, and there's a lot of pastoral communities who move, and because of internal clan community clashes, people become disabled, and even already existing people with disabilities, they don't have access to basic services. So these are some of the platforms where they can go and share these kind of issues and say that, okay, these are our needs, these are the aspects that need to be budgeted, and that's where it's taken care of. So in India, I see the parallel system where we have the district level and we have the panchayats. The gram panchayats is a very good opportunity to ensure that aspects of disability, disaster risk reduction, but also ensuring that people with disabilities' voices and their concerns are heard of. First, the cadre need to be trained. Anybody who's IAS, for example, or these trainings which are organized at the panchayat level, training on disability rights is very important. The RPD Act 2016, UNCRPD, and so on and so forth. So that definitely is still not a reality, although like Asha ji has said, there are a lot of these papers. It's written there, but implementation is something which we need to look at. Now the third area is access. Now access is physical access, but also audio and the visual component. Yesterday night in Delhi, all of you might have heard there was an earthquake in Afghanistan, and as close as Delhi, the epicenter was 4.5%. The concrete jungle where I stay in a 7th floor, it was shaking like anything. And we had to run down. And while we were running down, I was thinking, if something happens, I don't have my white cane, it's left behind, and I don't have anything else. So I'm totally dependent on my family members or other people around. It was very scary. So access is, I'm connected and have all the facilities and services and everything. I can just imagine, and most of the places where I go, there's no services, there's no warning, they don't know that even, there's something called as shelters or where people need to go. And we saw this in Zimbabwe, for example, when the last time the cyclone hit. People with disabilities, so one is have a cadre of, we had a community of volunteers who were trained on disability and DRR. So they knew to reach people with disability at the first instance and also provide the support that they required. So, maybe cash transfer or food packets. Many a times what happens, food packets are distributed, and in these shelters or relief camps, it's the people without disabilities who jump and get it. They get it the first. People with disabilities are left behind. But people like, sorry to say, UNDP and other international organizations, when there is, and including us, like VSO, when we go, we have to ensure that the people who are providing these food packets should give it to people with disabilities. We can't just go there as a tokenistic thing and say that, okay, food packets have come, dignity kits have come, take it. No, it will be the people without disabilities who will get it first. So, how we are training our own people, our own staff to ensure that we reach out to those who need them the most. And then the second last point from my side is look at preparing people to communicate in sign language, because deaf people don't get the information. They don't know what's happening around. Have posters, have communication boards. Keep that ready and then go there. Yeah, keep things in audio formats. Share it with people. Look at, talking to people rather than, just making those presentations or something to run to safety or, providing these support services. And as I said earlier, ensure these camps and relief areas are made accessible so that people, who, like Samirji earlier said, many people are also told off, don't come to this camp, it's not accessible. It's on a higher platform. Go to the next one. That's not acceptable. Yeah. And my last point is what, again, Ashaji also alluded to, is how do you reach out to women with disabilities in this kind of situation? Yeah. So create those support networks. In Nepal, we are working with the government to strengthen a network called as the Gender Equality Inclusion Network. It is part of every school. Yeah. So girls, we have a Sisters for Sisters program, and there is big sisters who are trained on SGBV, and they are also trained on how to, complain, file a complaint or cut the complaints mechanism and so on. So reach out to, they need to be trained. These are some of the structures which are already created, or create them so that young girls know what SGBV is, and also train them on how to respond to when it comes to a situation of violence. And we saw that during the COVID, and that's another story I can talk about. But in COVID, there was the increase of the instances of GBV increased like manifolds. It was 30-40%, and for women and girls with disabilities was much higher. So these girls did act as a community support group. A WhatsApp group was created. They supported each other, and any case of violence were reported and perpetrators were brought to justice. So there are instances and cases of that. So we need to build that network, be it government, non-government, at the school level, and we have those systemic systems in place. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, sure, please. Please. Yes, please. No, please.
No, I just wanted one clarification on what I said, and that was that if you are going to talk to women and in the field, when I talk about that, I always mean persons with disabilities. I'm not talking about those without disabilities. The second is that when I did the NDMA guidelines, I had put in a disability cell as part of the structure, which was cut off. So when I asked the guy in charge, I said, "Kya hua?" He said, "Nahi, madam, today you're asking for a disability cell, tomorrow gender people will ask, tomorrow SC/ST." I said, "Put it up. So what's your problem?" Jitendra knows that we did that here. It was passed. The letter was sent, was with the secretary to sign, and he got shifted. And that's where we stand today.
Yeah, thank you so much. And from your and Sameer's, Praveen's, sorry, I'm so sorry, Praveen's comments, one thing is very clear. We have certain institutional mechanisms. It's there, but somewhere we are not wanting to actually act upon it. And that's where we really need to work on. And now when I'm coming to Jason, and Jason, when you are looking at it from a reporter's angle and looking at the government at one end and the community who has suffered from a recent disaster, be it through, not so natural, but event, but and also a climate change impact. Where do you think the gap is? And if you have any suggestion for us to overcome this gap between policy, institution, and the community?
Thanks so much for that question. the gap is that there aren't enough people with disabilities at the table when it comes to drafting policy, when it comes to making infrastructure, when it comes to making any sort of a decision. And that's just not here in India or Odisha, that is everywhere in the world. It's certainly the case back home in New Jersey that there aren't enough people with a disability who are having these conversations, that aren't a part of the drafting of government policy. And, you know, this is deeply systemic. I was just telling this to students recently that it really begins with education, and it begins with making schools accessible. It means making, you know, if a person with a disability will never have that place at the table unless they have access from the start, whether that's a ramp at their school or sign language interpretation or braille material or just extra time to take a test in some cases. So in that, you know, and that kind of starts a groundswell. Once a student, a child with a disability gets into the mainstream, it not only propels them toward more influential positions down the line, whether that be educational or occupational, but it will also influence their peers, their classmates. Once you have a classmate with a disability, or a friend or a coworker, then suddenly even people without disabilities start to understand the needs for greater accessibility, the needs for universal design that can benefit everyone, regardless of their gender, ability level, you name it. So I think, right, and of course it comes down to resources. Is any government willing to spend the money to upgrade their schools, to upgrade their public infrastructure, to make all of these real built and virtual spaces accessible? I certainly don't have, and that's maybe a big picture, and I don't negotiate on the budgeting of these kinds of things for anyone and for the better, but without that kind of inclusion from the start, the needs of people with disabilities can't really be met if they're not ultimately at the table and have allies that are also aware of their needs.
Right. Thank you. I think that's very important, specifically when you talk about the education systems. I think somewhere we've missed the bus in educating ourselves and the future generation on the needs of people who are differently abled, who need a little more support, or who just don't need support but just need us to be there with them. It doesn't really need. I think it's very, very important. And while we are having some reservations in terms of, you know, who is to be put on which committee, as you know, Praveen said, and ma'am also said, that we are not listening to them. The voices, there are less voices, and the voices which are coming up, we are not listening to them. So somewhere we need to move beyond that. I would now ask Samir ji to provide his thoughts on how do you feel, what changes could be made in the institutional mechanism, or what more could be done to strengthen the institutional mechanism, so that, you know, the infrastructure which you talked about, you really gave a very, very live example of the toilets. I don't think so. As a disaster manager for last 20 years, I've been working in this field. I have even thought about those, you know, temporary ramps which are built for people to approach one side of the road to other side. How with people with differently abled people will be able to use it, because it's temporary in nature and they are going with heavy vehicles in that particular sense.
I'll take the cue from all the three previous speakers, Praveen ji, Jason, as well as Asha Didi. First of all, I'll tell you what Ashaji was continuously mentioning regarding the, hear people's voice. So I'll give you an example what we did in Swachh Bharat Mission when we were doing this toilet designing for persons with disabilities. So something struck me and I thought that how do I know who requires what? So actually I got people from Sukma, from Dantewada, from Narayanpur, from Jashpur, all people from hinterland, people with disabilities, tried to get different mix of people with disabilities, their caregivers, and had a open heart kind of conversation with them. And we did it in SIRD in Raipur, in State Institute of Rural Development, Raipur. So on one side of the big table, there were these different categories of people with disabilities, their caregivers and all. On the other side, I got professors from IIT Kharagpur, I got people from NID, I got toilet technologists, and I got all kinds of technocrat. There was a huge display on the side. So as and on, these people were talking discussing their problems. These professors were creating the drawing. That was being displayed. It took us 3 days for them to, and we told them that tomorrow you go back and while you are going to the toilet, you see what are other kinds of problems that you have. So this we spent 3 very intensive days and then we got the, ultimately came up with 7 designs, 7 into 3 designs for individual household toilets that could, the help, again, slight improvisation would require on the basis, case to case basis, but broad 7 into 3 designs we got because of this consultation, a direct consultation from them, and we also got 3 community designs. Now there was so many learning in this. One of the things that I never thought that many parents who had autistic children, they said that their children were very scared with commode because they would feel that they will drown. So in a public toilet where you are trying to make a universal toilet, you have to design it in such a way that both the things are there. So obviously more space is required. So we came up with such kind of, so that is something that is the power of Hindi में जिसे हम संवाद कहते हैं, the power of when you discuss, when you talk directly with the stakeholders. Now when you coming to the institutional mechanism, in institutional mechanism I think we very strictly need to work at a district level because that is a place which is happening place. They are the implementers, rest all are apex, right from Chief Secretary to all, apologies to all secretaries and everybody, they are all apex. They can pass, they can give certain instructions and all. You need to perhaps do your advocacy in 2 different directions, one at the higher level and one at the district level. District level, please, we need to work with the district collector, we need to work with the CEO Zilla Parishad, and we need to work with the Commissioner Municipal Corporation. These 3 are the major 3 heads and then their basic arms. So what I have started doing now is I do a district disability convergence planning. So this I have started with Maharashtra. We have done it in about 6 districts where we bring all the major key people, key departments, right from ICDS to education, health, social welfare, PWD, drinking water. So, and only the officers, we get there only the people, the first and the second ranking district level officers to come and participate in a 5-day workshop. It's very difficult because everybody say 5 दिन तो हो ही नहीं सकता है, 5 दिन तो हो ही नहीं सकता है. So there are two things to be done. One is, if an external agency comes and funds this, then it's ultimately it remains, if UNDP comes and funds it, it remains UNDP ka program hai. So my basic aim has always been that the district needs to spend money on these workshops. When they spend the money, then those pinches come and then they try to work on it. So we work with their budget. We try to take out that 5% allocation and help them redesign the model on disability planning, which includes all aspects. So we take a life cycle kind of an approach. In a life cycle approach, right from Anganwadi to all, and unfortunately we have also not, we haven't brought because the district disaster management centers in every district report directly to the collector. They are neither part of Zilla Parishad nor part of that administration. So somehow they get missed out. And what Asha Didi has just mentioned, that there is absolutely no convergence. Absolutely no convergence. So we are going to do 2 more district planning in between April and May, and I will make sure that we get the disaster management department also with us. So we are going to do it for Jashpur in Chhattisgarh and what's that? Janjgir Champa. These are the 2 we will start with in Chhattisgarh on the disaster. So institutional mechanism, we have to work with the district and work with the functionaries, right from doing this thing to, and of course we make the full plan for them, complete plan document we make for each district. So involve them, intensely, and so we give them, and also we say that during implementation and help the collector to, to do the monitoring, that try to bring the key points, monitoring points in the collector's review point. If you don't do this, then it's a scot-free. The collector will not ask, they will not do. If you have been able to enter those key points in the collector's review meeting, you will see everybody comes prepared. So these are some of the institutional mechanisms that I would think could be done at the implementation level.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think this was really good points. And, the first question where what I have been able to understand is, the first is, of course, while it is very, very important to have in each of the committees, people with differentially abled persons so that their voices are heard at that level, there is also a need to engage at the local level, specifically at the district level, as more and more funds are also going now to the district and the panchayats also. So there is a need for engagement. The second is also that we need to look beyond the traditional donors, so-called donors, and look at what in-house fund resources are available, and see and target those resources to be included, along with a proper review mechanism, which is so important. And of course, bring again designing part when we are talking about, bring it together so that all the stakeholders listen to each other on a single platform and design it. Moving away from the infrastructural point of view and the institutional mechanism we like, we have already heard from all our panel members that shock, any type of disasters or the climate change would exacerbate the impact of that shock specifically on the health issues. And it could be the physical health or it could be the mental health. Now, many of us have not really thought through about the mental health. Physical health, a lot of us talk about, and a lot of us try to do it. But mental health is something not very much talked about. So I would like the panel members to tell us something about their experiences about these, specifically the mental health issues which they have come across, and what could be the possible mechanism to take care of them at the local level, at the policy level where we need to bring in some changes, at the holistic level, so that some recommendations or we can work with the departments to bring about a change. I would first like to go with Asha Hans, ma'am.
I was hoping you would ask that question. So it's good that you did. But I'll begin with climate change and health per se, because one of the things that we have seen is that if it is very hot, as it has been in the last few years, that persons with disabilities feel this much more. I have seen in my own family, spinal cord injured persons, for us 20 degrees, for them would be 40 degrees. So the kind of heat that they bear, as well as those with multiple sclerosis, that also. So there are some things in climate change which is impacting health immensely. Heat is one thing that is affecting many of them. I've written some part of it, and I'm still writing on that. But on mental health, I've already written, and there is something available on the net. I did a kind of meeting with women with disabilities in Kendrapada at the coastal erosion which is taking place. And out of the people I met, say about 80% of them had had psychosocial disability, in a way that they had all been impacted with some kind of trauma to where they were concerned. One of the women said, she said in Odia, Ma, tumhe jani no, when we hear the sound of the sea again, and especially at night, the trauma that it creates. But there were others with a lot of, many of them had, they had sort of, it wasn't only trauma mental, but mental trauma which resulted in physical trauma. So they'd had strokes, and many of them were with strokes who could not walk anymore. And it was very surprising that whole families had it, both the husband and the wife. And if the children are migrating, then the kind of problems that would create. It's easy to say that we have done so much for persons with disabilities, but in climate, where the coast is concerned, I'm sorry to say that nothing has reached them. There were no wheelchairs if you don't have assistive devices. There were, I met disabled girls who were deaf, who'd never been to a school. And I'm not talking of a distance only 100 kilometers away. So if you need to give them psychosocial disability, those who have, if you need to support them, counseling, as you know, is very important. So we go back to what Samir was saying, that we need to work at the district level. And unfortunately, there is no counseling available anywhere. We've been fighting for that for a very, very long time, but we have not reached a stage where we have been understood. So that means much more advocacy is needed on that, that the amount of psychosocial disability increasing because of climate change, the government has to take cognizance of. They have to go there and see what is happening. And I'm not talking about disasters. I'm talking about climate change and the resilience and the coastal erosion that is taking place and the impact that is happening on persons, and especially on women with disabilities, because these programs always leave them out. People think that they don't need them anyway, they have too much work. So that is something that some focus had to be done. But also maybe we can bring out a study that can show what is happening with evidence-based study, which can show the government at both at the state and district and as well as the national level, that this is a very big priority that they have to.
Thank you so much, ma'am. May I just hand over the mic to Praveenji and ask him his views, what you think is required.
Yeah, thanks. I would actually echo what Ashaji said, because the main thing is, people with disabilities go through a lot of stress when it is any climate change situation, and we've seen that through any kind of disaster, be it tsunami or cyclone, floods, droughts, and the fear and anxiety is manifold. I mean, it increases because as people with disabilities, we already have certain fears and anxieties, and when it comes to any kind of situation, it definitely manifolds. So that's one. But there need to be more trained psychosocial support mechanisms, both from the government and civil society side, because psychosocial support is very limited in post-disaster, particularly post-disaster, and recovery and rehabilitation process. So there's dearth of psychosocial technical capacity as such, both at the government machinery and in civil society. So how do we build that in terms of be it para psychosocial volunteers or people who have that ability to support people with disabilities in those kind of situations. So that's definitely one takeaway. But also the other aspect which also Ashaji mentioned is the assistive devices component. So in any kind of rescue or relief efforts, we haven't come across adequate support for assistive devices, because already, as I said, people, when there is a disaster or when there is a cyclone, flood, etc., people's assistive devices are either broken or they're lost. So how do you actually support them at that? So, we need to keep that. And that also multiplies the situation, their mental situation, once the assistive devices are broken or lost. So we need to keep that into consideration and also engage the workers, frontline workers, orient them on these aspects so that they're able to support them and give that counseling and support services with the required assistive devices, be it wheelchair, crutches, walking, white canes and so on. So that's one part of it. But also, I would like to say, lastly, is engage people with disabilities in all conversations. As Samirji earlier mentioned, it's a very good example that he mentioned, where if you have to design a program, even for toilets, accessible toilets, people with disabilities are the best people to say what they require. So even if it is the mental challenges or any situation that they're going through, they need to be engaged in that process. Don't look at people with disabilities as mere receivers, but also participants and contributors to the process. So you might have, and I've experienced this in Nepal and Zimbabwe, where I work mostly. So we have blind people supporting other blind people. We have deaf people who go out to the communities and reach out to other deaf people. So we also look at people with disabilities as agents of change. So that's one part. And nothing without us. So, that maxim saying that nothing for us without us, that's an old maxim. I would say nothing without us, basically. So, that's something which we need to drive forward. And my last point is, with due respects, Madam Chair, is, let's use right terminologies. Because once you look at Praveen as a different person, your mindset is saying that, oh, Praveen is blind, he's different. I'm not different. I am also with all of you, and everybody, we recognize that everybody has different needs. It's just that I need, as a blind person, because of the barriers in society, I cannot move around or I cannot read a book. I need a text-to-speech software. There's a small story, I'll just take 20 seconds. When the spectacles, somebody invented the spectacles, right? The first person who used the specs, they tested on him or her, they thought that person is different. Now you see, you just go to any shop, you get a spectacle. The size that you need or the power that you use, and it's become like common. Okay, I'm just wearing a specs. It's not like I'm different or something. So please don't look at people with disabilities as differently abled. Everybody in this room is differently abled. I can challenge you on that. But yeah, so we'll keep that for the next day, another story. But yeah, please recognize people with disabilities, and there are disabling conditions and barriers in society that hinders our full and equal participation. And stop at that. People with disabilities have specific needs, and let's respect those needs. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I accept it. Sometimes we keep on, the terminologies keeps on changing, and we are also sometimes held back because of what terminologies we use and how we use it at what point. So we'll keep that in mind. What you have said is, of course, very, very important. When you look at it, people being becoming agents of change, and every aspect, you are part of the community, and needs of each of the member of the household is so important. And you cannot have a house built into a home without equal participation. So keeping this in mind, may we also ask Jason to provide his thoughts?
Sure. Well, just to pick up on the talk of euphemisms, certainly I think sometimes we try to be over-considerate, and in the process it becomes more exclusionary. In the term here that has really stood out for me, and I don't want to be the language police, and I know people in India use English differently than we do in the US, but I've heard people with disabilities sometimes referred to here as godly abled, that, specially abled, godly abled, and to me that sounds so condescending. But I'd like to hear what people with disabilities in India feel about being referred to as godly abled.
No comments.
Yeah. So. Is it okay? Is that where it comes from? Okay, well, let's steer clear of that one then. But no.
Just to tell you, this was not accepted by the larger community of people with disabilities, but it was actually imposed upon. So as far as the opinion of people with disabilities goes, no, it was not accepted.
Yeah, I'd like to see some pushback against using that term. I think people with disabilities are often portrayed as victims or inspirational one way or another, and I think to call someone, saying that someone who has a low vision disability, for instance, is godly abled or has some sort of special abilities is just,
Come to me after the session, I'll bless you.
Oh, great. Yeah. Well, anyhow, I think I've lost track of the original question, but in terms of psychosocial disabilities, unfortunately, it's not something that I've touched on yet during my reporting. There, I do have some plans while I'm in Sri Lanka later this year to touch on that, and especially vis-a-vis trauma caused by disasters on women with disabilities or gender non-conforming people with disabilities. But what I can say, though, is that all we have to do is look at the COVID-19 pandemic and see how that has exacerbated mental illness, underlying mental conditions. I had a friend who I lost to suicide during the pandemic who had battled with depression for years, and it had come back during the pandemic. I can't be too clear on the connections there, but certainly any sort of disruption to daily life, to the norm, can completely throw off someone's mental well-being. And I think for people with disabilities who, maybe even more so people with developmental disabilities, those who are on the autism spectrum, there is a certain reliance on patterns and familiarity. And when all of these systems are, thrown off kilter because of something, a disaster, whether it be a natural disaster, a pandemic, an earthquake, whatever, war, then right, I think we can see how trauma can lead to even worse outcomes.
Thank you so much for those points. Can I go over to you, Samichi?
Yeah. I think there's no two thoughts about it, that any kind of disaster, be it a cyclone, be it earthquake, or be it drought for that matter, the psychological frame and the basic hit with the mental health is quite vivid. It's quite seen, quite challenging. But I think the problem, one of the major problem, is what Asha Didi said, that counseling is certainly one of the major area that we need to look into. Where do you put these counselors in? Where do you get these counselors? They are very, very less in supply, and especially in disaster prone area, to get them there or to even prepare it itself becomes difficult. So I think we could look into many times people would require just to talk for a longer time, give comfort, and not typically in the sense of those professional counseling. That is currently a luxury. In terms of human resources, that is currently a luxury as far as India is concerned, and that's a reality. It's a long way to go. We have the gap of the psychiatric treatment in India and the mental health. If you look into it, it is phenomenal. It is absolutely phenomenal. And in India, the concept is, unless you're gone completely bonkers, you don't have a mental health issue. The stress, the other kinds of mental health issues, which manifest quite vividly, but we don't take that as a mental health issue. But they slowly exacerbate and things go worse. So again, as my habit, I look for certain solutions. And what I feel is, now the government has also created lots of people's organization as institutional mechanism. One of the biggest people's organization in this institutional mechanism has been created by the National Rural Livelihood Missions, where you have three-tier system. One is the SHGs, then they are federated into a village organization at panchayat level, and a few village organizations come as a cluster level federation. And cluster level federation is the place where they are registered bodies. And that every state has got this cluster level federation. It's a beautiful structure for that matter. And I think we need to invest training in the cluster level federation. There are active women, and I have done one experiment with cluster level federation in Rajasthan. There we created a cadre called RRPs, that's Rehabilitation Resource Persons. These RRPs have been trained for 42 days, first in Kolkata, and 12 days in Kolkata and 30 days in their own places where the trainers have gone there and hand-holded them for CBR work, the community-based rehabilitation work. So now these people, and this we have done in 4 blocks of Kota, Jhalawar, and 2 blocks in Udaipur. So in 4 blocks we have done a complete saturation of these 4 blocks, right from enumeration of persons with disabilities to getting into livelihoods. But these RRPs, with their training, they are now doing basics of sign language teaching, they are doing mobility training, they are even making those little CP chairs with the help of local materials. So that kind of investment has been done at the grassroots. So they are all now there, and they are paid through a mechanism of the CLF, this cluster level federation, who monitors their work at that level, and that works. So I feel investment as a cluster level federation, people right from disaster preparedness to make them understand, and there perhaps we can create what we call is either barefoot or you can say a kind of basic counselors. And that is where I think at that level the counseling services would be available, and which is cost effective and perhaps more practical.
Can I end with one sentence?
Yes.
I was hoping someone else would bring this up, but it hasn't come up. One of the things with psychosocial disability, what happens in climate change, also happen in disasters, is institutionalization. If a woman says that, she has problems, psychosocial disability, the easiest thing to do is to put her in a shelter, in a home, in an institution. So we are saying, as persons with disabilities, please end institutionalization. What he said it very softly, I am not so soft as Samir is, that where institutionalization is concerned, to put especially women under the trauma of ICT, giving them the kind of treatment that should not be given and which has been refused by even doctors themselves, is something that is still continuing. Then what is the answer? The answer is what Samir said, and I'll put it in a different way. Under Article 19 of the United Nations CRPD, Commission on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, it says that everyone has the right to be independent and to live in the community. So your support system has to come from the community. You cannot institutionalize them, and that should end.
Right. Thank you so much to the panel members. I think this was very, very important for us to understand. One is that, when we look at the psychosocial care in overall also, it is very lacking. And specifically dealing with mental trauma after the disasters, as you rightly ma'am pointed out. But with climate change, the issues are becoming a little different from what we thought was disasters. For us in Odisha, disasters was only cyclone and floods mostly. While now we are talking about soil erosion as a part of it, or a heat stress. And I think that's important. If you really look at one of the biggest things is, there's an article which has been there on net for last 2 days, is the dead fish in one of the coast of Australia. And it's not in just thousands, it's in lakhs and it's in crores. And the amount of stress it would put on the people, and then subsequently on the people who are differentially abled, because their livelihood or maybe their secondary livelihood may be lost. So I think it's very, very important for us to also examine what are the new risks which are emerging, and specifically in terms of the heat, which is very, very important, because many of us would be in the homes which are not designed to take that heat. And that could bring in another type of trauma. Thank you very much to the panel. I would like to open up the floor here for some of the queries and questions if you have for the panel members. And then we'll finally end up with a last question. If any of the audience would like to ask some questions or have some queries or want to share something. I think there are. I don't think so. Yeah, can you just give him mic? We have actually another half an hour.
Is it audible?
Yes.
So I was hearing to all, I mean, you have made so much, explicit observation, recommendations and everything. But the main thing is, at the end of the day, the government has to do it. So what we require the most is to sensitize the government, the people working there. Because, I have somehow an access to the highest executives working in the government. And let me, without taking names, the highest positioned person in the CMO, in the Chief Minister office, when what Asaji was referring about the disability cell, and when I went to him and told why it is not getting done, he told me, Jitendra, do you think for someone to be a feminist, one has to be a woman only? So what he meant to say was that you don't need disabled people in disability cell to look for their welfare. We are good enough to do it and we are doing it. I said, sir, if that is your point of view, then what more I can tell? And another thing I'll tell you, from time to time, because I am very active on social media, they keep inviting me to the CMO and tell me, let us, have some recommendations that you think will help, improve the lives of people with disabilities in the state. So every time I go there, I give them 7 to 8 recommendations. But last time they asked me, and it was when I went there for the 3rd time, I said, while you are asking me for the recommendation, sir, can you please tell me what has happened to the earlier recommendations that I have given you? There is nothing you have to tell about, what you are working. You are only maybe, sir, I have a personal rapport with them. So the only thing you are trying to do is to make us feel good. Like Jason was telling, calling this godly award. So this godly award of this Divyang term was coined to make us just feel happy with words. मतलब बातों में खुश करने का एक तरीका था, without doing any substantial work, without doing any work, only to make us happy with words, that term was coined. So my point always is that at the end of the day, whatever we discuss here in the meetings or whatever suggestions we make, at the end of the day, it is the onus is on the government to do it. So how we sensitize the people sitting there, how to put pressure on them. Because recently I saw that there was an agitation in the street of Bhubaneswar. Some thousands of drivers met, and immediately the office called them and had a negotiation with them. So, but in the field of disability, I don't find them to have such a collective force. They are all very fragmented. There are many intellectuals sitting and discussing things. Asaji has written many books, and as she was telling, the NDMA guideline has been written by her. But what is about the implementation? The Home Minister will call her and felicitate her, but he will not implement that. So the thing is, I mean, that is where we need to get it. How to put pressure on the administration. And the other thing is, if you can mobilize the people on ground, people with disability. Somebody, couple of days back was telling me from the visually impaired, group people. So he was telling me, he was giving me suggestions. Sir, kindly can you give it to the Chief Secretary? I said, I can give it, but I am not sure what will be done on it. So, but if 500 or 1,000 of you can come with me, then I can assure you it is definitely going to have an impact. Introductory going there, telling sir, we have a suggestion, he will just say, okay, we'll look into it, and again I will come back, so nothing is going to happen. So that is, my question to you will be, what we can do to A, sensitize the government or the people working there at the highest level, B, mobilize people with disability so that they come for their demands. So that the government at the end of the day, they look at the electoral benefit of thing or something like that, So if more people are voicing an opinion, if they think that it is going to put them in a bad light, then they are more likely to do something about it. But if it is not affecting their image, then they will just sit silently and go about I don't know. So thank you, Annie. That is what I wanted to tell.
Thank you so much. This is a very, very important thing. And I think that's something which we also really need an answer for. Can I ask any of the panel members to respond? Who would like to respond? You would, sir. Yes, sir, please. Go ahead.
There is no shortcut to collectivism. That if the government understands, they will get sensitized and everything once we have a force. This has been very well demonstrated by West Bengal, called Paschim Bongo Rajya Pratibandhi Sammellani, where there are over 60 lakh people are members. They are all in their panchayats and all, and with one stroke of word, now of course with Mamata Banerjee government going, that has taken a little back seat. But they used to come on the street everywhere. They would block the roads in the districts, at the respective districts. They would block the roads in Calcutta. That's how they have got their bus passes. That's how they have got their lots of entitlements done. Sorry?
This is the way to do
it. Yes. Because quite honestly, sensitizing today in the world of internet and in the world of so much of information being there, all these top bureaucrats are, in Hindi jo kehte, they are all Gyan Papi. They know all these things, so they know everything, but they won't do it until such time you have created some kind of a nuisance. So quite honestly, I don't see any shortcut to collectivism. I think at some point, long back, I remember when the 95 Act was enacted, I had also come here in Bhubaneswar, and there was a very good group in Odisha. I don't know whether they are still there. That was a very good group which was there. I think something similar we need to revive up in every state. In Maharashtra, we have a different little story. There's a guy or a politician called Bachchu Kadu. He is, I call him a minister for nuisance, because he has various these subgroups, women's group, child rights group at the village. He has got a disability group called Prahar. All these groups he has kept small groups. And what he does is create, whenever he wants something to be done or him to be heard. He is a member of Legislative Assembly, he is an MLA now. And then finally, what he has done is he has got, now if you see the news in the month of December, 3rd December, the Department of Disability got inaugurated. And that was because of him. He has been creating such kind of small nuisances. But he is practically playing the game of collectiveness, but he has found out his niche, and every party, he's an independent guy, every party gives cognizance to him. So I think these are some of the things, and lastly, yes, there's no shortcut to collectivism.
All right. Sami or any of you?
Yeah, I will put it in another way, that Samit, that was the network which Ashok had set up for the 95 Act, but it didn't work in 2014. When the new bill came, I work on gender, and when I looked at the new bill, there was nothing there. I went to the secretary. I said, Tutte ji, ye kya hua? Are, Asha ji, 7.1 to hai. I said, we've been confined to Article 7.1. Is that the way? But we could no longer march on the streets that we had done earlier, where we had thousands and thousands of us at march. But we found a new way. And that way was that we got together through other, like for example, if there are those who had the blind organizations, we had the Women with Disability India Network, which I had set up. We all got together, and together we changed the law. So there were 10 people, but they had the mandate of millions of persons with disabilities. And whenever we want that, everyone is willing still to come out on the roads. But we have to strategize at certain point what we want. And sorry about that disability cell, it never came up, despite all our efforts. I'm sure we won't give it up, it'll come sometime. Anyone else? Praveen?
Oh, Praveen. No, you want to? I'm fine. Yeah, no, just add on quickly. I think collaboration is also important because, these aspects do work. But nowadays, it's also challenging. And like both of them said, these happened in the past, and like how you mentioned as well. But how do you collaborate also? And, as Samirji rightly mentioned, people know the solutions these days. It's just that attitudinal block what we've been talking about from the beginning. So how do you break that attitude, or look at it from a collaborative perspective that, okay, this is not acceptable. This is, can we have a consultation across the table? Those kind of things are not happening in the recent, trend that we are seeing. So can we bring that back? That's something which we also need to look at. Yeah, thanks.
Maybe one thing I could add is just that, we can't completely expect the non-disabled world to make these changes. I think people with disabilities, of course, need to advocate for themselves and also overcome the stigma of disability. And one thing that's really stood out to me since coming to India is the incredibly low percentage that the previous census has that indicates how many people have a disability. It's 2.5, something of that nature. Now, I understand that in the census that is due in the next year or so, that the categories have been expanded, so I think we can see an expansion of how many people identify as having a disability in India. I mean, just to put it in context, globally, they say 15%, 1 out of 5 people have a disability. In the US, we say 1 out of 4, roughly 25% of Americans have a disability. We have quite an expansive categorization of what constitutes as a disability in the US. But I can dare only speculate here that social taboos about disability, stigma, shame is a leading reason why not as many people here identify as having a disability. So I think educating people with disabilities about their rights, about to not be ashamed about their disability, is crucial, because you can't really expect policymakers or other decision makers to understand the needs or care about the needs of people with disabilities unless people with disabilities also care about those. And that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think I just been informed that there are some online participants also who wanted some questions, had some questions. Can we have those questions, please?
What happens is the climate change is also more in terms of, everybody's looking at it, the weather changes and other things, rather than, the ozone or climate change. The issues with this, yes. I think the understanding is, that understanding of the climate change has to still come in.
While we are waiting, ma'am has brought out a very, very important point. And she said, we have mostly talked about or shared our experiences in terms of, the disasters or what has happened. But we have no, you have a question. Yeah, just let me finish this line. Okay. But we have not really talked about the climate change aspect, except, one point which she had brought up was the heat wave impacts. So maybe we collectively also need a little more research and a little more understanding, building up understanding on the climate change and how is it going to impact, what it is going to do. So maybe we'll park this question and for just before we ask the young lady to ask her question, please.
Good afternoon everyone. Actually मेरा सवाल प्रवीण सर से और समीर सर से है. अभी आप दोनों बहुत अच्छे मुकाम में हैं, तो आप जब इस मुकाम में पहुंचने से पहले आपको शुरुआत में बहुत सारे चैलेंजेस का फेस करना पड़ेगा, तो उस वक्त आप अपने आप को कैसे मोटिवेट कर रहे थे?
Here's the mic if you need it. Oh yeah, Praveen, here's the mic.
कि मैंने अपने आप को कैसे मोटिवेट किया था, लेकिन बस यही बात है कि एक प्रिंसिपल लेकर चला कि कहीं अगर समस्या है तो उसका समाधान भी ज़रूर है. इसी प्रिंसिपल को साथ में लेते हुए मैंने आगे बढ़ा था और एंड दैट एक्चुअली पेड ऑफ बिकॉज दैट इज़ व्हाट क्रिएट्स अ काइंड ऑफ अ पॉजिटिविटी इन यू. और पॉजिटिव अगर आप नहीं रहोगे तो फिर चाहे मैं हूँ या चाहे आप हैं, चाहे कोई भी हो, तो ये सबके लिए एक मुश्किल बात है. तो पॉजिटिविटी इज़ द मेन थिंग और देन टेक इट एज इट कम्स. थिंक दैट प्रॉब्लम्स आर देयर. इफ देयर आर प्रॉब्लम्स एंड देयर आर सॉल्यूशंस समवेयर, यू नीड टू फाइंड आउट दैट.
थैंक यू सर.
जी सो मेरा भी सिमिलर है। तो ज़्यादातर हम ये सोचते हैं कि अरे मुश्किल तो हम देख नहीं पाते हैं तो इसीलिए हमारे लिए बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किल होता है। बट वैसे आप अगल बगल में देखते हैं तो सबको कुछ ना कुछ परेशानी है ही। तो जैसे यू टेक लाइफ एज इट कम्स, एज समीर जी मेंशन, तो मैं भी ऐसे ही देखा। एंड जो अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ जो है वो देखते गया कि कैसे कहाँ पर हम अपना जो क्षमता है वो दिखा पाए। मतलब व्हाट आर द स्ट्रेंथ्स को कैसे हम उसमें कैसे वर्क कर पाए, कैसे उसमें काम कर पाए। काफ़ी सारे बाधाएं आए, मतलब ऐसा ही नहीं, बहुत लोग बोले कि आप तो देख नहीं पाते हैं गांव में जाके कैसे काम करेंगे, सोशल वर्क सेक्टर में कैसे काम करेंगे, वो सब बाधाएं बहुत जगह आए। बट फिर भी एक लक्ष्य था कि नहीं, मुझे तो लोगों के लिए काम करना है। और एक रोज़ एवरीडे, इवन नाउ कुछ ना कुछ सीखने के लिए मिलता है। तो हर रोज़ एक नया रोज़ है। तो ये इसी भावना से मतलब आगे बढ़ते हैं और जो अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ है, अवसर है, उसको ग्रैब करते हुए लोगों को सेंसिटाइज करते हुए ऑन द जर्नी। सो दैट्स हाउ आई हैव ग्रोन लार्जली। थैंक्स।
थैंक यू सर। सर और एक बात है, जैसे कि हम स्कूल, आंगनबाड़ी ये सब में हम पढ़ाते हैं ना, बच्चों को अलग सब्जेक्ट होता है या फिर सिलेबस में मतलब सब्जेक्ट देते हैं। तो मैं कहती हूँ कि अगर हम लोग को साइन लैंग्वेजेस के ऊपर में अगर कुछ सब्जेक्ट होगा, तो जैसे कि नेचुरल डिजास्टर के वक्त हमें जितना प्रॉब्लम होता है, PWD को भी इतना प्रॉब्लम होता है। अगर हम बच्चों को अगर स्टार्टिंग से ही साइन लैंग्वेजेस के ऊपर में बताएंगे तो उनको समझ में आ जाएगा और उनको बाद में ये नहीं लगेगा कि ये जो मतलब जो हमारे साथ में जो हैं, जिन्हें दिखाई नहीं देता या फिर वो बोल नहीं सकते, तो वो हमसे अलग है, ये सोचेंगे ही नहीं। तो मेरा सवाल ये था कि मतलब अगर हम स्कूल में, अगर आंगनबाड़ी में हो या कॉलेजेस में हो, साइन लैंग्वेजेस अगर इन्वॉल्व करेंगे तो हमारे साथ साथ हमारी सोसाइटी में भी बहुत सारा इफेक्टिव होगा।
ज़रूर, ये आपने बहुत अच्छा पहल बताया। आप स्कूल में अगर टीचर है या पढ़ाते हैं तो सभी बच्चों को साइन लैंग्वेज पढ़ाइए और ब्रेल भी पढ़ाइए। मतलब इट विल बी अ लर्निंग फॉर एवरीवन। सब लोग उसमें शामिल होंगे, सब लोगों को उसमें एक एक्टिविटी के तौर पर भी वो उसको महसूस करेंगे और सीखेंगे भी, आगे उनको उपयोग भी होगा। तो ऐसे एक हमने एक्सपेरिमेंट किया था नाइजीरिया में, एक प्रोग्राम में इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन का, जहाँ पे सब बच्चों को साइन लैंग्वेज वहाँ का सिखाया, जो हियरिंग है और हार्ड ऑफ हियरिंग एंड डेफ बच्चे हैं, तो उनको भी सिखाया, सब लोगों को सिखाया। तो अभी वहाँ पे सब लोग उसको एक मैनुअल भी क्रिएट किया गया था उसके लिए, वो, और सब लोग उस स्कूल में, अभी स्कूल्स जहाँ पे भी हम काम किए हैं वहाँ पे साइन लैंग्वेज जो सब लोग यूज़ करते हैं। सो इट्स अ गुड इनिशिएटिव एंड आई एम हैप्पी दैट यू मेंशन। आप उसको पहल करिए। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सर।
You need to add to that the deaf people have been asking for deaf language to be included in the other languages in the constitution, both in India and abroad. तो वो कह रहे हैं कि ये जो हमारा language है is also a language like Odia, Marathi. So please include it in your constitution as one of the languages. That has also been done.
Thank you so much to the panel members. The questions online?
Yeah, we're just taking 2 minutes to get it connected. So maybe there are other
Yes,
Good afternoon to all the panelists. Maybe my question might be a bit repetitive. I think we touched upon a lot of different subjects. For me, one of the two things which stood out is that I'm currently working with different communities, and climate change and, if I could call it, the concept of disability, both of them are kind of very not much understood at that level. So how do we tackle that? How do we reach out to the community so that they are sensitized and they take the steps on their own onus? Because yes, sensitizing the policymakers, the higher levels at the government is important, but I think there's a lack of understanding in the community itself that persons with disabilities are also human beings, and if we are catering to their needs, we are also kind of, empowering them, and by itself, we are, kind of reducing the dependency on ourselves, which we kind of see as like, oh, they depend on us, that kind of thing. So how do we kind of approach these communities to understand, climate change and people with disabilities are not like something very different or an alien concept, but more at a human level where everybody can, be impacted together, if that makes sense.
You want to?
Yeah, I think, see, preparedness is one thing, and also going back to what Ashaji was saying, climate change is here and it is here to stay. So it's how do we get prepared for these kind of situations? We know we are getting prepared for hot climates. We know we are getting prepared for worse winters. Floods are going to happen. So educating all people, particularly people with disabilities, through the appropriate means, communication, be it sign language or use of other alternative communication boards and so on, is very, very important. How do you prepare them for the future? And it's not going to change, it's going for the worse, unfortunately. So preparedness is something which we need to focus on, and how we can engage people with disabilities, educate them, and also see how they can be agents of change, which I'm talking about from the beginning. We also can contribute to reduce, reuse, reduce, and what's the third? Recycle. Yeah. So reduce, reuse, and recycle. So you go everywhere. You see plastic. Plastic is, you buy a packet of chips, there's plastic. So how we also can contribute to reducing the consumption is what everybody can think of, and people with disabilities can be champions in that.
Just a little thing that I've seen in my reporting, whether it's here or in Bangladesh, is that people, and I've been visiting, rather poor communities where education is not available. Many of the people with disabilities I've met have never heard of climate change. This is kind of a nebulous term that I think, that, people in academia and advocacy and people who are very media literate are all aware of. But for people who have day-to-day struggles, the last thing they're thinking about is, the temperature rising in the Bay of Bengal. But I have found that when talking to people with disabilities in these communities, it's best just to, not to necessarily, you don't want to seem pandering to them, but to cite very tangible examples. So when I've interviewed people about these severe weather and the changing of the monsoon season, I ask them, how has fishing changed in your community? How has farming changed? What about rainfall? And I think that's one way to, give context to people with disabilities in these communities about making them more aware about climate change by really sticking to, hard facts, things that they can really relate to their own life's experience. Because I think if we go into some of these communities talking about these, big IPCC reports and all these other models and projections, I think we're going to lose a lot of people. But when you stay as close to heart as possible, giving tangible examples, I think that's one way that awareness can be raised across the board.
Can I come in now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rachna, and I'm working with the International Labour Organization on disability inclusion. So thank you very much for such a diverse and rich discussion. My question is with Mr. Sameer Ghosh. When he was talking about his experience of developing disability convergent plans in the districts. So I have a clarification. One is that are these plans prepared for an organization like UNDP, or are they for the government? And if they are for the government or with the government, what has been the experience in the implementation of these convergent plans that you have helped to prepare in, I think, 4 or 5 districts? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, I can.
Yeah. So basically, yes, these were all for the governments, and I did for 5 districts in Maharashtra and 3 districts in Bihar, and now I'll be doing 2 more districts in Chhattisgarh. All these plans are from the resources of the district authority, directly of the district authority. The plan, what we do is we do a kind of a convergence plan workshop, and subsequently we take the 5% allocation of the budget as per 2016 Act and try and help them to replan their strategies in each department, like right from education to the PWD to Swachh Bharat Mission, and show them how exactly you can utilize that fund which you have to mandatorily use. And then we prepare a plan document and hand it over to them. The experience of implementation has been good in actually 3 districts in Maharashtra, and Bihar, it hasn't been in the 3 districts that we have done. I haven't gone back and checked what have they done, but out of 5, 3 districts have done this implementation of the plan as per. But again, the problem that I have seen is they haven't done the second year plan of their allocation in the same manner. The first year that we helped them to make, they followed that plan. And again, thing is that the new district collector comes, and how much emphasis he gives is also so you have to kind of keep on reinforcing this. So lastly, what I tried to do was talk to the planning secretary, principal secretary planning in the government of Maharashtra, and I am still working on it so that allocation for district disability convergence plan happens at the DPDC level, that is District Planning and Development Council. So once that allocation comes, then every district do not have to look for fund or try to usher fund from 2-3 places. Currently, that is what has been happening. And this happened in the 3 out of 5 districts. The same district collector with whom I did the first plan went on becoming district collector. He was district collector in Thane. Then when he went to Sindhudurg district, he called me. Then he went to Aurangabad district, he called me. So the same district collector went on, but he did manage to do 3 district planning. But after that, now he is with the government of India, so obviously it's different. And after that, the second phase of the planning hasn't happened. But 3 districts, since the district collector was also keen, he saw to it that implementation also happens in line with the plan.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Any more questions? No. Thank you. You have another question? Please, good. And I think this we will do is the last question, and then we close this session.
If I may go back to my previous question, I mean, I was just thinking over what you had said. One of the things which I realized from going over various articles and books and publications by you guys and many other authors, and from my own little experience, if I could call it that. So the approach towards persons with disabilities, their acceptance, again, if I'm going back to the community level, in the rural setting, I see a more, empathetic or sympathetic approach, and where they're kind of this collective thing kind of becomes highlighted. So where they come together and they're like, okay, so there are people in our community, so we must work together, we must come together. But to me, it seems like that's kind of missing in the urban settings, and most of the discourse which happens, like decision making, comes from a more urban perspective or people based in that in those premises. So how do we kind of balance out those and make disability or discourses on disability more understandable for people in the urban context, so that I feel like they are not as much sensitive or sensitized upon like disability or subject of disability. So how do we kind of take a balanced approach where people in both urban and rural context are taken into consideration and they are sensitized, or even in a general public level? Yes, please.
You see, you have to see the kind of a pattern of the two society differently. In rural society, there has been a tradition. There has been a tradition even from the government side since early, since mid 60s, to organize and give people or the schemes and things, right from IRDP to CDP to various kind of schemes, where collectivization and bringing together has been somehow part of various schemes of Government of India. So you will always find that there is a cohesiveness in the rural society of India, right? Again, within rural society, you will find there's of course, I'm not going into the very strict caste equation and things. Again, tribal society is little different, but still you will find that there is a sense of collectivism. In urban setting, and more if you go to see the big urban cities, tier 2 cities, tier 1 city, tier 2 and tier 3 cities, again you will find comparatively a little better cohesiveness. Tier 1 city becomes more problematic because people have arrived in the, especially if we are talking the poor society, the slum areas have arrived from all over India with different cultures, with different kinds of thought processes and all. But I think that collectivization of even the schemes unfortunately have not worked as far as the government schemes have not worked in urban area as it has worked in rural areas. Let us take an example of the National Rural Livelihood Mission and National Urban Livelihood Mission. Both are known to be the largest poverty elevation program as far as the government of poverty elevation program of the world, not only in India, our largest poverty elevation program of the world. But look at the implementation of National Urban Livelihood Mission, the success rate, and look at the implementation of the National Rural Livelihood Mission and the success rate. So the collectivization hasn't happened, and hence there has not been a cohesiveness in the urban society, which has hindered and the understanding of any phenomena for that matter, be it disability, be it child rights, or any other social phenomena. That has not happened. But I think what one has to do is, perhaps if you want to look into that, you have to look into local institutions, the clubs, the other places, whatever you have, and sensitize them to sensitize the rest of the people, because urban society is also very big, isn't it? And the population density is much more. So you have to work with the local institutions, the people's institution. I'll keep on emphasizing on that you have to work with the people's institution to take it forward, particularly when it comes to the awareness campaign.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. If you want to, yeah, please.
Yeah, so I just want to add that, the nomenclature of urban society and rural society are totally different. We all know, living in urban areas, that, we ourselves don't know who the neighbor is. Yeah, we live in high-rise apartments, we don't know who our neighbors is. But if you go in a village, you have at the tola level, the family or the individual unit will know everybody in that particular lane, and that's the community collectiveness that they have. But in terms of interventions in the urban areas, to be honest, I've not come across any self-help group concept, for example, a self-help group concept working in a urban area, or any other such groups working in an urban area. But in the recent past, what I've observed is a lot of these groups online or using social media, there are many groups. So we have a group for so it's a specific group. It's called Access India. It's visually impaired and blind people talk about issues of accessibility on that particular platform. So largely, I mean, it cuts across urban and rural kind of a context. So using technology these days, maybe WhatsApp groups or self-help groups online could help. I mean, somebody can do a experiment on that and see if it works. But yeah, in the urban areas, there are challenges, as you said, to bring people together and work on self-help, support each other. But yeah, technology can be one of the enablers there.
Can I go back to my academics? Anything that is there is not homogeneous. You cannot make urban and rural homogeneous. You have to break them down, look at the hierarchies, and then the understanding is much more clearer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all the panel members. The key takeaways from this particular panel sessions are, we need a more awareness campaigns to actually understand both climate change and the needs with respect to PWDs, because we still are stuck at, somewhere at the disaster risk management. So there is a more need and more understanding, more discussions about it. The second point which came up very clearly was that we need to have more networking between each of the different intersectionality of PWD, because we still don't have it. We also need, along with this, when we are creating the networks, we have to have a lot more in-depth data, and that data collection and data analysis is also very much required for our is we still are miles and miles away from behavioral change. Somewhere it's not just about the PWDs, but the general public at large. There is more empathy or sympathy within the rural areas, because we still are a homogeneous or a more connected community at that level. But as we are moving into the whole urbanized area, we need much more behavioral change. And that could only start if we include our conversations from the smallest learning center, that's Anganwadi, till our colleges and within our workspaces. The final suggestion is, while we have institutional mechanisms, we need to see if all these institutional mechanisms have ensured PWD representations and listening to the voices perfectly or not. And finally, the local institutions and people's groups, could be citizens organizations, could be SHG groups, could be youth clubs. They need to be brought into conversations, and we need to engage more and more work with them. I would end with thanking all my panel members for an excellent discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And it was a wonderful panel discussion, and hope you have taken many points with you and many informations with you. Now, before we end, to the panel discussion, I would now request Mr. Jayashankar sir, who is the founder member of Aaina, to come to the stage and please felicitate Abha ma'am. I'd request Dr. Shrabani Patnaik, Secretary of Law, to come to the stage and please felicitate Mr. Jason Strother. I would request Mr. Pradyumna founder member of Aaina, to please come to the stage and felicitate Mr. Praveen, sir. I'd request Neha ma'am to please come to the stage and felicitate Mr. Samir Ghosh. I'd request Ms. Namrita Chahal to come to the stage and please felicitate Professor Asa Hans ma'am. With this, I would request everyone.
Thank you, Smriti. Thank you, Ava, for this wonderful moderation and what wisdoms actually we had in this panel. And I wish, this could continue for the entire day or maybe days together. So there is a need of, this kind of discussion more and more as the entire panel felt. So let's see how we can create that opportunity and then come up with a very concrete action plan for the government. And also, like Samida said, let us start creating those kinds of changes even at the district level as a prototype and then think of escalating it. So thank you so much, the wonderful panelists, and thanks a lot for whatever you have spoken today and whatever enlightenment you have actually given to the whole house. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. आमे भी लंच पे जिबा वी आर विथ द एंड ऑफ द सेशन ए सेशन परे आम पाखे बहुत सारा फिल्म्स अच्छे आम डेटाबेस रे वेयर विल बी स्क्रीनिंग द नॉन कॉम्पिटिटिव फिल्म्स तो आमे भी लंच करिया पे जिबा फटाफट आसिकी अगेन विल बी रिज्यूमिंग बैक एट 2:30. थैंक यू.
corner under climate change impacts. Hence, climate change and disasters raise significant concerns of climate justice, fairness, equity, and access to remedy for people with disabilities who often remain largely invisible. In fact, people with disabilities are major stakeholders in combating the challenges of climate change.
Good afternoon everyone. Welcome to the next session of the day, screening of non-competitive films. We have films across India which we will be screening in this section. The first film that we are going to play is Accessible Odisha, which is 4 minutes duration by Nituranjan Das from India. Please play.
कलिंगर कला संस्कृति और भास्कर्य विश्व एक स्वतंत्र परिचय सृष्टि करिछि। कोणार्कर सूर्य मंदिर, मुक्तेश्वर मंदिर तोरण, खंडगिरी और ललितगिरी बौद्ध स्थापत्य एवं कलिंगर प्राचीन कीर्तिराजी आम गौरवमय इतिहास को रुद्धिमंत करे। रवींद्रनाथ टैगोर भाषा पत्थर रे सूक्ष्म कारुकार्यर भाषा मनुष्यर भाषा को अतिक्रम कर जाइछि। बेले बेले मने हुए एही कला और स्थापत्य को मन भरी उपभोग करिया को, किंतु आमे माने दृष्टिबाधित पाठ्य पुस्तक रे पढ़िबा व्यतीत आम मानक पई कोनोसी विकल्प व्यवस्था न थाए। मने पड़े पिला दिने थरे बापांको हाथ धरी राज्य संग्रहालय बुलियाको आसीथिली। ओडिशार इतिहास, कला, संस्कृति, स्थापत्य विषय अनेक कथा शुणा पाई। पत्थर निर्मित से सूक्ष्म कारुकार्य गुड़ी को किपरि देखा जाए ताहा जानिबा पाई मनरे अनेक कौतूहल सृष्टि होइतिले मध्य ताकू छुई पारि नथिली। निजको शारीरिक अक्षम बोली भाबिले जतिकी कष्ट न हुए ताठारु अधिक कष्ट हुए जेतेबेले आमको समान सुविधा सुजोग मिली न थाए। आज भी अनेक गुड़िए मंदिर और संग्रहालय रे सुसज्जित काच बाक्स भितरे संगृहित प्राचीन कीर्तिराजी को स्पर्श करिवार अनुमति मिली न थाए। आमे कहार दयार पात्र होई बंचिबाकू चाहुना। आमे आम अधिकार सह बंचिबाकू चाहुछु, पूर्ण स्वाभिमानर सह बंचिबाकू चाहुछु। CYSW NGO माध्यम रे ओडिशार कला संस्कृति को दृष्टि दिव्यांग मानक पाखरे पहुंचाइबार भिन्न एक प्रयास आरंभ कलु। ब्रेली पुस्तिका, ऑडियो कंटेंट, 3D चित्र माध्यम रे स्वतंत्र विद्यालय अध्ययनरत दृष्टि दिव्यांग छात्र मानकु अंतर्भुक्त कराइलु। कोणार्कर सूर्य घड़ी, मंदिरर भग्नावशेष, कांथरे निर्मित सूक्ष्म कारुकार्य, राज्य संग्रहालय प्रत्नतत्व विभाग, पाइक विद्रोहर ऑडियो विजुअल गैलरी, मुक्तेश्वर मंदिर रे खोदित देवादेवी, नाग एवं तोरण, पूर्वाशा आदिवासी संग्रहालय रे संग्रहित गंजाम लोककला आदि को स्पर्श करने सह पूर्ण ज्ञान अर्जन कलु। सामाजिक दृष्टिकोण रे परिवर्तन नितांत आवश्यक। ओडिशार कला, संस्कृति और पर्यटन को समस्तक पाखरे पहुंचाइबार दायित्व आम समस्तकर रहिबा उचित।
Wow, such an informative movie for us. The next film is God Knows of 13 minutes duration by Music Nest from Hong Kong.
有好多人話香港唔係俾人發夢嘅地方，不過我就係一個好鍾意發白日夢嘅人，因為喺夢入面真係有好多好開心嘅嘢㗎。你話如果夢境可以成真嘅話，咁就好啦。
係啊，一陣間嚟要整埋啲嘢先過到嚟。喂，唔係啱撞到個女仔啊，銀包唔要。
我支持，唔住啦個肚，我成日冇食嘢啦。你兩個就話練先啫，我哋呢啲凡人食嘢真係好緊要㗎。
係，而家就去買。
啊，我要魚柳標籤。
冇得揀啦，全部照計翻嚟計數。
死人啊！阿寶啊，你話下佢啦。Yeah! 小姐，小姐，哦，我呢？我想講，我係今朝啊喺街嗰度執到啊！你明唔明啊？
老豆豆。執到你銀包嗰個人靚唔靚仔先？你啱唔啱啊？
冇你咁恨識男仔啊！
嗱，我今晚家人有約，唔陪你啦，你自己返屋企小心啲啊！近排呢好多變態佬啊！
你因住自己約咗個色魔就真。 死啦，唔係真係有色魔啊嘛？
哎呀！冇事啊，我 OK 啊。咩？呢個係咩啊？色狼？呢個係色狼？唔係，我個樣係似色狼，但係我真係住喺呢頭嘅，即係呢頭啦。OK。
你係做咩㗎？
我係攝影師嚟㗎，啱啱外國翻嚟。係咧，呢個星期日得唔得閒？不如你做導遊，帶我周圍影下相啦。我都唔記得，原來喺電車上高睇香港係咁靚。
但係有人嫌電車太慢喎，想淘汰咗佢。
香港人真係現實，唔通所有嘢就係可以用錢嚟衡量㗎？咁你咧？你中唔中意電車？
我中意㗎，可以喺車上面發下白日夢，幾好啊！
咁你成日發咩夢啊？
我？
我上次嚟睇你嘅 show 嘛，我哋見過㗎。
哦，原來係你執到阿寶個銀包嘅，咁啱嘅。喂，阿寶，你知唔知啊？阿當幫我哋揾到唱片公司啊，等你填完詞，咁我哋就可以計劃安排出碟啦。
耶！咁我哋 ABO 樂團嘅夢想咪可以起飛咯！
喂，嚟咗啊？
得唔得，大監製？
喂，首歌咧，我覺得真係得喎。喂，尤其是啲歌詞咧，我覺得仲好。嚟你睇下。
海旁一路支持我哋。而家我哋為大家送上由阿寶作曲填詞嘅新歌《天知道》。
縱說有百萬人，但那一位可答允，會叫我能重拾信心。過去也有別人，求得如何接近，感覺幸福到了，但兩手卻抖震。即使有談情説愛的氣氛，為何卻變得敏感？
啱撞到個女仔啊，銀包唔要。咩介紹女仔俾我識？係咪傻㗎？一表人才，使咩你介紹啊？好啦，我盡快嚟啊！
天知道誰要我犧牲，才知道沒緣有份。學習為愛痛苦就是人生。
我到咗咯，你喺邊啊？得啦，我哋講翻正經嘢先。你咪話介紹個女仔俾我識嘅，係咪你嗰隊 band 嗰個？
冇你咁恨識男仔啊！
喂，你記得話咧，你要出街唔得閒陪佢喎。
你要識做咧。
得啦，食 buffet 啊嘛，死嗰度死。
如果佢唔係一場大病搞到嚴重弱聽，而家可能已經做咗歌手。
原來係咁啊！係啊，上次咧唔同你講咧，我有個唱片監製 friend 嘅，佢叫你 send demo 過去啊，如果 OK 幫你出碟。
真係㗎？得俾阿哥。
即使有談情説愛的氣氛，為何卻變得敏感？一想去愛便發現愛動魄驚心。天知道誰對我關心，才懂得怎去開心。天知道誰要我犧牲，才知道沒緣有份。學習為愛痛苦就是人生，流淚是最深刻教訓。得到答案亦得到了沒結果那一吻。偶遇過，訣別過，每段記憶窩心，約定過，背叛過，每段現有在心。天真到最後發現再沒法天真。天知道誰有過真心，回憶去為誰抱憾。天知道誰賜我身心，從此
我成日都發夢，夢見有好多人會鍾意聽我唱歌，欣賞我嘅音樂。咁你呢？你又會發啲咩夢㗎？
Hope you will all like the film. The next film is Sabki Asma by CBM and Trinayani from India.
सबकी है धरती सबका है आसमान,
सबकी है धरती सबका है आसमान,
हमें भी दो अधिकार
अधिकार, हमारा भी है ये जहान।
हमें भी दो अधिकार, हमारा भी है ये जहान। सबकी है धरती, सबका है आसमान। हमें भी दो अधिकार, हमारा भी है ये जहान। हमें भी दो अधिकार, हमारा भी है ये जहान।
हमारी ये चाह पूरी हो जाए, सबके साथ हम स्कूल में जाए।
हमारी ये चाह पूरी हो जाए, सबके साथ हम स्कूल में जाए। नाचे गाए खेले कूदे, सानिया सचिन बन जाए। हमारी ये चाह पूरी हो जाए, सबके साथ हम स्कूल में जाए। नाचे गाए खेले कूदे, सानिया सचिन बन जाए। सबकी है धरती, सबका है आसमान। हमें भी दो अधिकार, हमारा भी है ये जहान। हमें भी दो अधिकार, हमारा भी है ये जहान।
मौका दो, शामिल करो, धीरज तुम दिखाओ।
मौका दो, शामिल करो, धीरज तुम दिखाओ।
अपना बनाओ, हमें तरस न खाओ।
मौका दो, शामिल करो, धीरज तुम दिखाओ। अपना बनाओ, हमें तरस न खाओ।
देश के निवासी हम,
हमें दूर ना हटाओ।
देश के निवासी हम,
हमें दूर ना हटाओ। सबकी है धरती, सबका है आसमान। हमें भी दो अधिकार, हमारा भी है ये जहान। हमें भी दो अधिकार, हमारा भी है ये जहान। हमें भी दो अधिकार, हमारा भी है ये जहान। हमें भी दो अधिकार, हमारा भी है ये जहान। सबकी है धरती, सबका है आसमान। हमें भी दो अधिकार, हमारा भी है ये जहान। हमारी ये चाह पूरी हो जाए, सभी के साथ हम स्कूल में जाए। हमारी ये चाह पूरी हो जाए, हमारी ये चाह पूरी हो जाए। हमारी ये चाह पूरी हो जाए।
Wow, nice movie. The next film to be screened is You and Me by Joska Shravar from Sobhania.
Sam moitza pihler prihajam iz Ptuja, že od rojstva na vozítku zaradi cerebralne paralize. Sicer pa malo se ukvarjam tudi s pisanjem pesmi. Mami je v veliki večini kriva zato, ker uči na gimnaziji tuj slovenski jezik. In ona mi je pred leti pomagala ogromno, da sem izdala 5 svojih samostojnih pesniških zbirk. Ne. Ponavadi opisujejo partnersko ljubezen. Ne. Jaz, ko koga na novo spoznam, se vedno strašim tega novega stika. Zakaj? Zaradi tega, ker potem se bojim, kaj pa, če bom izgubila tega prijatelja. Ne? In večina mojih prijateljev, s katerimi smo navezali stik, je potem so ti stiki zelo kratkega diha. Bom rekla, kako je to mišljeno. Mišljeno je to tako, da zaživijo na novo, pa me pustijo samo. Ne? Pač nekaj časa jočem, mi je hudo, ampak pol se pa pridejo novi. Princa na belem konju ni belega viteza. Drugač pa meni je, sama nimam partnerja, zdaj trenutno samska, mi je pa partnerska ljubezen, bom rekla, čisto nekaj normalnega. Ni me sram sicer o tem govoriti, ampak je pa me strah, kako v bistvu bi to izgledalo. Tako da neke potrebe zdaj, da bi imela partnerski odnos ali pa da bi imela karkoli, da bi imela fanta, potem potrebe ne čutim. Ne.
Štela. 1, 2, 3. Visoko, visoko. Koliko se da stegni roke?
Tu imam v redu, na tej strani.
Stisni trebuh. Po konci velika, tako rasti. Super. Ok. Kar se čaka še?
Imela pa sem fanta, ki si je želel, pa pol ni iz tega nič ratalo, zaradi tega, ker sem pravočasno pač preprečila. No. Ker on meni ni bil tak, da bi rekla simpatičen, da bi z njim zaživela. Ponosna sem na tiste, ki se pa kljub temu vsakdanjemu vrvežu trudijo obdržati stik. Hvaležna sem vsem tistim, s katerimi še imam občasno stik, da bom cheese stack is crema. Drugačnost. Ni vsaka drugačnost le bolečina. Ni vsaka drugačnost le pesem spomina. Ni vsaka drugačnost le črna praznina. Je struna kitare, ki nežno odmeva, igra in prepeva. Ko se je dotakne človečnost, se ti skrivnost razodeva. Vidiš sonce in pisane trate, vidiš mavrico in kodre zlate. Ugotoviš, da drugačnosti ni, da vse resnično pomembno sva jaz in ti.
The next film is Handicapped Sikh by Khayali Das from India.
ঘড়িটাও খারাপ হয়ে গেল। চশমাতে জল পড়েছে তাও দেখতে পাচ্ছ না? বাস এসে গেছে। হে বাদাম কত?
2 টাকা।
দাঁড়াও, পার্সটা হয়তো আমার বাবাকে দেখেছেন এখানে আমার সঙ্গে দাঁড়িয়ে চা খাচ্ছিল?
না দিদি, দেখিনি তো। কাউকে খুঁজছেন?
হ্যাঁ, বাবাকে খুঁজছিলাম।
বাবার নামটা বলুন, ডেকে দিচ্ছি।
বাবা ডাকলেও সাড়া দেবে না।
কেন, কালা নাকি?
দুটো চোখেই গ্লুকোমা হয়েছে।
ইমিডিয়েটলি তোমার চোখের অপারেশন হবে। আচ্ছা ডক্টর, অপারেশনের পর বাবা চোখে ভালো দেখবে তো?
দেখো, যে নার্ভগুলো ড্যামেজ হয়ে গেছে সেগুলো রিকভার করা সম্ভব না, বাট ফার্দার যাতে আর ড্যামেজ না হয় সেই জন্য অপারেশনটা করা দরকার। মার্চ অপারেশনের ডেট ঠিক করি।
23শে মার্চ তোমার চোখের অপারেশন হবে। তুমি রাজি?
ঠিক আছে। আচ্ছা, তোমার বাবা কি করেন?
রেলওয়ে এমপ্লয়ি বাবা, সিগন্যাল টেলিকম ডিপার্টমেন্টের চিফ ড্রাফটসম্যান।
ড্রাফটসম্যান? এই জন্য চোখে এত প্রেশার। দেখো, to be very honest, I think he won't be able to continue his job as a draftsman.
ড্রাফটসম্যানের কাজ করতে পারবে না। এখানে টয়লেট করবে, হয়ে গেলে ক্ল্যাপ করবে। আমি শুনতে পাবো, আমি আসবো।
এত ভালো একজন আর্টিস্ট আজ তাকে এইভাবে দেখতে হচ্ছে, কি অবস্থা। আচ্ছা, চোখটা ঠিক হবে তো? একেই কানে শুনতে পায় না, এরপর যদি চোখটাও চলে যায় কি অবস্থা হবে বলতো?
ডক্টর তো বলেছে অপারেশন সাকসেসফুল হয়েছে।
ডাক্তার এরকম অনেক কিছুই বলে মা। বলছিলাম সামনে তোর বিয়ে, কিভাবে সব কাজ করবে বলতো?
সে নিয়ে আপনাকে ভাবতে হবে না।
ভাবতে হবে না বললে তো হয় না। তোর বাবা করতে না পারলে সব দায়িত্ব তো আমার ঘাড়ে সেই পড়বে, তাই না? দেখলি তো? এবার তুই বল কি করে করবে? বিয়ের দায়িত্ব কিন্তু আমি নিতে পারবো না বলে দিলাম। বাবাকে বুঝিয়ে দিস।
আমি বুঝতে পারছি, কিন্তু একজন ড্রাফটসম্যানের জন্য চোখ কতটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট জানোই তো। বাবাকে বলো ভিআরএস নিয়ে নিতে।
বস বলেছে তুমি ভিআরএস নিয়ে নাও। হ্যাঁ, বাবা শোনো, বস ঠিকই বলেছে, তুমি ভিআরএস নিয়ে নাও। তোমাকে রোজ অফিসে কে নিয়ে আসবে? বাবা শোনো, বাবা আমার দিকে দেখো, বাবা আমার দিকে দেখো, বাবা আমার দিকে দেখো। তুমি কানে শোনো না, চোখে কম দেখছো, তুমি ড্রাফটসম্যানের কাজ করবে কি করে? তুমি আমার কথা ভেবেছো? আমার একটা লাইফ আছে, আমি তোমাকে রোজ অফিসে নিয়ে আসতে পারবো না। আমি সে কথা বলিনি। চুপ করবো কেন? চুপ কেন করবো? আজ তোমাকে আমার কথা শুনতে হবে। বাবা আমার দিকে দেখো, সে ছোটবেলা থেকে তোমার হেল্পই তো করে এসেছি। সব জায়গায় আমি তোমার আওয়াজ হয়ে কথা বলেছি, সব জায়গায়। লোকে যা বলে সব আমাকে শুনতে হয়, সব আমি শুনতে পাই। তুমি শুনতে পাচ্ছ বাবা? আমি শুধু তোমার আওয়াজ, শুধু আওয়াজ আর কিচ্ছু না। আমার কতটা কষ্ট হয় তুমি বোঝো না? সরি বাবা। উফ, ঘড়িটাও খারাপ হয়ে গেল। চশমাতে জল পড়েছে, তাও দেখতে পাচ্ছ না? বাস এসে গেছে।
দেখি টিকিটটা।
এখানে বসেছো কেন? আমি বুঝতে পারছি তোমার নামতে সুবিধা হবে, আমি এখানে বসতে পারবো না। পেছনে চলো প্লিজ। আরে আমি তোমাকে নিয়ে আসবো তো। আমি এখানে বসতে পারবো না। আমি এখানে বসবো না। আমি হ্যান্ডিক্যাপ নই।
নামবেন? আপনার মেয়ে? আরে মশাই, আপনি সেই লোক? আপনার মেয়ে স্ট্যান্ডে আপনাকে খুঁজছে। স্ট্যান্ডে? আরে কি করছেন? দাঁড় করাও দাঁড় করাও। আপনার মেয়ের কি ফোন আছে? আপনার পকেটেই ফোন বাজছে। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
বাবা, 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 টাওয়ালটা দাও।
কি ব্যাপার, এখানে একা বসে আছো?
আবার দরজা খুলছে না।
আবার
কাকারও গেটটা বন্ধ।
কাকারও? চলো দেখি। साइकिल। বলছিলাম ফাইনালি
তুমি আমার কথা ভেবেছো? আমার একটা লাইফ আছে। আবার সরি, আমি তোমাকে হ্যান্ডিক্যাপ মনে করি না।
The last but not the least, a short film on learning disability by Longway Production.
सफेद वो रंग काले बदन पर, बोलता नहीं पर कहता ज्यादा। रंग सारे जो कैद थे मुझ में, मिलाए तुमने तो बना सफेद वो रंग। कुछ ही समय हुआ था मुझे उस स्कूल में जब मैंने पहली बार उसे नोटिस किया था। क्लासरूम के बाहर पनिशमेंट में खड़ा था वो, अपने जूतों को देखता हुआ। शायद सोच रहा था कि ये लेस कैसे बांधूं, क्योंकि हाथ तो बिजी थे। फिर कई बार मैंने उसे वहीं देखा। कोई दिमागी बीमारी नहीं थी उसे, और ना ही कोई डिसीज। फिर भी स्कूल के टीचर्स ने कई सारे लेबल्स दे रखे थे उसे।
ना समझ, ना कारा, ना लायक, नॉनसेंस। तेरी समझ में नहीं आता। चल जा, मुर्गा बन जा।
अरे सर, इसको तो मुर्गा बनना भी नहीं आएगा।
तो चुप बैठ, चल तू भी मुर्गा बन, बैठ।
अबे गोल उधर नहीं इधर है, इसको टीम में किसने लिया यार?
फिर से डी। बेटा ABC भी होता है, कभी वो भी ले आया कर। ठीक से पढ़ना लिखना इवन बोलना तक मुश्किल था उसके लिए। बहुत सी साधारण सी चीज़ों में भी पीछे रह गया था वो। लेकिन इसका ये मतलब नहीं कि आप उसे आगे ही ना बढ़ने दें, उसके आत्मविश्वास को तोड़ दें, उसे इतना डराएं कि वो बेचारा अपने आप को जानने के बजाय अपने आप से भागे। घर, सोसाइटी और स्कूल से नकार दिए जाने के बाद वो अपने आप को उन्हीं लोगों की नज़रों से देखने लगा और अपनी कमियों और अपने अकेलेपन को बढ़ावा देने लगा। लेकिन वो ये नहीं जानता था कि उसकी आंखें और उसके हाव भाव अपने आप में कितना कुछ कह देते हैं। दरअसल वो अपने आप से केवल एक कदम की दूरी पर था। ऐसे उंगली सब लगाते हैं नहीं, लेकिन लगाते हैं लेकिन चेस्ट को मारने के लिए आगे कुछ चेस्ट को आगे लेकर जाओ। पकड़ी, धागे को थूक लगाओ, डालो, कुछ पकड़ो, तोड़ो, फिर थूकाओ। और रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर जी की फिलॉसफी है ना कि दीवारें आदमी के दिमाग को सीमित कर देती हैं, वो शायद इसी बच्चे के लिए थी। पिंजरे में बंद रहकर तो चिड़िया भी अपनी उड़ान भूल जाती है।
खरगोश?
सर चिड़िया भी तो है।
हम अक्सर इंसान में ये देखते हैं कि वो क्या नहीं कर सकता, बजाय ये देखने के कि वो क्या कर सकता है। वैसे अब उसका सफेद रंग काफी पॉपुलर हो चुका है। कहता है, पहले मैं अक्सर अकेला बैठकर रोया करता था, पर अब जब भी रोता हूं तो सामने बैठा हर इंसान मेरे साथ रोता है। उसे तो एक टीचर का और माइम का सहारा मिल गया, पर उसके जैसे बाकी बच्चों का क्या उन्हें कोई सफेद रंग मिलता है?
Thank you for watching patiently all the films. Now we will be looking forward the award ceremony.
Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome all of you to this session, the most wanted session, the award session of Dhwani. We have our chief guest of this evening with us, Mr. Bhaskar Jyoti Sharma, the Commissioner Cum Secretary, Social Security and Empowerment of Persons with Disability Department from Government of Odisha. So I will be here with us for some time. Our awards both jaldi arambha kariba. Before that, I just would like to welcome each one of you, our partners, all our guests. We also have with us Mr. Parthasarathi Roy, who is a jury of this festival. We have Amartya Bhattacharya, who is jury of Dhwani Festival. We also have Madam Dolly Jena, everyone knows. So she's been there from yesterday, very kind enough. We have Pradeep sir with us, Pradeep Patnaik, senior journalist. We also have Mr. Pranav Das, director of film. Pranav sir, welcome. And we also have many of our partners over here. We have Mr. Nigmanand Mishra from GAIL. Welcome, sir. I can't see other partners, so I think they are going to come. So we'll start the session very soon. We also have with us Madam Kasturi Mohapatra. She is the editor of Odisha Review and the former Commissioner of Persons with Disabilities. So I also welcome you, ma'am. steps put in you.
हेलो चेक। कहावत है, जिंदगी जीने का तरीका उन्हीं लोगों को आया है, जिंदगी जीने का तरीका उन्हीं लोगों को आया है जिन्होंने अपनी जिंदगी में हर जगह धक्का खाया है, सर्द रातों में खुद को तपाया है और गर्मी के दिन भी अपने परिश्रम और अपने बलबूते पर कुछ करवाया है। उन्हीं लोगों को मिला है सफलता, उन्होंने ही इतिहास रचाया है। नमस्कार, जय जगन्नाथ, शुभ अपराह्न। मु सुभोजित पंडा आपण समस्त को स्वागत करुछि फ्लो ध्वनि 2023 फिल्म फेस्टिवल एम्पावर्ड बाय G20 रो वैलिडिक्टरी सेरेमनी प्राइज डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सेरेमनी को एक जोरदार ताली सहित आज इवनिंग को आगे नबा। थैंक यू वेरी मच। जड़े व्यक्ति कौनसी विपत्ति आगरे अटकी गले लक्ष्य स्थल रे आदौ पहुँची पारे ना। लक्ष्य हासिल करने समय रे बारंबार पराजय आसे, बाधा विघ्न आसे, मात्र से सबको अतिक्रम करी जीवन रे आगुको बढ़िबाको हुए। यह सत जे उत्थान पतन आम समस्त जीवन एवं मनीषर अस्तित्वर एक अंश अटे, जहाकू आमे एड़ाई परिबा नाही। यह बेले बेले आमको आशार उच्चता को नहीं जाए तो आउ केते बेले निराशार गभीरता को। तेणु यही सबु परिवर्तन बेले बेले आम मनरे चिंता, भय एवं आतंक सृष्टि कर दिए। मात्र जो मानक मनरे दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति थाए, किछि करी देखिबा पई प्रबल इच्छा रही थाए एवं मन भितरे ध्वनि को सुनी पारंती, से माने ही जीवन रे आगु को बढ़ी पारंती, एक सुंदर समाज गठन करी पारंती। एमिति एक समाज जोंठी प्रत्येकटी वर्गर लोक, प्रत्येकटी लोकों को समान अधिकार मिली पारे एवं प्रत्येकटी व्यक्ति निजर स्वप्न को साकार करी पारंती। बस सही चिंताधारा, सही थॉट प्रोसेस रु आरंभ हुए ध्वनि फिल्म फेस्टिवल, जहाँ दीर्घ 9 वर्ष धरी दीर्घ 9 वर्ष धरी दिव्यांग एवं भिन्नक्षम व्यक्तिंकर समस्या समाधान सुजोग एवं सचेतनता दिगरे एक प्रमुख भूमिका निर्वाह करि आसुछि एवं चलित वर्ष फिकी फ्लो भुवनेश्वर एवं आईना परिवार मिलित उद्यम रे एही फिल्म फेस्टिवल को नामित करा जाइछि फ्लो ध्वनि 2023 एम्पावर्ड बाय G20। तेबे एठी मु कहि रखुछि फ्लो ध्वनि एपरि एक नियारा फिल्म फेस्टिवल जेउथरे विशिष्ट व्यक्तित्व को एकत्रित करी डिसेबिलिटी उपरे एवं आम समाज विभिन्न दृष्टिभंगी एवं विभिन्न थॉट प्रोसेस विषय आलोचना चक्र मध्य आयोजन होइथिला एवं ता सहित एक थीम रहितिला डिसेबिलिटी एंड इनक्लूसिविटी। एई थीम उपरे आधार करी सारा देशरु एवं विदेशरु मध्य अनेक फिल्म निर्माता आमको फिल्म्स पठाइथिले एवं तन्मध्यरु श्रेष्ठ फिल्म्स गुड़ी को आज रही सुंदर मंचरे अतिथि हाथरू आमे सम्मानित करिबो। सो फॉर ऑल आर लवली फिल्म मेकर्स पार्टिसिपेंट समस्त को पाई गोटे जोरदार ताली आशा करी आपण को पाखरो। थैंक यू वेरी मच। आज रही कार्यक्रम को आहुरी सुंदर एवं आहुरी स्मरणीय करबा पई आम गहणरे आसी पहुँची सारी विशिष्ट अतिथि। सर्वप्रथमे मु सेमानकर परिचय प्रदान करने को चाहिए। आज कार्यक्रम मुख्य अतिथि भाव उपस्थित अच्छा श्री भास्कर ज्योति शर्मा महोदय IAS कमिश्नर कम सेक्रेटरी SSEPD साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ ओडिशा। सर आपन को बहुत बहुत स्वागत आज कार्यक्रम को। आम घर उपस्थित अच्छा श्रीमती कस्तूरी महापात्र महोदय एडिटर ओडिशा रिव्यू। मैडम आपन को भी बहुत बहुत स्वागत आज कार्यक्रम को। आम घर उपस्थित अच्छा वरिष्ठ सांबादिक श्री प्रदोष पट्टनायक महोदय। प्रदोष सर आपन को बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आम घर उपस्थित अच्छा एमिनेंट फिल्म मेकर श्री प्रणव दास महोदय। सर आपन को बहुत बहुत स्वागत करने को चाहिए। आम सहित उपस्थित अच्छा सुनामधन्य फिल्म मेकर श्रीमती डॉली जेना महोदय तांको बहुत बहुत स्वागत करने को चाहिए आज कार्यक्रम को। आईना परिवार प्रेसिडेंट महोदय श्रीमती ललिता मिसाल महोदया को बहुत बहुत स्वागत करने को चाहिए। मैडम बहुत बहुत स्वागत अपन को। आम घर उपस्थित अच्छा चेयरपर्सन फेस्टिवल कमिटी श्री जितेंद्र कुमार बिस्वाल महोदय। जितेंद्र भाई अपन को भी बहुत बहुत स्वागत। आम घर उपस्थित अच्छा चेयरपर्सन फिकी फ्लो भुवनेश्वर श्रीमती नम्रता चहल। मैडम थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस। एंड वी हैव विथ अस श्री अभिषेक गिरी एमिनेंट actor and one of the finest actors of Hollywood industry तांको बहुत बहुत स्वागत करने को चाहिए। एवं सेक्रेटरी आईना श्रीमती स्नेहा मिश्रा मैडम तांको बहुत बहुत स्वागत एवं ए परिवार सहित ओतप्रोत भाव जड़ित समस्त सदस्यों को बहुत बहुत स्वागत करने को चाहिए। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर मेकिंग दिस ब्यूटिफुल इनिशिएटिव इवन मोर स्पेशल विथ अस। तेबे चलतु वर्तमान सर्वप्रथमे किछि सम्मान प्रदान करिबा एवं मो अनुरोध करने को चाहिए आमर मुख्य अतिथि श्री भास्कर ज्योति शर्मा महोदय को मंच पर उपस्थित रहिबे एवं संघ करकमलरू किछि अवार्ड्स प्रदान करिवो अनुरोध करने को चाहिए। आईना एवं फिकी फ्लो परिवार तरफरु मंच पर को स्वागत करिबा श्री भास्कर ज्योति शर्मा महोदय को एवं तांको सहित मो मंच पर को स्वागत करिबी आईना परिवार प्रेसिडेंट महोदया श्रीमती ललिता मिसाल मैडम को मो अनुरोध करी मंच पर उपस्थित रहिबे। एंड मे बी ऑल्सो रिक्वेस्ट मैडम नम्रता चहल चेयरपर्सन फिकी फ्लो भुवनेश्वर टू प्लीज जॉइन अस इन फेलिसिटेटिंग आवर फिल्म मेकर्स। Ladies and gentlemen, वर्तमान 30 minutes फिल्म कैटेगरी रो विनर्स आड़ को बढ़िबा। तेबे एठी मु कहि रखुछि चलित वर्ष फिल्म फेस्टिवल फ्लो ध्वनि 2023 एम्पावर्ड बाय G20 फिल्म फेस्टिवल पाई तीनोटी कैटेगरीज रहितला तीनोटी वर्ग रहितला। द फर्स्ट कैटेगरी वाज 1 minute category, the second one was 5 minute category एवं The next one, the third one was 30-minute category. एवं प्रत्येकटी वर्ग पाई आमको केवल ओडिशा नुहे केवल भारतवर्ष नुहे विदेश रु मध्य अनेक एंट्रीज मिलिथिला अनेक स्क्रिप्ट्स मिलिथिला एवं एठी मु कहि रखुची 30-minute कैटेगरी पाई सर बहुत कंटेस्ट रहितला एवं इनफैक्ट समस्ते ए आइडिया को ए थॉट प्रोसेस को एक्सप्लोर करबा पई चेष्टा करिथिले एवं वर्तमान समय आसी 30-minute कैटेगरी रो विनर्स मानकर ना अनाउंस करबा किंतु ता पूर्वरु 30 minutes फिल्म कैटेगरी सहित OTT distribution partner मध्य आमर join करिसेंदी which is B&R Films OTT distribution. So may we request the entire team of B&R Films OTT distribution to please join us on stage. May we request Ms. Shivani Khara, Marketing Head Bhubaneswar Unit. May we request Ms. Shivangi Tripathi and may we request Shri Ashish Kumar to please join us on stage, our OTT distribution partner. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Vartaman 30 minutes film category ro winners announce kariba and we'll start from the third prize. Okay, we'll start with the first prize. About 30 minutes category ro winner. And it gives me immense pleasure to announce कि आमो ओडिया झियो एक category रो winner होई परिचंती and the name of the film is Umeed by Miss Subhashmita Jena. What a proud moment for Odisha. A huge round of applause. Let's welcome Subhashmita. एवं award ceremony परे परे सुभाष्मिता को film देखिबा कौन पाई इत्ते सारा films को मात दे से winner होई परिचंती. We'll have a look very soon. Can we have some more louder applause for Subhashmita? I can proudly say the Indian film history is truly blessed with and ladies and gentlemen, our jury member Upasit Achandi Shri Amartya Bhattacharya ji, I request Karbi to please join us. And we also have Shri Parthasarthi Ray, who played pivotal roles in deciding which film deserves to be the best. In fact, बहुत ही tough रहितला आमो jury members को पाई. They made this task even more easier. Subhashmita, congratulations! What a proud moment for you. We are very, very proud of you. Odisha is proud of you, and she gets a cash prize of rupees 45,000. Wow! Truly an icing on the cake. In fact, गोटे filmmaker, especially independent filmmaker पाई, जितो बड़े भी idea आसे first constraint, first problem था is funding. यदि कोनो सी क्षेत्र रो किसी भी साहाଯ୍य मिली जाए, से रामो पाई आशीर्वाद सदृश्य. And 45,000 is like a huge blessing for Subhashmita, and I'm sure this will encourage her to bring even more creative films to the fore. Congratulations. God bless you. And on that note, more request Karvi Bhaskar sir. We are very honored to have such an amazing, charismatic personality. Ebom sanko bisreti kahi paribi. Odisha ro jane daksha, sachot, कर्तव्यनिष्ठ ऑफिसर भावरे सर को किए बा न जाने पूर्वरु ओडिशा सरकारंकर अनेक गुरुत्वपूर्ण पदपदवी अलंकृत करी एक संस्कारमूलक पदक्षेप आनिछंती एंड ही इज अ रोल मॉडल फॉर द यंगस्टर्स टुडे. सर को पाई को मिठा करताली आशा करबी. सर आपन को अनुरोध करबी समस्त को देश रे किछ कहंतु हमको आशीर्वाद दियंतु.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm actually, it's the first time here. I never knew it was in such a scale and such participation, such enthusiasm. This sector actually is changing. It's not because we have become better human beings, more because society is able to afford more. It's not because our earlier generation was less civilized, just because today's generation has more to spare to care. Having said this, I would like to say a few things about today and tomorrow. 2 minutes, I will not take too much of time. Number one, in India, Odisha is one of the better states for disabled. Believe me. Maybe you are saying we are not doing enough, but we are one of the better states. Even among the disabled, the persons who need the utmost care are those with intellectual disability. Odisha is probably going to be the state with maximum centers to care for such people. My last point, even science has been kinder to you, to those with intellectual disability. There has been discoveries, inventions without intention. They try to invent something for Parkinson's, and they got something for intellectual disability, just maybe a year back. It's going to change the conditions of such children in days to come. I'm pretty positive things are going to be better for all of you, for all those with requirements in future. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I just, with your permission, when I actually went to meet sir, sir said, who is sponsoring all these films? And how are they going to make the films without the money? And had I known that, I would have probably supported some of them. So filmmakers, you all have again another supporter standing over here. He's so generous. The other thing which I also would like to say is that I think, can I have Jitendra on stage, please? Being the chairperson of this festival, I think, please come, Jitendra. The other thing which I also wanted to tell you, sir, yesterday we had the Chief Secretary sir here with us who inaugurated the festival. And also he was saying, how can we take this kind of initiative to the district, which we were also discussing with you. So I think with the help of this department, definitely the way we have been doing earlier, talking to all the district social security officers, we can think of getting the festival to different districts so that it can be a traveling festival and also creating awareness, let more and more people get sensitized on the issues, and the goal of reaching out to people also would be solved with that. So we would definitely look up to you, sir, with your support if you could do that. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you very much, sir. एवं जिमती सर कहले कि डिसेबिलिटी क्षेत्र रे ओडिसा रे एमती अनेक व्यवस्था एवं एमती अनेक रिफॉर्म्स आसी पारिछि जहाँ अन्य स्टेट पाई एक मॉडल सृष्टि करि पारिछि एंड अंडर द लीडरशिप ऑफ भास्कर सर वी एक्सपेक्ट आहुरी अनेक रिफॉर्म्स आसीबो बिकॉज ऑफ कोर्स बहुत स्कोप रहिछि एंड विथ हिम एट द हेल्म we are definitely sure that many more people will get a ray of hope in their life. Thank you very much, sir, for giving your precious time. Sir, को अनुरोध करिबी वर्तमान जो फिल्म टी हमें फर्स्ट प्राइज दीचे तार स्क्रीनिंग हबो सर आपण प्लीज आम सहित रहिबे देखिबे. सो वर्तमान सर आपण को हाथर आउ दुईटी अवार्ड्स हमें प्रेजेंट करिबो टू आवर ज्यूरी मेंबर्स अमर्त्य सर एंड पार्थ सर वो एक्चुअली गेव अस देयर प्रीशियस टाइम इन जजिंग ऑल द फिल्म्स. बहुत ही टफ रहितिला सारा विश्व अनेक फिल्म्स आसीतिला सेमान को मध्यरु श्रेष्ठ बाछिबा बहुत ही टफ रही बट दे मेड दिस प्रोसेस very easy for us. So firstly we would like to felicitate Shri Amartya Bhattacharya सुनामधन्य चलचित्र निर्माता. मो रिक्वेस्ट करबा को चाहिबी अमर्त्य सर को पई जोरदार करताली सहित आमे तांको उत्साहित करबा. अनेक सुंदर सुंदर मनछुआ ओरिजिनल कंटेंट बेस्ड फिल्म आमको भेटी सारी आम ओडिशा पई गर्व गौरव आनी पारिछंती. तांको परे परे हॉलीवुड एक्टर एंड सिने क्रिटिक श्री पार्थ सारथी रे तांको आमे सम्मानित करिवो आज यू रिमेंबर फॉर द फिल्म कैटेगरी. अ वेरी टैलेंटेड एक्टर जे हेलो अर्सी फिल्म पाई नेशनल अवार्ड आनी पारिछंती टू आवर स्टेट ऑफ ओडिशा. And we would like to thank our gifting partner Team Oberoi for giving us such amazing hampers. Thank you very much. And एटी मु कहि रखुछि आउ एक सरप्राइज रही फॉर ऑल द फिल्म मेकर्स. इनफैक्ट चारोटी श्रेष्ठ फिल्म्स इनफैक्ट जो माने भाग नहीं ए फेस्टिवल रे से मान को आमे खूब शीघ्र एक स्पेशल अनाउंसमेंट कहबू फ्रॉम बीएनआर फैमिली. विल गेट टू नो दैट लेटर. बट ऑन दैट नोट मे आई रिक्वेस्ट आवर बिलवड गेस्ट्स टू प्लीज बी सीटेड. एंड नाउ इट्स टाइम दैट वी हैव अ लुक एट द विनिंग picture in the 30-minute category. Excited? Yes? Can I hear some more noise? Absolutely. एवं ये फिल्म टीर ना होची उम्मीद उम्मीद अर्थात आशा समस्त मनरे अनेक आशा अनेक आकांक्षा रही आसी एवं यही फिल्म बेस करा जाइछि भारती बेन को उपरे तांका लाइफ रे कित्ते झड़झंझा एवं कित्ते चैलेंजेस रही किंतु भारती मनरे अनेक आशा अनेक उम्मीद रही देखिबा से फिल्म किपरि आपण समस्त हृदय को छुई पारुछि से फिल्म रो विषय वस्तु कौन लेट्स हैव अ लुक एट द फिल्म उम्मीद बाय सुभाष्मिता जेना लेट्स एंजॉय
મારું નામ ઝાલા ભાનુબેન છે. હું 2.5 વર્ષની થયા પછી પોલિયો થવાથી હું વિકલાંગ થઈ. હું 1 થી 7 ધોરણ ગામમાં ભણી છું. ત્યારે મારા પપ્પા હરરોજ મને લેવા મૂકવા આવતા હતા. સ્કૂલમાં સંડાસ બાથરૂમ નહોતું. ઘસડાઈને જવા આવવામાં તકલીફ પડતી હતી, કપડાં ભીના થઈ જતા હતા, તો પણ હું જતી હતી સ્કૂલે. અને 8 થી 10 ધોરણ હું હોસ્ટેલમાં રહીને ભણી છું. અને 10મા પછી મેં પીટીસીમાં ફોર્મ ભરેલું. મેરિટ પ્રમાણે એડમિશન મળવું જોઈતું હતું, પણ એ લોકોએ તમે વિદ્યાર્થીને કેવી રીતના ભણાવો, બ્લેકબોર્ડમાં કેવી રીતના લખો, તમારી અપંગતાની ટકાવારી વધારશે, એ બધું કહીને રિજેક્ટ કરીને એડમિશન ના આપ્યું. પીટીસીમાં એડમિશન ન મળવાથી હું ઘણી હતાશ થઈ ગઈ, નિરાશ થઈ ગઈ. પુસ્તકો પ્રત્યે મને નફરત થવા લાગી. સમાજમાં વિકલાંગ મહિલાઓનું કોઈ સ્થાન નથી એવું લાગ્યું. બે ટંક ખાવું અને આખો દિવસ બેસી રહેવું એવી મારી જિંદગી હતી. મને સામાજિક પ્રસંગમાં જવાનું ગમતું નહીં, ત્યાં પણ એકલા એકલા જ લાગતું. ધીરે ધીરે ફેમિલી પર બોજારૂપ લાગતી હોય એવું મને લાગતું, અને હું પણ બોજારૂપ કોઈના પર રહેવા માગતી નથી. તો છેવટે કંટાળીને મેં ખેતરમાં અલગ છાપરું મતલબ ઝૂંપડું બનાવીને રહું છું. હું મારું ગુજરાન 600 રૂપિયામાં ચલાવું છું. પહેલાં મને 400 રૂપિયા પેન્શન મળતું હતું, હવે 600 રૂપિયા મળે છે. 600 રૂપિયામાં ગુજરાન ચલાવવું ઘણું અઘરું પડતું હતું. ક્યારેક ખાવાનું પણ નહોતું મળતું અને દવાઓ કરાવવાના પૈસા પણ નહોતા મળતા. હું ખેતરમાં એકલી રહું છું. શરૂમાં જ્યારે ખેતરમાં રહેવાય ત્યારે મને ડર પણ લાગતો હતો. રાત્રે ઘણીવાર ડર લાગતો હોય છે, છતાં પણ હું હિંમતથી રહું છું. સમાજમાં વિકલાંગ મહિલાઓને નકામું સમજવામાં આવે છે. સમાજ એવું સમજે છે કે વિકલાંગ મહિલાઓ કંઈ કરી શકતી નથી, પણ વિકલાંગ મહિલાઓ પણ સમાજમાં રહીને જિંદગી જીવી શકે છે. એ પોતાનું રોજનું કામ જાતે કરી શકે છે. હું પણ મારું રોજિંદું કામ જેમ કે વાસણ ઘસવા, કપડાં ધોવા, રસોઈ બનાવી એ જાતે જ કરી લઉં છું. પછી હું જીડીઆરસીમાં નીતાબેનના સંપર્કમાં આવી અને એમના સંપર્કથી જીડીઆરસી અને યુએસએડની તાલીમમાં આવી. તાલીમ દરમિયાન મને વિકલાંગોના કાયદાઓ, યોજનાઓ અને અધિકાર વિશે જાણકારી મળી. એ સાથે સાથે મને વિકલાંગ મહિલાઓના અધિકાર વિશે જાણકારી મળી. તાલીમમાં આવ્યા પછી મને આત્મવિશ્વાસ વધ્યો. મને લાગ્યું કે વિકલાંગ મહિલાઓ પણ શિક્ષણ લઈ શકે છે, કામ કરી શકે છે, આગળ આવી શકે છે અને પોતાની જિંદગી જીવી શકે છે. વચ્ચે મારું પેન્શન બંધ થઈ ગયું હતું. જીડીઆરસીની તાલીમથી મને જાણકારી મળી કે હવે બેંકમાં એ પૈસા આવે છે અને ખાતું ખોલાવવું પડશે. તો મેં એ રીતના ખાતું ખોલાવી અને સમાજ સુરક્ષામાં જઈ પેન્શન ફરીથી ચાલુ કરાવ્યું. તાલીમમાં જાણકારી મળ્યા પછી ભારત સરકારની સ્વચ્છતા અભિયાન યોજના હેઠળ મેં મારી ઝૂંપડીની બાજુમાં શૌચાલય પણ બનાવ્યું. મને સિલાઈ કામ આવડતું હતું. એ પછી મને યુએસએડ તરફથી સિલાઈ મશીન મળ્યું. સિલાઈ કામ કરી હું રોજના 100 થી 150 રૂપિયા કમાઉં છું, જે મને ગુજરાન ચલાવવામાં મદદરૂપ થાય છે. પહેલાં જે જીવન જરૂરી વસ્તુઓ લાવવા મને મુશ્કેલી પડતી હતી તે પહેલેથી લાવી શકું છું અને મારું જીવન હું સ્વાવલંબી જીવી શકું છું. હવે મારી ફેમિલી પણ મને સપોર્ટ કરે છે. હવે હું સમાજમાં સ્વતંત્ર અને મારી પસંદગીનું જીવન જીવી શકું છું.
Thank you very much. What a heart-touching film that was. So उम्मीद समस्ते निश्चित भाव निज जीवन रे उम्मीद बा आशा रखि थांतु एवं जदि आपनकर लक्ष्य स्थिर मन अविचलित एवं किछि दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति रखिछन्ति ताले आपनको लक्ष्य स्थल रे पहुंचेबा पई केही भी अटकी परिबनी. And this film truly proves that where there is hope there is success. So thank you very much Subhashmita. What an amazing filmmaking by Subhashmita. God bless you. Thank you very much. तेबे वर्तमान आम गण रे 2 जण गेस्ट्स आसी पहुँची सारी मु ऑफिशियली तांको स्वागत करने को चाहिए. आम गण उपस्थित अच्छा श्री सोमेन्द्र कुमार प्रियदर्शी महोदय IPS कमिश्नर ऑफ पुलिस भुवनेश्वर कटक. सर आपन को बहुत बहुत स्वागत आज कार्यक्रम को. एवं आम गण उपस्थित अच्छा डॉक्टर रोजलिन पाटसानी मिश्र महोदय. मैडम थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस, सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योर एंड फाउंडर परिचय फाउंडेशन भुवनेश्वर. थैंक यू वेरी मच मैम फॉर जॉइनिंग अस. तेबे वर्तमान समय आसी आम पोस्टर ज्यूरी मेंबर्स मानकु सम्मानित करबा पे. तेबे एठी मु कहि रखुची फ्लो ध्वनि 2023 केवल एक फिल्म फेस्टिवल नुहे बरम युवपीढ़ी मध्य डिसेबिलिटी एवं इनक्लूसिविटी विषय रे विषय वस्तु को नहीं थॉट प्रोसेस विषय रे अधिक सचेतनता सृष्टि करिवार एक बाट मध्य आमे काढिथिलु. एंड दैट वाज थ्रू ड्रॉइंग और पोस्टर कंपटीशन. एवं केवल भुवनेश्वर कटक नुहे सारा ओडिशारू विभिन्न आर्ट कॉलेजेस एवं विभिन्न टेक्निकल कॉलेजेस आमको बहुत एंट्रीज आसीथिला एवं समस्ते निज मनर कथा को तुली एवं कैनवास रे उतारी पारिथिले. सेमिति किछि आर्ट को जदि आपण पाखरु देखिया चाहूछंती वी आल्सो हैव अ आर्ट एग्जिबिशन आपण बाहर मध्य देखि पारिबे. किंतु वर्तमान जो मानकर जजमेंट जो मानकर गाइडेंस पाई पोस्टर्स को जज करने खूब सहज हो पारिथिला. हम ज्यूरी मेंबर्स मानक आम सम्मानित करूँ ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ फिकी फ्लो फैमिली एंड आईना फैमिली. एवं सम्मानित करने पूर्व मु मंच को स्वागत करने को चाहिए वरिष्ठ सांबादिक श्री प्रदोष पट्टनायक महोदय को. प्रदोष सर को अनुरोध करने को चाहिए मंच पर उपस्थित रे एवं तांको सहित मंच पर उपस्थित रहिबा अनुरोध करी सुनाम धन्य अभिनेता श्री अभिषेक गिरी. मु अभिषेक एवं प्रदोष सर को मंच पर स्वागत करी. मे वी हैव अ ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर आवर 2 बिलवेड गेस्ट्स. तेबे चलंतु आमर प्रथम पोस्टर ज्यूरी मेंबर को मंच तरफ को स्वागत करिबा. Let's invite on stage our first poster jury member, Madam Atasi Basu. May we request Madam Atasi Basu, jane ख्याति संपन्न चित्रशिल्पी अनुरोध करने को चाहिए अतसी मैडम प्लीज मंच पर उपस्थित रहिबे आईना परिवार तरफरु एवं फिकी फ्लो परिवार तरफरु ए सम्मानटी ग्रहण करिवे एवं खूब शीघ्र आमे पोस्टर्स गुडी को मध्य एलईडी स्क्रीन रे देखिबा समस्त निश्चित भाव देखिबे आम युवपीढ़ी माने किपरि डिसेबिलिटी भली एक इम्पोर्टेंट टॉपिक विषय कौन चिंता रखती तांकर कौन चिंताधारा रही से विषय आमे जानिबा. Now we would like to felicitate Madam Atasi Basu on behalf of Aaina family and Ficci Flow Bhubaneswar family. May we request Abhishek and Pradeep sir to please do the honors. ओडिशार चित्रकला क्षेत्र रे अतसी मैडम निज पाई को स्वतंत्र परिचय सृष्टि करि पारिछंती. We have gift hampers from team Oberoi, Bakers and Cafe एवं Lucky India Puri तरफरु gift voucher मध्य रहिछंती. Thank you very much Lucky India Puri and Oberoi, Bakers and Cafe for the wonderful gift hampers and vouchers. तांको परे परे आउ जणे jury member रहिछंती for the poster competition, Miss Firdausi Tabassum, युवा चित्रशिल्पी एवं लेखिका. तांको मध्य मंच तरफरु आमे स्वागत करबा को चाहिबो. She is an eminent artist and writer, Miss Firdausi Tabassum. She was of great help to us while judging the posters that we received for the Flow Dhwani 2023 competition. एते कम बयस रे चित्रकला क्षेत्र रे एवं साहित्य क्षेत्र रे निज पई स्वतंत्र परिचय सृष्टि करि पारिछंती फिरदौसी एवं अनेक समय रे निजर मनर कथा को मध्य से कैनवास उपरे उतारी थांती सचेतनतार वार्ता बांटी थांती. And at such a young age she is a role model for all the youngsters here. Thank you very much. And we also have gift hampers from Oberoi Bakers and Cafe and Lucky India Puri for Firdausi as well. एवं बहुत बहुत थैंक्स जणेबी प्रदोष सर and Abhishek, thank you very much for doing the honors. अनुरोध करिबी मंच सम्मुखरे निज आसन अलंकृत करिबे. तेबे वर्तमान समय आसी फिकी फ्लो एवं आईना परिवार तरफरु फ्लो ध्वनि 2023 फिल्म फेस्टिवल रे भाग नहीं समस्त फिल्म मेकर्स मानकु सम्मानित करबा पई. वी आर ट्रूली प्राउड ऑफ ऑल आवर फिल्म मेकर्स जो माने पार्टिसिपेट करिसंती फिकी फ्लो एवं आईना द्वारा आज रे सुंदर कार्यक्रम फ्लो ध्वनि 2023 रे. एंड टू डू द ऑनर्स मो रिक्वेस्ट करबा को चाहिबी श्री सोमेंद्र कुमार प्रियदर्शी महोदय को प्लीज मंच पर उपस्थित रहिबे. आम समस्तंकर आदर्श आम समस्तंकर दिग्दर्शक. वी ट्रूली लुक अप टू हिम एज एन इंस्पिरेशन. व्हाट अ डेयरिंग कॉप ही इज. मो रिक्वेस्ट करबा को चाहिबी सोमेंद्र संक सहित श्री प्रणव दास महोदय को से मध्य उपस्थित रहिबे सुनाम धन्य फिल्म मेकर. सो प्लीज डू जॉइन अस ऑन स्टेज. तांको सहित मंच पर उपस्थित रहिबा पई अनुरोध करबा को चाहिबी श्री पार्थसारथी रे प्लीज आमको जॉइन करंतु in felicitating all our young filmmakers एवं आम समस्तंकर फेवरेट फिल्ममेकर मैडम डॉली जेना प्लीज आमको जॉइन करिवे रिक्वेस्ट करिवे करताली सहित आम समस्त अतिथि को मंच पर को स्वागत करबा हो वेरी डियर टू अस. एवं आज रे कार्यक्रम रे अतिथि भाव रे नुहे बरम जने जने सदस्य भाव रे जोग दैछंती. So let us begin. आम फर्स्ट फिल्म मेकर मंच पर को स्वागत करी जहाँकर फिल्म ना रही अ बीकन ऑफ लाइट. लेट्स वेलकम फिल्म मेकर माधव झा. फिल्म मेकर माधव झा जो उपस्थित अच्छा प्लीज आस जातु. मे बी ऑल्सो रिक्वेस्ट प्रोफेसर विजय कुमार सर फ्रॉम Xavier University Bhubaneswar to please join us. विजय सर प्लीज जॉइन अस. वर्तमान माधव झा एवं ताका एंटायर टीम उपस्थित अच्छंती. देखिले मु आगुर कहितली बहुत यंग फिल्म मेकर्स समस्तंग मध्य एते संभावना एते पोटेंशियल रही. ऑल दे नीड इज अ लव अप्रिसिएशन एंड अ ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज. अ बीकन ऑफ लाइट, अ रे ऑफ होप. Congratulations Madhav and team, thank you very much. Tanko pare pare film Chashma request karibi Jasmine Ray and Satyabrat Panda. Chashma, Jasmine. Wow, what a lovely endeavor, what a lovely initiative. Please, Jasmine, join us. Jasmine and Satyabrat, congratulations. Let the applause keep coming in. Samastung request karibi. Sneha ma'am, please join. Nishchit bhabe ei platform, Flow Dhwani platform, अनेक यंग फिल्म मेकर्स स्वप्न को रियलिटी करिपारिछि वास्तव रूप दे पारिछि तार ज्वलंत उदाहरण अपन देखि पारुछन्ति. थैंक यू वेरी मच जैस्मिन एंड सत्यव्रत. तांको परे परे फिल्म डिफरेंटली एबल्ड एंड सोशल इंक्लूजन बाय फिल्म मेकर रश्मि रंजन पाणिग्रही. रश्मि रंजन पाणिग्रही. तांको परे परे Ray of Life, film Ray of Life by Anuj Kumar Pardon. Shri Anuj Kumar, please join us. Tankara film na rahichi Ray of Life. Wow, wonderful. Itte kom boyasare ehi pari chinta dhara agu ko aniba is itself an achievement. Congratulations Anuj, keep growing, keep shining. Tanko pare pare film The Ability Within by filmmaker Suraj Patnaik. The Ability Within, filmmaker by Suraj Patnaik. The Ability Within अर्थात निज भितरे जो सामर्थ्य निज भितरे जो पोटेंशियल रही ताहाकू संधान करंतु ताहाकू वास्तव रूप करी देखांतु निश्चित भावे आपन को सफलता मिलिबो. नेक्स्ट फिल्म द आर्टिस्ट बाय मिस श्रेयसी गर्ग. द आर्टिस्ट बाय मिस श्रेयसी गर्ग, अनदर यंग फिल्म मेकर कमिंग इन. टिके नर्वस लगुछंती और नर्वसनेस दूर करिवार गोटिए बाट कोन एवं अनफॉर्चुनेटली श्रेयसी आज रे कार्यक्रम रे जोग देई पारु नाहंती किंतु सी वर्तमान फेसबुक एवं यूट्यूब रे जो लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग होची देखुचंती तेणु जदि आपण टिके जोरदार ताली बजे पारिबे से जानि पारिबे जे यस आपण मान को भलो पाइबा रहिछि तांको प्रति. एंड गिव आवर बेस्ट विशेस टू श्रेयसी. नेक्स्ट फिल्म Ability by Mohammad Shakhawat Hussain Raju. Mo request karibi please asi jibe. Again a young team coming in. We are really proud of a young brigade. Such potential, such immense thoughts. एही परी एक चिंताधारा को आगु को आनिबा एवं ताहाकू सिल्वर स्क्रीन हो परदा उपरे चित्रित करिबा किछि कम कथा नुहे and they have really proved it right. After Ability, next film टीर ना रहिछि अमृता by प्रयाग कुमार दास. प्रयाग कुमार दास. तांको परिपरे फिल्म ब्लैक अलार्म by कीर्तिमान सिंह and अर्चना कांगड़ी. कीर्तिमान सिंह and अर्चना कांगड़ी. तांको परिपरे फिल्म सक्षम by तृप्तिमयी देहुरी. Yes, another young filmmaker is here. सक्षम, please watch your step. देखो फिल्म रो नार ही रही सक्षम. निश्चित भावे दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति रहिले आपण मध्य सबु किछि कार्यक्रम करिबा पई सक्षम होई परिबे. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Trupti. Next film, Vision for Inclusion. Vision for Inclusion by Ritvik Das and Subrat Bindhani. Yes, Asijantu, Ritvik Das and Subrat Bindhani. Wow, such young faces coming in. Such a proud moment for Flow Dhwani family. एवं मंच पर जो बरेण्य अतिथि रही से माने मध्य आशीर्वाद दौरान. समस्तंकर आशीर्वाद रहू ए फिल्म मेकर्स माने जीवन रे बहुत बाट आगु को जानतु एवं फिल्म दुनिया रे एही परी रिवोल्यूशन ए आम यंग फिल्म मेकर्स माने ही आनी परिबे कंग्रेचुलेशंस ऋत्विक एंड सुब्रत तांको परिपरे फिल्म असहाय by कीर्तिमान सिंह and अर्चना कांगड़ी next film Her Share of Sky by Manoranjan and Visuranjan Badatia. Next one is Hear Me Not by Dev Pratim Saikia. Hear Me Not. Well, hear me not जमती कहूची तार अर्थ होची मते सुनंतु नाही आपण मते निश्चित भाबे सुनिबे हियर मी नॉट जदि न सुनिबे तले आसी परिबे नाही अवार्ड नेबा पई बट नाउ आई वांट टू हियर सम अप्लॉज सो हियर मी नॉट by Dev Pratim Saikia and team. Congratulations. We are very, very proud of our young filmmakers. Thank you Poripure. Mission Saksham by Gyanaranjan Sathua. Mission Saksham by Gyanaranjan Sathua. Another young filmmaker coming in. I must really congratulate the entire team of Flow Dhwani. यंग फिल्म मेकर्स मान को यही परी प्लेटफॉर्म दे पारिछंती तांको स्वप्न को निश्चित भावे साकार करिबा पई आमे चेष्टा करिछु एवं आम परवर्ती फिल्म स्वीकार बाय प्रतीक्षा दास एंड अविनाश राउत स्वीकार अर्थात आम समस्तक मध्यरे जो डिफरेंसेस रही जो यूनिकनेस रही ताहाको आसंतु समस्ते स्वीकार करिबा समस्ते सेलिब्रेट करिबा समस्ते रिस्पेक्ट करिबा सो कांग्रेचुलेशंस प्रतीक्षा एंड अविनाश ताको परिपरे फिल्म द डार्क पाथ बाय दुर्गा प्रसाद मार्था एवं तन्मध्यरे आम घर राशि पहुंची आइछंती India's most celebrated cartoonist KK Bhai. KK Bhai, thank you very much for coming. गतकाली मध्य KK Bhai आम सहित उपस्थित थिले आज मध्य उपस्थित अछंती आगामी दिन रे मध्य तांकर आशीर्वाद हाथ सब बेले परिवार ऊपर एही परि भाबरे थाओ KK Bhai को अनुरोध करिबी मे बी ऑल्सो रिक्वेस्ट KK Bhai to please join us on stage. KK Bhai को अनुरोध करिबी आम सहित मंच ऊपर उपस्थित रहिबे KK भाई को पाई पुणी थरे एक मिठा करताली आशा करी मंच पर उपस्थित अच्छा दुर्गा प्रसाद मार्था एंड टीम द यंग टीम द डार्क पाथ कंग्रेचुलेशंस एंड द लास्ट वन ऑफ कोर्स जहाँ को किछि समय पूर्व 30 मिनट्स कैटेगरी रे आमे फर्स्ट प्राइज प्रदान करते उम्मीद लेट्स वेलकम सुभाष्मिता रिक्वेस्ट करी सुमस्मिता प्लीज आसीजे समस्त पार्टिसिपेशन सर्टिफिकेट्स रही दिस इज नॉट जस्ट अ शीट ऑफ पेपर बट इनफैक्ट मु कहि परिबी आहुरी अनेक ड्रीम्स अचीव करने इटा आपण मान बोर्डिंग पास सो एब्सोल्युटली कंग्रेचुलेशंस सुमस्मिता एवं वर्तमान मो अनुरोध करने को चाहिए मंच प्रति अतिथि को KK भाई को आम सम्मानित करूँ ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ फ्लो ध्वनि फैमिली KK भाई जे जूरी मेंबर रही थे फॉर पोस्टर कंपटीशन आम समस्ते जानीछे सकाल सकाल खबर कागज पढ़ा को क्या भल न लगे किंतु खबर कागज रे आम समस्त मेन अट्रैक्शन थाए कार्टून स्पेशली सटायरिकल कार्टून्स एवं KK भाई जो इलास्ट्रेशंस रही थाए एवं कार्टून्स जरिया रे जो समाज रे सचेतनतार वार्ता बांटी आसुचंती दीर्घ 3 दशंधि अधिक समय धरी मोर देन 30 years आम समस्त को से एंटरटेन करूछंती सचेतन करूछंती एवं समस्त एक आदर्श हो पारिछंती KK भाई कंग्रेचुलेशंस एवं मु अनुरोध करने को चाहिए सोमेंद्र सर को आम समस्त उद्देश्य किसी कहे आशीर्वाद वार्ता देवे।
किछि अनुभूति एमती थाए से अनुभूतिर सामना न कला पर्यंत से अनुभूतिर स्वाद चाखी हुएनी। ठीक सेमती गोटे अनुभूति आज मोर हैला। स्नेह मैडम जेतेबेले जाइथिले मते निमंत्रण करने को एई फ्लो ध्वनि पुरस्कार विषय रे और विशेषकर फ्लो ध्वनि फिल्म फेस्ट बाबद रे मु जानिली जे एटा ध्वनिर नवम संस्करण थिला। समाज रे आमर गोटे दायित्व रही। विशेषकर ए दायित्व अत्यंत गुरुत्वपूर्ण कहाँ ना पीपल विथ डिसेबिलिटी। धीरे जब आप देखिए ये पीडब्ल्यूडी वर्डटा जो इवॉल्व होइछि भिन्न क्षमता अच्छी किंतु भिन्न भावरे अच्छी। तेणु से क्षमताटा को जो भिन्न भावरे अंतर्निहित रही आम मान भितरु से सामान्य अंडर प्रिविलेज्ड पीडब्ल्यूडी पाखे ताकू केमती ऊपर को आनी पारिबा सेतिपाई बहुत प्रकार प्रयास थाए। आ सत कथा कहले मु तो बेसी समय तले आसी नथिली। किछि समय आगुरु जो सिनेमाटी देखिली सेतरु स्पष्ट प्रतीत हैला जे गोटे समाज तार उत्तरदायित्व नहीं आगेवा दरकार केमिति एई जो टैलेंट ताकू बाहर को आनिबा को। आ तार सबुठु बड़ निदर्शन हैला ध्वनि। फिल्म फेस्टिवल आमे देखिचु बहुत प्रकार फिल्म फेस्टिवल देखिचु। डॉली मैडम को भाया वेटरन अच्छी। मु सबु बेले फिल्म फेस्टिवल कथा जिते बड़े आसे गोटे फिल्म फेस्टिवल मैडम हुए आपंकर मन थी बाय ऑफ पुरी रे बाय योर ओन फिल्म बाय ऑफ फेस्टिवल मु बहुत थर जाइछि। किंतु एमिति गोटे फिल्म फेस्टिवल ध्वनि भलिया देखिबा एक्चुअली गोटे अद्भुत आनंद। कहीं ना आमे सेई मानक पई ए फिल्म फेस्टिवल टाकू डेडिकेट करिचे जो माने हुए तो सामान्य भिन्नता थाई पारे बट दे आर विथ अस दे आर आज गुड एज अस। मु पुणी विशेष धन्यवाद देवी एक तो स्नेहा मैडम को हमें आईना बहुत काम अतीत करिछि। स्पेशल धन्यवाद दिया जीव फ्लो को फिक्की फ्लो को who have joined as partner to make this event a great success. मो पाई सौभाग्य जे आज मु देखिली आसाम रु मुंबई रु विभिन्न जगह जो फिल्म मेकर माने आसते वेरी यंग वन ऑफ देम वाज 17 मु मैडम को कहती सी वाज ऑस्ट्रक। तेणु एभलिया जो फिल्म माध्यम रे आमको निश्चय प्रयास करने को पड़िबो से जो भिन्न क्षमर क्षमता को साधारण लोकों क्षमता सहित समान करने को। आई विश आईना फिकी फ्लो ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सच ए माइंड ब्लोइंग फेस्टिवल कॉल्ड ध्वनि। थैंक यू वेरी मच। आउ मो एई जमती केके भाई भाया लोकों को देखिबार सुजोग मिलला मु विशेष करी जो माने भी निजको पीडब्ल्यूडी बोली भाबुछंती आज आम देखुचु दे आर आज गुड एज एनीबॉडी। Let us fight it out. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। वर्तमान मंचवर्ती अतिथि को अनुरोध करी मंच सम्मुख निज आसन अलंकृत करेंगे। नाउ इट्स टाइम फॉर द 30 minutes कैटेगरी सेकंड प्राइज एवं प्रणव सर को रिक्वेस्ट करी टू प्लीज स्टेप बैक एवं जितेंद्र भाई प्लीज मंच पर उपस्थित रहिबे। सो नाउ इट्स टाइम फॉर 30 minutes कैटेगरी सेकेंड प्राइज। इन फैक्ट फर्स्ट प्राइज ऑफ कोर्स आम प्रदान कर सारी शुभस्मिता को। वर्तमान समय आसी सेकेंड प्राइज विनर किए जानिबार किंतु ता पूर्व मंच उपर को मु स्वागत करने को चाहिए आम अतिथि को जहाँ करकमल पुरस्कार आम प्रदान करूँ. So firstly, I would like to welcome social entrepreneur and founder Parichय Foundation, Madam Rosalind Patsani Mishra. Madam को मु मंच उपर को स्वागत करने को चाहिए. एवं तांको परे परे मंच उपर को स्वागत करी श्री निगमानंद मिश्र महोदय DGM गेल भुवनेश्वर. सर आपन को अनेक अनेक स्वागत. एवं ये मु कही रखुची फ्लो ध्वनि 2023 फिल्म फेस्टिवल को सक्सेसफुल करने पछरे जो किछि ब्रांड्स जो किछि सहृदय व्यक्तिंकर हाथ रही तन्मध्यरु गेल भुवनेश्वर एवं निगमानंद सरंकर बहुत अवदान रही. थैंक यू वेरी मच सर फॉर एक्सटेंडिंग योर सपोर्ट टू अस. एवं ता सहित मु बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन जनइबी एवं मंच उपर को स्वागत करने को चाहिए मिनती साहू महोदय को प्रेसिडेंट इंडियन ब्यूटी काउंसिल बरगढ़ इंडियन ब्यूटी काउंसिल बरगढ़ सुदूर बरगढ़ रु आसी रिप्रेजेंटिंग टीम इंडिया ब्यूटी काउंसिल मैडम मिनती साहू एंड शी वाज आल्सो वन ऑफ द पार्टनर्स ऑफ दिस ब्यूटीफुल फिल्म फेस्टिवल. से मिनती मैडम आपन को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जानवा को चाहिए. So now it's time to announce the second prize winner for 30 minutes category. Are we ready? Yes? बस इतनी एनर्जी. ओके गेस वर्क. ओके गेस वर्क करंतु. आपण समस्त निज निज ना भी कहि परिबे. से भितर जणे तो विनर ही हबो. Yes? Hear me not? अच्छा जी डायरेक्शन क्वेश्चन से कहि देले तांको फिल्म अन्य कैटेगरी मैंने 1 मिनट 2 मिनट 5 मिनट जो कैटेगरी भी फिल्म आप ना कही पारे. ओके एंड द सेकंड प्राइज विनर फॉर 30 मिनट्स कैटेगरी जे किछि समय पूर्व कहितले हियर मी नॉट बाय देव प्रतिम साइकिया. से निजे कहले हियर मी नॉट किंतु समस्त शुणुछंती. तांको नेक्स्ट फिल्म को ना रहिबो हियर मी अगेन एंड अगेन. कौन कहउछंती? सो जोरदार ताली ही जाओ प्लीज फॉर टीम हियर मी नॉट. कंग्रेचुलेशंस. So we have the young team of Hear Me Not. एवं द्वितीय स्थान अधिकार करथुबा फिल्म को 30,000 रो पुरस्कार राशि प्रदान करा जाउछि. 30,000. दैट्स अमेजिंग. निश्चित भावे आम यंग फिल्म मेकर्स को आहुरी बूस्ट अप करिबो. एमिति आहुरी अनेक फिल्म्स आनिबे. निश्चित भावे कंग्रेचुलेशंस टू द एंटायर टीम. एवं प्रणव शंकर मध्य आशीर्वाद रही. निश्चित भाव गुरुजन का आशीर्वाद रही यंगस्टर्स माने बहुत बाट आगू को जीवे. थैंक यू वेरी मच. एवं वर्तमान मु अनुरोध करने को चाहिए प्रणव सर को आम समस्त किसी कहे आशीर्वाद वार्ता रखिए. सर प्लीज.
समस्त को मोर पुणी थरे नमस्कार. एवं एटिके आसवार मूल कारण अनेक वर्ष धरी ये 9 वर्ष तल कथा से होती मैडम स्नेह मिश्र एवं तांकर आंतरिकता आज पर्यंत बयस बढ़ला तथापि से सही सान भौणीर भूमिका आज भी से देखले. तबे आमे जो सेतबेले जो फेस्टिवल करूँ आईनार आज जो पहुँची जहाँ प्रियदर्शी महाशय कहले यह बहुत उपरे सारा भारत रे बोध हुए यह एक नमूना. देखंतु अनेक लोक योजना करिपारंती एवं बहुत भाषण दी पारंती किंतु ताकू कार्य रे परिणत करिवार बहुत कम लोकों पाखे ताकत थाए खाली ताकत पैसार ताकत नुह मानसिक ताकत एवं सपोर्ट सो स्नेह मैडम हैज दैट एबिलिटी I say and I certify because throughout all these years I am observing her and she is developing with her group, not alone, her group, supportive personnel. So, Sneha madam, आपन को मोर बहुत आंतरिक शुभेच्छा एवं ए अनुष्ठान को मु आशा करुच्ची जे आगु को एतिके हो बा आठू बड़ हो आठू तलू को केवे न जातु एवं सारा भारत रे निजुको एक आदर्श रूपे प्रतिष्ठा करंतु धन्यवाद
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर वर्तमान मु अनुरोध करने को चाहिए डॉक्टर रोजलिन पाटसाणी मिश्र महोदय को समस्त को देश में किसी कहे
थैंक यू नमस्कार जय जगन्नाथ डायसरे डिग्निटेरियंस को भी नमस्कार करुच्ची सामने बहुत निज निज लोक मैंने अच्छा समेंद्र बाबू जुहार एठू डॉली जेना मैम आप मत जानी ना बट आपणकर मु गोटे बहुत बड़ फैन बिकॉज ऑफ माय फादर ही हैड बीन टेलिंग मी अ लॉट अबाउट यू सिंस माय चाइल्डहुड डेज बहुत सान थी मैम मत लगुच कहीं से मुझे देखी थी आप गायब हो गले तो बहुत दिन पर आप देखा कि बहुत खुशी लगुच थैंक यू एंड प्रमोद सर नमस्कार पार्थ बाबू बहुत निज निज मैम अच्छा ये आई थिंक फिक्की फ्लोर बहुत निजर लेडीज मैंने अच्छा वाइब्रेंट लेडीज मैंने समस्त को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देवा चाहिए कहीं आईनार फाउंडर श्रेया मिश्र मैडम को विषय तो जहाँ आप देखुं बहुत कम ताठू अधिक से बहुत कार्य करुँच फील्ड रे जोटिक समय दबाटा बहुत मैटर करुछि आमे भाषण दबा दरकार नहीं तांकर आजिर जो ध्वनि प्रोग्राम रे शॉर्ट वीडियोस रे आपण माने से इम्पैक्टफुल वीडियोस को देखिक फील करथिबे सोमेंद्र बाबू जमी कहले से लेट्रे आसिले मुवी लेट्रे आसिली बहुत किसी मिस करूँ किंतु जो मैंने देखी एंड जूरी मेंबर्स इम्पार्शियली जो मैंने रियल जो मैंने टैलेंटेड एंड सोसाइटी पाई जो प्रकार वीडियोस दरकार आमे छोट बेलू बहुत भल भल हीरो हिरोइन मान देखिकी बढ़ुचे तांकर सैक्रिफाइसटा तांकर फिल्म डॉक्यूमेंट्री मूवीज देखिकी आम मान को भी मन करे आमे तापरी हवा कि तापरी हवा एटा जे सत आम लाइफ रो तापाई गोटे प्लेटफॉर्म क्रिएट करा जायछि तापाई मु खाली स्नेहा मैम आउ तांकर टीम को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देवी एंड आपण मानू कहबी गोटे जोरदार ताली हो प्लीज तांकर डेडिकेशन पाई इट्स नॉट एट ऑल इजी गोटे एपरी प्लेटफॉर्म स्पेशली चैलेंज्ड लोक मान पाखे गोटे शक्ति अच्छी आप नॉर्मल लेस प्रिविलेज लोक जी काम करते भावुं से आशीर्वादटा गोटे चमत्कार परी काम दिए आई एम श्योर स्नेहा मैम आप एग्री करेंगे एटा आपण ऊपर काम दौची तो मु खाली एतिकी कहया चाहिए कि से सार ऑलरेडी कही सारी जे भाषण देख लाभ नहीं कार्य करा दरकार तेणु शॉर्ट कहया चाहूँगी वी आर रेडी टू कोलैबोरेट नेक्स्ट ईयर ओके सो माय बेस्ट विशेस एंड आई वांट द नंबर ऑफ अवार्डीज शुड इंक्रीज द क्रिएटिविटी द वैल्यू द मॉडल एवरीथिंग टू बी फॉलोड and to be supported by the best people in our society. So we are with you, Sneha ma'am. Thank you for the invitation. Jai Jagannath.
Thank you very much. निश्चित भाव ये कई पद कथा जे आउ एक बड़ टीम मध्य ए फैमिली सहित जोड़ी सारी परिचय फाउंडेशन थैंक यू वेरी मच रोजलिन मैम एवं वर्तमान मंच प्रति अतिथि को अनुरोध करी मंच सम्मुख निज आसन अलंकृत करेंगे एंड नाउ इट्स टाइम टू वॉच फिल्म हियर मी नॉट आर वी एक्साइटेड यस सम मोर नॉइज दैट्स अमेजिंग सो लेट्स वॉच द मूवी हियर मी नॉट
हेलो
ओए समीर क्या कर रहा है?
सो रहा था।
चाय पीने चलेगा?
कौन कौन है?
मैं और हर्ष।
चल आता हूँ 10 मिनट में।
तुम लोग का इंग्लिश का मैम कैसा है?
अच्छी है, अच्छी पढ़ाती है। तेरी?
हम लोग का भी अच्छा है, लेकिन स्ट्रिक्ट है, बहुत स्ट्रिक्ट है।
कौन है? कौन?
नाम क्या था? साहू कुछ था ऐसे। बहुत जल्दी नहीं आ गया तू?
क्या बोलूं यार,
हंस रहा है बंदा। हाँ वो बोल रहा था ऐसे तो ठीक ही है, लेकिन बहुत स्ट्रिक्ट है और अटेंडेंस भी नहीं देती।
कुछ नहीं,
चल चाय पीने चल।
3 असाइनमेंट मेरे थे, एक में डायग्राम बनाना और एक में नहीं बनाना। हाँ लास्ट डेट
ठीक है, तुम पूछो।
हाँ ठीक है।
सर भी 2 बार बोल रहे थे उसको। भैया तो चाहिए। बहुत ज़्यादा है। गर्मी लग रही है भाई, सुबह सुबह बहुत जल्दी गर्मी लगी है।
समीर कहाँ है? आजकल दिखता नहीं है।
भाई कहाँ है वो आजकल?
आ ही रहा है।
ओह अच्छा। और क्लासेस कैसे चल रहे हैं तुम लोगों के?
ठीक, बढ़िया सर।
लो आ गया तुम लोग का अनमोल रत्न। कुछ भी क्यों, कहाँ थे तुम इतने दिन से? हाँ बोलो।
बेसिक इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स का लैब है वो, मिड सेम तक तो क्या होता है और थ्योरी रह जाते तो भी थ्योरी तो चेंज नहीं होता।
भैया एक टैक्सी ऐसा नहीं आके देता हूँ। टैक्सी की होगी?
हैदराबादी बिरयानी वाली।
मैं चलती हूँ, लेट हो रहा है।
ओके बाय।
और क्या बोलो यार, वो बार बार पिज़्ज़ा को पिज़्ज़ा बोला यार। मैं बोल रहा हूँ पिज़्ज़ा होता है, वो बार बार पिज़्ज़ा।
अब उसके ऐसे यार, वो हमेशा से जा बोलता रहता है। क्या दिमाग बोला है, वो बचता ही नहीं है।
ओए सुन,
क्यों बुलाया था?
सुन ना, कल जो तू उस लड़की के साथ थी ना।
कौन? आयुषी?
हाँ हाँ वही। मुझे आज वो मिली थी और मैंने उसे बुलाने की भी कोशिश की थी, बट उसने मुझे इग्नोर कर दिया।
सुन मेरी बात, वो तुझे इग्नोर नहीं की होगी, उसने तुझे सुना नहीं होगा। वो एक्चुअली सुन नहीं सकती।
सच में? सी आई रियली लाइक हर। कुछ करना प्लीज।
देख, तो दिल छोटा मत कर। मैं कोशिश करती हूँ पर कुछ कह नहीं सकती।
हाँ यार, करना कुछ प्लीज।
अच्छा, मैं लेट हो रही हूँ, मैं कल तुझे बात करके
हाँ
बताती
हाँ
हूँ।
ठीक है, ओके बाय।
बाय।
कंपटीशन के बारे में क्या सोचा है?
मालूम नहीं है, सोच रहे हैं, देखेंगे क्या करेंगे। अबे समय क्यों नहीं है अभी तक?
अरे ये तो रहा आ गया।
यार याद है वो लड़की जो उस दिन रेखा के साथ थी? इस काइंड ऑफ क्यूट यार, बट वो बोल नहीं सकती।
अबे तेरा किस्मत ही खराब है।
नहीं नहीं, तू कहना क्या चाहता है?
कुछ नहीं। अबे
मुझे जल्दी उससे बात कर लेनी चाहिए।
क्या था सर और कल लेंगे।
ए रुक रुक। बता रहा हूँ। हेलो। हाँ रेखा, कांड हो गया यार। हाँ मैं जा रहा था लाइब्रेरी की तरफ और मैंने वहाँ पे आयुषी को देखा, वो खिड़की के पास बैठी हुई थी। अबे यार यस।
सब लगा।
Wow, what a beautiful love story that was, Ayushi and Sameer. So what we can do is, we can do like this, right? Love for the entire team. Amazing film. I'm sure जितकी भी अतिथि उपस्थित अच्छी समस्त को ये फिल्म बहुत पसंद आसीथिबो. An amazing, soul-stirring and wonderful film. Hear me not. Congratulations team, hear me not. Amazing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, वर्तमान 30 minutes category रो third prize winner आड़ को बढ़िबा, किंतु ता पूर्वरु मंच पर को अतिथि मान को मु स्वागत करबा को चाहिबी. सर्वप्रथमे मंच पर को स्वागत करबी मैडम ज्योति पाणिग्राही महोदया, एक्स चेयरपर्सन महिला कमिशन एवं विशिष्ट समाज सेविका. ज्योति मैडम आपन को अनुरोध करबा को चाहिबी, प्लीज मंच पर भी उपस्थित रहिबे. तांको परे परे मु रिक्वेस्ट करी अभिषेक गिरी मु रिक्वेस्ट करी प्लीज आम सहित मंच पर उपस्थित रहिबे. पुणी थरे अनुरोध करने को चाहिए अभिषेक गिरी उपस्थित रहिबे. तांको परे परे स्निग्धा पाणिग्राही महोदया मैडम को मु अनुरोध करी प्लीज मंच पर उपस्थित रहिबे. मैडम स्निग्धा पाणिग्राही महोदया, एक्स चेयरपर्सन महिला कमिशन. अभिषेक गिरी मंच पर उपस्थित अच्छी. नाउ मे आई कॉल अपॉन all the team members of Ficci Flow Bhubaneswar. Mo request karibi Madam Namrita Chahal. Mo request kariba ku chahiye Madam Ananta Mohapatra. Maybe request Dr. Shabani Patnaik. Maybe request Madam Chitra Garg. Maybe request Madam Nupur Chapolia. The entire team of Ficci Flow Bhubaneswar to please join us. एवं जेमती मो आगरु मध्य कहि सारिछि चलित वर्ष Ficci Flow Bhubaneswar family आईना परिवार सहित तांकर मिलित उद्यम फ्लो ध्वनि 2023 फिल्म फेस्टिवल कार्यक्रम आयोजन हो पारिछि. And we have the beautiful team of Ficci Flow Bhubaneswar. Thank you very much for being a crucial part of this film festival. एवं स्नेह मैम आपन को मध्य अनुरोध करबी मंच पर उपस्थित रहबे एवं जितेंद्र भाई मध्य उपस्थित अछंती. So ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to announce. Okay, so firstly, we would like to felicitate one of our jury members for the film category. Mo request kariba ku chaibi Madam Chumki Datta ji film category ro jury member bhavare amku jogo deithile. Madam Chumki Datta, she was also present yesterday. एवं मैम को बहुत अवदान रही to make this film festival a huge success. एवं एठी मु कहि रखुची मैम इज अ वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर एवं मैम को दिग्दर्शन रे से अनेक असहाय झियो मान को स्वावलंबी करि परिछंदी by providing skill training. What an inspiration she is. Now we request our guests to please do the honors and felicitate Madam Chumki Datta. Let the applause keep coming in. So congratulations from Team Aaina and Team Ficci Flow Bhubaneswar. Chumki Datta Madam, thank you very much. You have always been an inspiration to us. We look forward to your association in the days to come. Please bless us. एवं आपण मध्य चुमकी मैम को मध्य अनुरोध करबी मंच पर उपस्थित रहबे. We would announce the third prize winner for 30 minutes category. Any guesses? Any guesses? Yes? No guesses? Okay, let me announce the third prize winner for 30 minutes category. Film The Dark Path by Durga Prasad Martha. The Dark Path by Durga Prasad Martha. Mo request karbi the entire team of The Dark Path. Please asijantu एवं करताली सहित मंच पर को स्वागत करिबा The Dark Path. I'm sure से माने मध्य डिसेबिलिटी एवं इनक्लूसिविटी थीम उपरे आधार करी एक सुंदर विषय वस्तु को आधार करी फिल्म प्रस्तुत करिथिबे जहा को खूब शीघ्र आमे एलईडी परदा रे देखिबा. Now it's time that we all join together in acknowledging the efforts of Team The Dark Path. Congratulations. Congratulations, The Dark Path by Durga Prasad Martha. And a film, jehetu khub sundar bhabare semane prastut karishanti, and they get a cash prize of rupees 20,000. Wow. वर्तमान मु अनुरोध करने को चाहिए स्निग्धा मैम को समस्त को उद्देश्य रे किछ कहबे आशीर्वाद वार्ता रखिबे. मैम प्लीज जॉइन अस.
धन्यवाद मते एठी दीपद कहवा को सुजोग मिली मंच उपर थिबा अतिथि वृंद और मो सम्मुखरे थिबा बहुत बड़ बड़ डिग्निटरीज मु कहबी मो सेमानंकु तो देखिकिरी मु एठी अभिभूत हेची. आजिर ई जो कार्यक्रम स्नेहा मैडम कर आईना ऑर्गेनाइज करूची सेथिपाई मु सकाळे आसीथिली किंतु कार्यवशतः जिबाकू बाध्य होइथिली. गतकाली आसीपारी नथिली किंतु मु एबे कहली मोर जहाँ काम थिले भी आई विल फिनिश इट एंड आई विल डेफिनेटली अटेंड. एई स्नेहा मैडम कर अनेक गुड़िया कार्यक्रम रे योगदान करछि किंतु एई जो आजिर जो कार्यक्रम आजिर जो प्रोग्राम जोटा कि अनथिंकेबल भलिया मते लागुछि कारण एई विषय रे भाबिबा पई मध्य साहस दरकार. से साहस को जुटेइकरी आज एठी एकाठी करछन्ते अनेक जन को एठी सुजोग मिलिछि आउ आ द्वारा निश्चय सोसाइटी रे गोटे भल वार्ता पहुँचब आ जो वार्ता आम समाज रो उन्नति करियो बोली मु भाबुछि. पुणी थरे मु स्नेहा मैडम को आ तांकर एंटायर टीम को आ एठी उपस्थित थिबा समस्त सुधीबंधु को पुणी थरे धन्यवाद जनाऊँगी. आ आशा करुँची आम एमती सब बेले एकाठी रही समाज पाई किछि करिवा पाई प्रेरणा तो अंततः एठी ठिया कि ताली मारिबा प्रेरणाटा भी देई परिबा. मु एतिकी कही आपण मानठू विदाय नौछि. धन्यवाद.
थैंक यू वेरी मच मैम. वर्तमान मु अभिषेक गिरी मु अनुरोध करी अभिषेक को प्लीज समस्त किसी कहे से मध्य सब बेले ओरिजिनल कंटेंट फिल्म्स रे काम करती ताको एक्सपीरियंस प्लीज शेयर करंतु.
थैंक यू सो मच. समस्त को नमस्कार. सॉरी सिनेमा लाइन रे काम करथुआ मनुष्यटे मु तो एठी सिनेमा को देखिकी बहुत भल लगिला. सिनेमा आमे जते बेले करू व्हाट इज सिनेमा. सिनेमा इज ए रिफ्लेक्शन ऑफ सोसाइटी. सोशल जिनिस गुड़ा को आमे रिफ्लेक्ट करू. केते बेले आमे सोसाइटी रु शिखिकी सिनेमा करू केते बेले सिनेमा रु शिखिकी नुआ सोसाइटी गढ़ू. तो यहाँ गोटे बहुत भल जिनस. स्नेहा मैम को बहुत सारा थैंक यू जनइबी कि एते सुंदर घटनाटे आम समस्त आनी. स्पेशली एबल्ड जो माने भी तांको एक्चुअली स्पेशल फील करेबार प्लस कलाकार जो माने सिनेमा मेकर्स से गोटे एटा प्लेटफॉर्म एटा गोटे रेसिप्रोकेशन कथा मु देखिली. तो बहुत भल लगुच ये प्रेजेंट रही बहुत भल लगुच. जो सिनेमा गुड़ा को आम देखिलु लास्ट को जो ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट थिला एंड कलर हो गला माने आई लिटरली गेट गुजबम्स की माने इमोशन जोड़ी ही थिला एक्चुअली माने स्टार्टिंग रो जना नथिला ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट कहीं अच्छी. तो या पूर्व जमती सर कहले कि जे पर्यंत जड़े निजे एक्सपीरियंस करना से पर्यंत से बुझी पार ना से कौन माने फील करुच्ची. तो जे पर्यंत ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट कलर ही नाला मु भी फील कर नी कहीं ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट है. मे भी जड़े शुणी पार ना देखी पार ना लोकटे से ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट रे ही बंचुवे केबे कलर फील कर नथिबे. तो तांकु किछिटा कलर ऐड करिवार इटा गोटे प्लेटफॉर्म देइचंते स्नेहा मैम. आउ स्नेहा मैम को विषय आउ गोटे कथा कहबी जे खुशी किंबा ममता बांटी पार्थुवा लोकटा आग निजे खुशी रहिबा आवश्यक. तांकु देखिले सब हस हस मुह माने एते पॉजिटिविटी आपण आनंती केमिति एक्चुअली दैट इज द सोर्स आपण बांटी पारुचंती बांटीबा आगर आपण पाखे बहुत ठूल करिचंती एंड आपण को बहुत बहुत थैंक यू मु स्टेज रे जतबेले जे भी कहू थांती किछि आई नोटिस्ड यू बहुत टाइम रो आपण एटी जत्ते जण अछंती सबुटु अधिक कथा आपण कहउचंती सो थैंक्स टू यू एंड मोर गोटे पर्सनल क्यूरियोसिटी अच्छी कि मुझे लैंग्वेज टाक शिखा को आग्रह प्रकाश करुच्ची बिकज एंड मु समस्त को रिक्वेस्ट करी कि मुझे लेट रियलाइज कली आज रियलाइज कली मे बी सो आपण समस्त यहाँ को शिखा उचित अंटिल एंड अनलेस आम जो यही गोटे दिन सहित समकक्ष कहीं हवा आम सबुदिन कहीं सागर कम्युनिकेट कर माने से बेरियरटा को आम ब्रेक कहीं न करवा थैंक यू
थैंक यू वेरी मच एवं अभिषेक गोटे बहुत सुंदर कथाटी कही जो मैंने भी स्टेज ऊपर अच्छा समस्त को एक्नॉलेज और अप्रिशिएट करवा दरकार से प्रमोद भाई केमती बाद पड़ी था थैंक यू सो मच प्रमोद भाई वी आर रियली वेरी प्राउड ऑफ यू कारण आम कथा को आपण एक्चुअली ट्रांसलेट कर साइन लैंग्वेज दैट इज आई थिंक द मोस्ट टफेस्ट वे टू कम्युनिकेट इट विथ ऑल आर पीपल हियर थैंक यू प्रमोद भाई सो ऑन दैट नोट वर्तमान थर्ड प्राइज जहाँ को आम प्रदान करें द डार्क पाथ देखा फिल्म यस एक्साइटेड एब्सोल्युटली सो मु मंच पर अतिथि को अनुरोध करी मंच सम्मुख निज आसन अलंकृत करेंगे नाउ इट्स टाइम टू वॉच द फिल्म द डार्क पाथ एंड आफ्टर दिस वी वुड बी अनाउंसिंग द व्यूअर्स चॉइस लेट्स होप फॉर द बेस्ट
I want to say one sentence. I want to say one sentence. सकाळु मु तांकु ही देखुची स्टेज ऊपर तांकु ही देखुची तांकर एंडलेस एफर्ट सकाळु से सेमती ठिया होइकरी समस्त को ये करछन सो थैंक यू ए वेरी वेरी बिग थैंक यू टू हिम
Thank you very much, ma'am. So now it's time to watch the film The Dark Path.
कांदुची हसुची चालुची झुंटुची सीए बा केमिति हेला भिन्न तुम परी छोट कुनी मनटीए अछि सी भी देखी केते सपन निज गोड़े निजे ठिया हब निज माँ बापार स्वप्न निजे पूरण करिब आउ दिन आसिब सारा दुनिया ताकू करिब सलाम हाँ से सक्षम से सक्षम से सक्षम सतरे कहार भविष्यत अंधार थाए किंतु मो कहानीर वर्तमान ही अंधार अच्छी किंतु से अंधार रु आलोकर यात्रा आउ ये यात्रार नुआ एक भिन्न कहानी एठू आरंभ द डार्क पाथ।
नमस्कार दर्शक बंधु मु आपनक स्नेहर देवाशीष पाणिग्राही आज एक कहानी कहूँ से कहानीर नायकर वर्तमान भी अंधार अच्छी और भविष्यत कथा छाड़ू से एक भिन्न मनीष जहाँकि आपण मैंने भावुंट स्कूल अलग तापाई सांगसाथी अलग तापाई बही भी अलग किंतु प्रकृत रे से भिन्न नुह कहीं भिन्न नुह आसंतु देखिबा।
राजा नायक राजा तमे गणित कर कहीं मिसेल देखी लेख 10
विश्वास न लगे भी सत जे सी भी निज हाथ रे मैथ करि पारुची निजे निजे सी कैलकुलेशन करि पारुची ताहले से केमिति भिन्न हैला नॉर्मल छुआ बरी सी भी गणित साहित्य इतिहास भी पढ़ी पारुची।
आज को 30 वर्ष है मु दिव्यांग मान गहन आसुअछि। दिव्यांग मान भितर आमर राजा बोली गोटे छोट पिला अच्छी से पिला निजे निजे निजर समस्त कार्य सुचारू रूपे करिपारुअछि। निजे निजे मार्केटिंग करिपारिबो, निजे पैसा गणी पारुछि, निजे खेल कसरत व्यायाम एवं निजे निजर आसबाब पत्र निजे सजाड़ी रखि पारुछि, निजे पाठ पढ़ुछि, मिशाण फेड़ाण गुणन ए सब कार्य सुचारू रूपे करि पारुछि। ब्रेल अक्षर मध्य सुचारू रूपे लिखि पारुछि।
साधारण छुआ मानक भली से भी योगा करुछि, से भी प्राणायाम करुछि, से भी सांगसाथी सह खेल कूदरे पूरा दिन कटि जाउछि। से भी केबे भाबिनी जे से जणे भिन्नक्षम। हाँ आज्ञा सतरे से भिन्नक्षम नुह, से भी सब किछि करि परिबो। ठीक आज को 8 वर्ष तले घरे एक खुशीर माहौल भी थिला। चारिआडे मिठा बांटिबार समय भी आसी जाइथिला। आउ गोटे मार दुख कष्ट भी चली जाइथिला, कारण कोना कोटी जना पड़िथिला जे गोटे राजकुमार आसीबो, कुनी कुनी पादरे घरर नीरवता को भांगी देबो। अजा आई जेजेमा जेजेबापा समस्ते खुशी थिले, किंतु सेमिति किछि हेइ नथिला। समयर खेल भी बड़ विचित्र थिला। डॉक्टर आसी हठात कहिथिले जे तम पुओ ब्लाइंड अछि, से डिजाबिलिटी कैटेगोरी रे जाउछि। हठात समस्तकर स्वप्न भांगी जाइथिला। आ ए कष्टमय भितरे धीरे धीरे समय भी बीती जाइथिला। ताकू छड़ा हेतिला एक स्पेशल स्कूल को, और जो स्कूल भितरे तार मोर साक्षात हेतिला। आ तार मोर पाखापाखि 8 मास मिसिकी रहिथिलु। आ मु परखिथिली तार चाली, तार चलनी, तार खाइबा, तार सोइबा सबु किछि को। आ तापरे विश्वास करंतु बिल्कुल कौनसी क्षेत्र रे भी से अलगा नुह कि कम नुह। से काहे कि भिन्न मनिष हबो।
एटा केते टका रे बाबा? धरलु जदी कहलु एटा केते टका? 50 टका।
राजा क्वार जीवो?
पास
चलो मुने जी तो
ना सब मिल
खाली रे मु आपन को कहि नथिली जे से सक्षम बोली। हाँ से स्वाभिमान भी निजे निजे से सब किछि काम करि परिबो। आउ निज काम पई से भी आउ कहार साहाय्य लोडिलानी। ये परा स्वाभिमान पिला। आउ से परा राजा दिन आसीबो दुनिया रे से राज करिबो। ताहले डेरी खाइंकी आज आसंतु समस्त मिसी ए भिन्न मनीष आउ साधारण मनीषर ए जो कांथ को भांगी देबा आउ सेमानंकु समाजर मुख्य स्रोत सह मिसेई देबा। देखिले तो निज हाथ रे से माने निजे खाई पारुछंती, निज हाथ रे निजे निजर प्लेट को भी सफा करि पारुछंती। ताहले से माने केमिति भिन्न हेले आम परी से माने भी गोटे तो छोट छुआ। निज आखि को भी मु विश्वास करि पारुनी। से निजे निजे सबु किछि काम करि पारुछि जहा जने साधारण मनीषटिए करि परिबो। निजे निजे पैसा जानी पारुछि, निजे निजे खाई पारुछि। इते बढ़िया सुमधुर गीत भी से गाई पारुछि। ता अर्थ निजे निज गोड़े से ठिया हेबा पई सक्षम। सेति पई तो ताको जेतेबेले मु निजे देखिली सेतेले मो मन भी कहूतिला हाँ से सक्षम, हाँ से सक्षम। ଯେତେବେଳେ ଘଣ୍ଟା ଘଣ୍ଟାରେ ଠିକ୍ 4ଟା ବାଜିଯାଏ, ସମୟ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଇସାରା ଦିଏ ଯେ ଆଜି ଦିନର ପାଠପଢ଼ା ସରିଗଲା, ସେମାନେ ବି ବହୁତ ଖୁସିରେ ବାହାରି ପଡ଼ନ୍ତି ଚାରି କାନ୍ଥର ମନ୍ଦିର କାନ୍ଥକୁ ଭାଙ୍ଗି ସେଇ ପ୍ରକୃତି ରାଣୀର ଖୋଲା ଆକାଶ ତଳେ କିଛି ସମୟ ଖେଳିବା ପାଇଁ। ଆଉ ତାଙ୍କ ସହ ତାଙ୍କର ହେଡ଼ମାଷ୍ଟର ଗୋଟି ଗୋଟି ଛୁଆକୁ ଧରି ନେଇଯାଆନ୍ତି କିଛି ସମୟ ଖେଳିବା ପାଇଁ। ସତରେ ଏଇ ଜାଗାରୁ ଆଉ ଫେରିବାକୁ ମନ ଲାଗୁନଥିଲା। ଜୀବନରେ ବହୁତ ଚେହେରା ଆସେ ଆଉ ପୁଣି ଫେରିଯାଏ, କିନ୍ତୁ ବହୁତ କମ୍ ଏମିତି ଚେହେରା ଆସେ ଯେଉଁ ଚେହେରାକୁ କି ମନରୁ କେବେ ବି ପାସୋରି ହୁଏନି। ଆଉ ସେ ଚେହେରା ଭିତରେ ଏଇ କାହାଣୀର ନାୟକ ଥିଲା ରାଜା, ଯାହାକୁ ଆପଣମାନେ ଭିନ୍ନକ୍ଷମ କହିଛନ୍ତି, ଯାହାକୁ ଆପଣମାନେ ଡିଜାବିଲିଟି କହି ମୁଖ୍ୟ ସ୍ରୋତ ସମାଜରୁ ଦୂରେଇ ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି। କିନ୍ତୁ ହଁ ଆଜ୍ଞା, ସେମାନେ ସବୁ କିଛି କରିପାରନ୍ତି, କେବଳ ଦରକାର ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଟିକେ ସହଯୋଗ ଆଉ ସାହାଯ୍ୟ ଆଉ ଟିକେ ଭଲ ପାଇବା। ହଁ, ହେଇପାରେ କେଉଁ ଜନ୍ମର ପୁଣ୍ୟ ଫଳ କି କେଉଁ ଜନ୍ମର ପାପ ଫଳରେ ସେମାନେ ଆଜି ସମାଜରୁ ବହୁତ ଦୂରକୁ ଚାଲି ଯାଇଛନ୍ତି। ତାଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ସ୍କୁଲ ଅଲଗା, ତାଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ପାଠ ପଢ଼ିବା ଅଲଗା, ତାଙ୍କର ଚାଲିବା, ତାଙ୍କର ଚାଲିଚଳଣି ସବୁକିଛି ଅଲଗା ଥିବା ସତ୍ତ୍ୱେ ସେମାନେ ବି ମଣିଷ, ସେମାନଙ୍କର ବି ଅଧିକାର ଅଛି ଖୁସିରେ ବଞ୍ଚିବା ପାଇଁ। କିଛି ସାହାଯ୍ୟର ହାତ ଆପଣ ତ ଏବେ ବଢ଼ାନ୍ତୁ। ଏ କାହାଣୀ କେବଳ ରାଜାର ନଥିଲା, ଏ କାହାଣୀ ଥିଲା ଏକ ଡିଜାବିଲିଟିର କାହାଣୀ ଥିଲା। ଏ କାହାଣୀ ଥିଲା ଏକ ବ୍ଲାଇଣ୍ଡନେସ୍ର କାହାଣୀ। ଭବିଷ୍ୟତ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ସିନା ଅନ୍ଧାର ହେଇଯାଇଛି, କିନ୍ତୁ ତାର ବି ଏକ ସ୍ୱପ୍ନ ଅଛି ଉଜ୍ଜଳମୟ ଭବିଷ୍ୟତର। ତାର ବି ବହୁତ ଏକ ମନ ଅଛି ନିଜ ଗୋଡ଼ରେ ନିଜେ ଠିଆ ହେବାର। ଆଉ ହଁ, ସେ ବି ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ତାର ଜୀବନ ଯୁଦ୍ଧ ଜିତିବ। ପ୍ରକୃତରେ କହିବାକୁ ଗଲେ ଏ କାହାଣୀ ନଥିଲା, ଏକ ସମ୍ପୂର୍ଣ୍ଣ ସତ୍ୟ ଘଟଣା ଥିଲା। ଆଉ ଏ ଘଟଣାରୁ ଏଇ କଥା ଶିଖିଲି ଯେ ସେମାନେ ବିଲକୁଲ ଭିନ୍ନ ନୁହନ୍ତି, ସେମାନଙ୍କୁ ଭିନ୍ନ ଆପଣମାନେ କରିଛନ୍ତି। ଏ ସମାଜ ହିଁ ସେମାନଙ୍କୁ ଏକ ଭିନ୍ନ ପରିଚୟ ଦେଇଛି। ଆସନ୍ତୁ ନା ଥରେ ସେଇ ଭିନ୍ନତାର, ସେଇ ଅଲଗାର, ସେଇ ଡିଫରେଣ୍ଟର ପାଚେରୀକୁ ଭାଙ୍ଗି ଦେଇ ସେମାନଙ୍କୁ ମୁଖ୍ୟ ସ୍ରୋତକୁ ଆଣିବା, ଏକ ସହଯୋଗ, ଏକ ଭଲ ପାଇବାର ହାତ ବଢ଼େଇବା, ଆଉ ସେମାନଙ୍କୁ ମଣିଷ ଭଳି ମଣିଷଟିଏ ବଞ୍ଚିବାର ଅଧିକାର ଦେବା।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। गोटे हार्ट टचिंग एवं हृदयस्पर्शी चलचित्र रही द डार्क पाथ बॉर्न टू रूल। एवं जो राजा को आप देखुले से राजा निश्चित भाव दिने पूरा विश्व राज करिब, से कौन सी संदेह ना। एवं जी नरेशन करुले से मध्य उपस्थित अच्छा, एवं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। खूब सुंदर नरेशन दे पारिछंती। प्लीज सो भाईंकर नरेशन रे वर्तमान आम ये फिल्म टी देखी पारुले। भाई को अनुरोध करी संक्षिप्त प्लीज किछ कहबे।
नमस्कार भुवनेश्वर। किसी कहवाई शब्द भी नहीं। ये डिजाबिलिटी पर गोटे कथा कहबी जे देयर एबिलिटी इज मोर ग्रेटर देन देयर डिजाबिलिटी। आ गोटे दया करेंगे डिजाबिलिटी उपरे, गोटे दया करेंगे से किसी दया करेंगे कारण दे आर सक्षम। यस और नॉट। आ स्पेशल थैंक यू टू मो लिपुन रितेश। आउ गोटे कथा सर कहबी, बहुत खुशी लगी एक अलग प्रयास, निरा प्रयास भी थिला जे जहाँ भी आम कि पाइबू से डिजाबिलिटी बा से दिव्यांग पिला दबू। मु किंतु एठी अनाउंस करुच्ची आम 50% दबुनी, वी प्रोवाइड 100%। आम 100% देबू। थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। तो वर्तमान 30 मिनिट्स फिल्म कैटेगरी सरी एवं वर्तमान समय आसी व्यूवर्स कैटेगरी आड़ को बढ़िबा एवं ये कही रखुची 30 मिनिट 5 मिनिट एवं 1 मिनिट कैटेगरी पाई जूरी मेंबर्स तो सिलेक्शन करथिले किंतु व्यूवर्स चॉइस रहितिला लाइव जजमेंट इनफैक्ट गतकाली जो ऑडियंस 2:30 रु 5 PM मध्य उपस्थित थे हॉल मध्य प्रेक्षालय मध्य से आमे समस्त फिल्म्स देखा सुजोग देइथिलु LED स्क्रीन रे एवं सबु फिल्म्स देखिबा परे आम ऑडियंस लाइव जजमेंट देइतले एवं जहाँ भी से फील करुछंती जो फिल्म टी तांको पसंद आसीथिला ताहाको एक शीट रे लिखिकी आमको देइथिले एवं एते टफ रहितला सेमानको पाई सेमानकर कहिबा अनुसार व्यूवर्स चॉइस पाई दुईटी जॉइंट विनर्स रहिछंती तेबे वर्तमान से दुईटी विनर्स किए जानिबा किंतु ता पूर्वरु मंच पर को स्वागत करबा को चाहि हम अतिथि को सर्वप्रथमे मो अनुरोध करबा को चाहिबी श्री सोमेंद्र कुमार प्रियदर्शी महोदय को मो रिक्वेस्ट करी प्लीज सर जॉइन अस फॉर द फेलिसिटेशन तांको परे परे मो रिक्वेस्ट करी श्रीमती पूनम महापात्र महोदय मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर ऑर्गेनल फार्म्स मो रिक्वेस्ट करी पूनम मैम प्लीज जॉइन अस आम सहित मंच पर उपस्थित रहिबे सुनामधन्य सिने निर्माता एवं नेशनल अवार्ड फिल्म मेकर श्री गदाधर पुट्टी महोदय मो अनुरोध करी गदाधर संघ को प्लीज मंच पर उपस्थित रहिबे वी आर ऑल वेरी प्राउड ऑफ हिज फिल्म्स सर थैंक यू वेरी मच यही मंच में देखा हेतले आलोचना चक्र एंड फील सो ग्रेट टू हैव यू हियर तेबे वर्तमान समय आसी व्यूवर्स चॉइस विनर्स जानिबा पे एंड वी हैव 2 winners and our first film mo request karibi film Amrita by Prayag Kumar Das please asijantu film Amrita by Prayag Kumar Das please asijantu a film ti audience को बहु मात्रा रे छुई परिछि तांको ऊपर को impact पके परिछि this film could make an impact on a live audience because of which this film was declared as the Viewer's Choice Awardee. That's amazing. Entire team of Amrita जोरदार ताली से तो encourage करिबा खूब शीघ्र ए फिल्म टी मध्य देखिबा टीम अमृता अगेन अ यंग टीम तांको मन रे अनेक आशा रहिछि अनेक संभावना रहिछि ऑल आवर बेस्ट विशेस and they receive a cash prize of ₹5,000. That's amazing. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Team Amrita. एवं हमरा आउ जने जॉइंट विनर रहिछंती फिल्म स्वीकार रिक्वेस्ट करबी प्रतीक्षा दास एंड अविनाश राउत प्लीज आसी जिबे ताको मध्य व्यूवर्स चॉइस अवार्ड मिलुछि कंग्रेचुलेशंस एंड आई पर्सनली फील लाइव ऑडियंस को कन्विंस करिबा तांको माइंड रे को इम्पैक्ट पकेबा इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट स्पेशली जो माने थिएटर लेवल रे काम करंती पार्थ भाई एग्री करिवे इनफैक्ट अभिषेक भी एग्री करिवे लाइव ऑडियंस को सामने रे एक्ट करिबा एवं तांकर फीडबैक नबा जेते डिफिकल्ट फिल्म देखि तांको जजमेंट नबा मध्ये सेति की डिफिकल्ट थिला सो एब्सोल्यूट ऑनर फॉर द एंटायर टीम ऑफ स्वीकार they also receive a cash prize of ₹5,000 that's amazing. वर्तमान मु अनुरोध करी गदाधर संघ को समस्त को देश रे किछ कहबे सोमेंद्र सर पूना मैम प्लीज बी सीटेड एंड एंजॉय टुडेज इवनिंग गदाधर सर प्लीज
जो मैंने चित्र निर्माता एवं एठी अछंती सेमान को विशेष संबोधन करी कहूची जे गोटे स्वप्न थाए एवं मन भितर गोटे कथा थाए जे जो मैंने किसी कहि पारु नांती तांको विषय आमे किसी कहबा एवं से माने मो बता जो देखिली चित्रटी मते बहुत भल लागिची एवं मो मध्य इतिमध्य गोटे फिल्म तैयारी कर 3 वर्ष तले से मूवीर नाम हूँ साथी परी साथीटीए एवं से देखा चाहिए जे गोटे ब्लाइंड पिला आउ जड़े देखिपे पिला अपेक्षा यथेष्ट माने यथेष्ट अधिक सक्षमर एवं आज जो जो मूवी देखिली प्रथम मूवी देखिली जोटी बहुत भल लगिला एवं जो तांकर स्ट्रक्चरिंग जेमिति स्टोरी आगु को बढ़ी से निश्चय अन्य अनुप्राणित करे मत तो बहुत अनुप्राणित करी एवं जे मैंने यंग फिल्म मेकर्स हेले भी जे गोटे दिग देखी पार्टी से आम बहुत बड़ कथा मु समस्त शुभकामना दौची जे आग को आहरी बहुत सिनेमा तैयारी हो शुभकामना रहा Thank you, madam.
And we are really privileged to have you here. Thank you.
निश्चित भाव सर फिल्म्स देखी आम समस्ते बड़ होइछु एवं जेतेबेले भी सर को सुजोग मिले किछि कहिबा समस्त को खूब इंस्पायर करि थांती सो थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर गिविंग योर प्रेशियस टाइम टू अस तेबे वर्तमान समय आसी एक स्पेशल अनाउंसमेंट करिबा पई जेमिति मो एवं से स्पेशल अनाउंसमेंट करने पूर्व वर्तमान आम स्पेशल गेस्ट श्री सोमेन्द्र कुमार प्रियदर्शी महोदय को आम सम्मानित करूँ फिकी फ्लो परिवार एवं आईना परिवार तरफ मो अनुरोध करने को चाहिए लेनिन भाई को प्लीज मंच पर उपस्थित रे एवं निजर बहुमूल्य समय आमको दे पारिछंती वी आर एक्सट्रीमली ग्रेटफुल टू हिम सर को आम पुणी थे करताली सहित मंच पर को स्वागत करने को चाहिए एंड मे बी रिक्वेस्ट नम्रता मैम टू प्लीज जॉइन अस इन फेलिसिटेटिंग श्री सोमेन्द्र कुमार प्रियदर्शी महोदय एवं एठी मु कहि रखुची आईन श्रृंखला अपराध नियंत्रण एवं एक सुस्थ समाज गठन करने दिगरे लेनिन भाईंकर अवदान को ए ओडिया जाति ओडिया माटी केबे भी भूली पारिबो नाही एवं विशेषकर कोविड समय रे लेनिन भाई जेपरी असहाय लोकों पई देवदूत साजिथिले एब्सोल्युटली ही वाज a ray of hope for many families and we are so grateful to sir for giving us his precious time to us. Thank you very much sir. Thank you very much sir. Keep inspiring us. एवं वर्तमान मो अनुरोध करने को चाहिए श्री निगमानंद मिश्र महोदय को डीजीएम गेल ओडिशा सर मो अनुरोध करने को चाहिए आम समस्त को उद्देश्य रे किछि कहिबे आशीर्वाद हाथ देबे एवं गेल इंडिया लिमिटेड आम समस्ते जानिछे केवल एक उद्योग भाव में निजपाई स्वतंत्र परिचय सृष्टि करना बरम अनेक सीएसआर एक्टिविटीज पाई मध्य बेस परिचित एंड वी वुड लाइक टू हियर अ फ्यू वर्ड्स फ्रॉम यू सर.
हेलो समस्त को मोर नमस्कार मु कहबी जे आईना फिकी आउ फ्लो ध्वनि परिवार एमानकर ये गोटे नियारा प्रयास आम बहुत चलचित्र उत्सव देखीचु आईटा गोटे संपूर्ण अलग धरणर चलचित्र उत्सव आईटा मत मु जानीपारि जे नवम संस्करण से तेणु आ पूर्व से 8 थर कर सारे आशार गोटे यही टाइप जिनिस ये गोटे संपूर्ण अलग आउ सबुठारु खुशी लगे ये आसी जो मैंने प्राइज पुरस्कार देले बहुत यंग टैलेंट जो मैंने फिल्म सब तैयारी करछन्ते मैक्सिमम 95 to 100% यंग टैलेंट से माने ए चलचित्र निर्माण करछन्ते आ पुरस्कार भी पाइछन्ते आउ तांकर जो जो फर्स्ट प्राइज बोधे पाइले हियर मी नॉट जो सिनेमा से मैंने बनई थिले जे बहुत सुंदर आउ आउ मैडम स्नेहा मिश्रा जे माने निजे मु तांका सहित देखाई नथले एठी देखाला किंतु टेलीफोन ने से मते तांकर प्रथम मो सहित जो थिला वार्तालाप से वार्तालाप मते ही भल लागला जे निश्चय गेल इंडिया तरफ आम एठी किछि तांको जते कि आम पारिबु वी कैन डू समथिंग फॉर देम आउ तांकर फॉलो अप भी बहुत तगड़ा थिला तेणु एनी हाउ गेल इंडिया तरफ एंटायर फ्लो टीम को फ्लो ध्वनि टीम को बेस्ट विशेष आम आशा करूँ आगामी दिन में आगामी वर्ष में आपको लार्ज स्केल भल भाव में आहरी करने सो दैट थैंक यू ऑल एंड विश यू ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट. जय जगन्नाथ एंड वंदे उत्कल जननी.
सर अनुरोध करी प्लीज मंच पर उपस्थित रे आईना परिवार एवं फिकी फ्लो परिवार तरफ एक स्वतंत्र संबर्धना रही आपण को पाई मु रिक्वेस्ट करी the entire team of Ficky Flow to please okay more request karibi Shabani ma'am to please join us proudly representing Team Ficci Flow Bhubaneswar. Please join us in felicitating Shri Nigamananda Mishra sir, DGM Gale Odisha. निश्चित भावे ये एसोसिएशन ये संपर्क आगामी दिन में आहरी सुदृढ़ हम बोली आमे आशा करुचे एंड गेल इंडिया हैज ऑलवेज बीन सपोर्टिंग वेरियस कॉजेस one of them being inclusivity and diversity. Thank you very much sir for giving your precious time to us. So dear filmmakers, वर्तमान एक special announcement मो करिबा को जाउची on behalf of our OTT distribution partner BNR Films OTT distribution. तेबे एठी मो कहि रखुची BNR Films OTT distribution तरफरु जो सो फिल्म्स चलित फिल्म फेस्टिवल रे अंशग्रहण करथिले भाग नैथिले स्पेशली इन द 30 मिनिट्स कैटेगरी तन्मध्यरु चारोटी श्रेष्ठ फिल्म को से माने चयन करछंती देयर ओन टीम ऑफ जूरी मेंबर्स एवं से चारोटी फिल्म्स को वर्थ 15,000 रो फ्री सर्विस OTT तरफरु से माने प्रदान करूछंती. इनफैक्ट एमिते एक OTT प्लेटफॉर्म जहाँ ओडिसा रो प्रथम एंड द ओनली OTT प्रोवाइड सर्विस प्रोवाइडर जहाँ नेशनल एवं इंटरनेशनल OTT सर्विस प्लेटफॉर्म सहित काम करी आसुछंती फ्रॉम Amazon प्राइम US कनाडा UK डिज्नी हॉटस्टार MX प्लेयर एहीपरी अनेक प्लेटफॉर्म्स OTT प्लेटफॉर्म्स को से माने फिल्म्स डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करी आसुछंती 5 इयर्स रो एक्सपीरियंस रही एवं ए प्लेटफॉर्म रो जे CEO रही श्री विश्वनाथ रथ. अनफॉर्चुनेटली आज रो कार्यक्रम रे उपस्थित नहांती किंतु लाइव देखुछंती बेल्जियम रे एवं से इंस्ट्रक्शन देइछंती ए टीम तरफरु इनफैक्ट BNR फिल्म्स OTT डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन टीम तरफरु चारोटी फिल्म्स को फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट लाइव से माने डेफिनेटली किछि OTT नेशनल एवं इंटरनेशनल प्लेटफॉर्म रे स्ट्रीम करिबा पई डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करिबा पई से माने आगु को आसीछंती वर्थ 15,000 रो सर्विस से माने प्रोवाइड करिबे. दैट्स एन अमेजिंग सपोर्ट फ्रॉम टीम BNR फिल्म्स OTT डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन. मो रिक्वेस्ट करिबा को चाहिबी से चारोटी फिल्म्स हमें जानिबा को चारोटी फिल्म्स को से माने सिलेक्ट करिसंती. मे वी रिक्वेस्ट मिस शिवानी खारा मार्केटिंग हेड भुवनेश्वर यूनिट, मिस शिवांगी त्रिपाठी एंड मे वी रिक्वेस्ट श्री आशीष कुमार प्लीज आसिजबे. Again a young team representing BNR Films OTT distribution. A big round of applause. Let's welcome Shivani, Shivangi and Ashish. Absolutely. Whether local, national किंबा international OTT platform हो सेथरे स्थान पाइबा लोकों को पाखरे पहुँचबा is in itself an achievement. एवं जेते बेले ओडिसा रो एक OTT platform आगु को आसुछंती youngsters मानकु young filmmakers मानकु एवं सेमान को creativity को स्थान दउछंती ताठु बड़ help कोन बा हेई परिबो. We are truly blessed to have you as our OTT distribution partner. Okay, so वर्तमान announce करिदबा. So let's know, say चारोटी films 30-minute category क्यों माने अच्छंती जहाँ को हमें खूब शीघ्र national किंबा international OTT platform रे देखिबा को पाइबो. Let's welcome team The Dark Path. Team The Dark Path by Durga Prasad Martha and Debashish Panigrahi. तांको परे परे मिशन सक्षम by ज्ञानरंजन साठुआ. रिक्वेस्ट करी जो मन का अनाउंस कर प्लीज आगो को आसीजे. स्पेशल सर्टिफिकेट्स रही मिशन सक्षम ज्ञानरंजन साठुआ. वेरी सून विल गेट टू सी दिस फिल्म स्ट्रीमिंग ऑन one of the international or national OTT platforms thanks to BNR Films OTT distribution. तांको परे परे उम्मीद by Subhashmita Jena. Wow, that's amazing. आमे समस्ते तो ये फिल्म देखि सारछे वर्तमान एक लार्जर ऑडियंस ये फिल्म देखिबा को जाउची खूब शीघ्र on an international and national platform. A big round of applause for this amazing initiative. एवं ये प्लेटफॉर्म तरफरु अनेक फिल्म्स को आमे Amazon Prime MX Play, Disney Hotstar रे देखि सारिछे. होपफुली आम यंगस्टर्स को फिल्म यही परी नेशनल इंटरनेशनल प्लेटफॉर्म रे खूब शीघ्र देखिबा. And the last one, Swikar by Avinash Raut and Pratiksha Das. Please come in. That's amazing. I'm sure semane samastanko pai goosebumps moment rahithibo. Absolutely. A creativity, a innovation ଯେତେ ଲୋକଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ ପହଞ୍ଚି ପାରିବ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବେ ଏକ ସୁସ୍ଥ ସମାଜ ଗଠନ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଯେଉଁ ଉଦ୍ଦେଶ୍ୟ ନେଇ ଆମେ ସମସ୍ତେ ଏକତ୍ରିତ ହୋଇଛେ ଦ ଭେରି କଜ୍ ଅଫ୍ ଇନକ୍ଲୁଜନ୍ ତାହା ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବେ ବାସ୍ତବ ହେବ। ମୁଁ ରିକ୍ୱେଷ୍ଟ କରିବି ଟିମ୍ BNR ଫିଲ୍ମସ୍ କିଛି କହିବା ପାଇଁ ନିଜ ପ୍ଲାଟଫର୍ମ ବିଷୟରେ। ଅନଫର୍ଚୁନେଟଲି okay, there is another film. Which category? Which category? Wow, one more film again. Yes, we are done with the 4 films. The Dark Path, Mission Saksham, Ummeed and Swikar. A big round of applause for all the 4 films and good luck. Very soon we'll get to watch you on a national and international platform. We request Karim kichi kahibe.
Thank you so much and you're doing really well, first of all. Yeah, so namaskar. BNR Films tarafuru mu asikiti apanko samna re thiya ichi I'm feeling really proud and very happy because in content we believe and joti content achi ame sethi asu हमको भल लगे कंटेंट आमे सपोर्ट करू से जिनस को गोटे अनाउंसमेंट की जो मानकर सिलेक्शन हेची आम OTT प्लेटफॉर्म तरफरु यू गाइज आर ओपन टू सेल इट एनीवेयर बट जदि आपण माने आम थ्रू सेटा को सेल करिया पे चाहउछंती टू एनी प्लेटफॉर्म विल बी रियली हैप्पी टू प्रमोट योर फिल्म्स सो कांग्रेचुलेशंस टू ऑल द विनर्स एंड जेते की सब यंग माइंड अछंती जो माने एते वंडरफुल फिल्म्स बनेछंती काली बनेथिले आमे सब फिल्म्स देखिथिले पुणी आज जो स्क्रीनिंग्स देखिले वी रियली हैप्पी एंड सो प्राउड टू बी हियर एंड I must say, what an environment. We all are dealing with everything. Let's not lie. Everyone. And who said we are not disabled? And who said we are not specially abled? Every human mu believe करे कोनोसी ना कोनोसी जिनसे सहित डील करूछंती बोली एंड सेट समय रे ना गोटे जो सपोर्ट थाए गोटे मनीषठो गोटे कॉम्प्लीमेंट हो बहुत माइनर जिनसे सेटा किंतु जेतेबेले से सपोर्ट सिस्टम ता आसी जाय ना इमीडिएटली वी गाइस बूस्ट अप isn't it? So big congratulations to Sneha ma'am and entire team of Aaina for actually successfully planning this total arrangement and then successfully celebrating it. So congratulations team Aaina, really happy to be here. And say बहुत बड़ा इनिशिएटिव पाई एंड गेस्ट मानक भी मोर प्रणाम रियली सॉरी मु बहुत एक्साइटेड भी अच्छी एंड बहुत खुशी भी अच्छी एठी रही कि तेणु BNR फिल्म्स रो OTT प्लेटफॉर्म तरफरु मु चाहिबी कि मु स्नेहा मैम को एंड एंटायर आइना टीम को फेलिसिटेट करिया पई सो प्लीज गिव मी दैट ऑनर may I please call Sneha ma'am on stage please.
Let me have my team so
yeah please the entire team Sneha madam and the entire team.
So can we have the entire team of Aaina on stage?
And please, can I keep hearing your applause because that is really important. जी आपण मन कोई प्लेटफॉर्म देले एंड एते भलो काम करछंती मे बी क्लास बंद हबा कथा नै आई टोटली बिलीव दैट keep coming them guys they deserve everything just keep coming them
Varsha, Vishwa, Dilip, whoever is there, Bigna, Momita, Somanath, Rita, समस्त ऐसे जाओ. There are people who have done many things. I have not done anything.
You and
Exactly, the team working relentlessly hard since last many days. The young team, the young energetic team of Aaina and gatakali jo mane bhi present thile. We had really a blast. We enjoyed the cultural evening because itte stressful kama environment madhyare we were all relaxed. We were enjoying the cultural evening. May we request Dilip sir to please join us. The beautiful team of Aaina. Ebam 9 ବର୍ଷ ଧରି ଆମେ ध्वनि फिल्म फेस्टिवल को खूब सुरुखुर आगे नहीं चलचु आशा करुच्ची आगामी वर्ष ए टीम एवं ए फेस्टिवल को आहरी को ग्रैंड वे आम सेलिब्रेट करूँ विल इंक्लूड मेनी मोर मेंबर्स मेनी मोर ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस बिकॉज वी आर वन बिग फैमिली एब्सोल्युटली एक्जैक्टली थैंक यू वेरी मच टीम BNR फिल्म्स फॉर डूइंग द ऑनर थैंक यू वेरी मच So now let's quickly move on to the 5 minutes category. 5 minutes category ro third prize winners announce kariba kintu ta purburu manchapur ku mo अतिथि मान को स्वागत करने को चाहिए आम गण उपस्थित अच्छा डॉक्टर लेनिन महांती महोदय चेयरपर्सन OTDC मो रिक्वेस्ट करी प्लीज लेनिन भाई मंच पर उपस्थित रे आम चाहिए आपण हाथ 5 मिनिट्स कैटेगरी थर्ड प्राइज प्रदान करूँ मे बी ऑल्सो रिक्वेस्ट श्रीमती कस्तूरी महापात्र एडिटर ओडिशा रिव्यू कस्तूरी मैम आपन को रिक्वेस्ट करी मे बी रिक्वेस्ट श्री पार्थ सारथी पार्थ भाई आपन को रिक्वेस्ट करने को चाहिए प्लीज जॉइन अस एवं मु रिक्वेस्ट करने को चाहिए चित्रा मैम फ्रॉम फिक्की फ्लो टू प्लीज जॉइन अस प्राउडली रिप्रेजेंटिंग टीम फिक्की फ्लो एंड मे बी ऑल्सो रिक्वेस्ट मैडम मिनती साहू फ्रॉम इंडियन ब्यूटी काउंसिल बरगढ़ टू प्लीज जॉइन अस वन ऑफ आवर पार्टनर्स एवं मु रिक्वेस्ट करी मैडम डॉली जेना प्लीज आमको जॉइन करेंगे will announce the third, second and first prize together. एवं तापरे हमें screening करीब all those films together. Now the stage looks perfect, absolute perfect. 5 minutes category. We'll start with the third prize. Okay, and for the 5 minutes category, third prize, film Ability by Mohammad Shekhawat Hussain Raju. Let's welcome Team Ability. Please आसी जानतु खूब शीघ्र ये फिल्म आमे LED परदारे देखिबा. It's an absolute honor. प्रत्येक टी कैटेगरी रे young filmmakers रहिचंती. And we have a cash prize of ₹20,000. An absolute honor for Team Ability. Team Ability, absolutely. Cash prize of ₹20,000. एवं मु बहुत बहुत थैंक्स जणेबा को चाहिए आ गिफ्टिंग पार्टनर लकी इंडिया पूरी एवं को गिफ्ट वाउचर रही फ्रॉम अ पार्टनर लकी India Puri. Thank you very much. Team Ummeed by Mohammad Shekhawat Hussain Raju. Congratulations. Yeah. Team Ability, congratulations. And now it's time for the second prize, 5 minutes category. Film Sakhyama by Truptimai Dehuri. Let's welcome Team Sakhyama by Truptimai Dehuri. Please आसी जानतु करताली से तो स्वागत करिबा समस्त रिक्वेस्ट करिबी. So 5 minutes category रो second prize for film Sakhyama. Congratulations. And she receives a cash prize of ₹30,000. Absolutely amazing. Yes, Namrita ma'am.
First of all, I would like to thank Team Aaina for giving me this opportunity to add another achievement to my wardrobe. And thank you, Team Aaina, for giving this platform for the young filmmaker to showcase our talent. मुझे theme टा करची सक्षम. Basically, I'm a teacher, government teacher, Odisha आदर्श विद्यालय. मो स्टूडेंट मानक नहीं मुझे थीमटा करी तो मो स्टूडेंट मानक भितर भी मुझे देखी माने एमती बहुत पिला अच्छा प्रथम मु मो कथा कहबी कहीं मु जो फिल्मटा करटा गोटे डिस्कालकुलिया टॉपिक इन द सेंस डिस्कालकुलिया इज अ काइंड ऑफ डिजीज जोड़ा कि छुआ माने मैथमेटिक्स रे प्रॉब्लम हुए पिला मानक आ छुआ बेलू मु भी माने मैथमेटिक्स सहित बहुत सारा प्रॉब्लम फेस करची मो फैमिली कथा मु कहबी मो फैमिली पूरा बिलोंग करुछि समस्ते मो फैमिली रे साइंस बैकग्राउंड रो किंतु मो बाबा जिते मु 10th एग्जाम रे बेसिकली मु बहुत कम माने जस्ट पास मार्क रखी मैथमेटिक्स रे पास करथिली तो तापरे किंतु मो बाबा भाभी कि किसी कर परिबन जीवन रे माने मैथमेटिक्स मु एते पुअर थिली किंतु मु तापरे चूज कली आर्ट्स चूज कली तापरे इंग्लिश ऑनर्स रे मु पीजी कली बीएड कली तापरे मु एबे पीजीटी इंग्लिश अछि ओडिशा आदर्श विद्यालय रे तो तापरे आउ से मुझे देखी कि डिस्कालकुलिया जो पिला माने फेस करती से मानकर बहुत सारा अलग टैलेंट भी रही है जमती कि से वर्ड्स प्रति माने बहुत भल पाइबा थाए से माने लेखा लेखी भल करि पारंती क्रिएटिविटी से मानकर बहुत थाए तो मुझे मो पिला मानक पाखरे भी मो स्टूडेंट मानक पाखरे भी बहुत जनक पाखरे मुझे जिनसा देखी तो मु भाविली कि गोटे लर्निंग डिजेबिलिटी एटा जोटा कि आमर अल्बर्ट आइंस्टाइन भी से जिनसा को फेस करते तो सेमती आमर बहुत सारा रिनाउंड पर्सन अच्छी जो मानकर केमती प्रोब्लेम अच्छी तापर भी से माने आजिका डेट रे पूरा ग्लोबली फेमस तो से दृष्टि मुझे चाहिए कि ये जिनसा को ऑडियंस को सामना को आना चाहिए थैंक यू
वंडरफुल थॉट्स ताकू फिल्म रे चित्रित करबा पय से चेष्टा करिसंती एंड ऑफ कोर्स यंग माइंड्स जते बेले एही परी थॉट प्रोसेस इन्वॉल्व करंती द आउटपुट वुड बी लाइक दिस ओनली एब्सोल्यूट ऑनर थैंक यू वेरी मच एंड कांग्रेचुलेशंस तृप्तिमयी एंड नाउ इट्स टाइम फॉर द विनर of 5 minutes category. Winner 5 minutes category. Film Vision for Inclusion by Ritvik Das and Subrat Bindhani. Congratulations Ritvik and Subrat. Request karbi Team Vision for Inclusion. Please asijantu. Congratulations. And the winner gets a cash prize of rupees 45,000. Wow. Not just a token of amount. In fact, आगामी दिन में जो सब प्रोजेक्ट से माने चिंता करिसंती. In fact, गोटे मूलदुआ पड़ी सारिछि ए मंचरु. The foundation has been laid for many beautiful projects to come. Congratulations. विजन फॉर इनक्लूजन एवं लकी इंडिया पूरी तरफ मध्य गिफ्ट वाउचर रही. थैंक यू वेरी मच ऋत्विक एंड सुब्रत. कंग्रेचुलेशंस एंड गुड लक फॉर द फ्यूचर एंडिवर्स. एवं वर्तमान मो अनुरोध करने को चाहिए लेनिन भाई को आम समस्त देश में किसी कहे आशीर्वाद वार्ता रखिए प्लीज.
नमस्कार. अच्छा जो टेम्पोरे जो उत्साहित समस्ते अच्छंती आउ दिलीप भाई जो रेट रे नमस्कार कहले गोटे बड़ करताली आईना पाई. इनक्लूजन रो ना रे जेतबले गोटे प्रोग्रेसिव ग्रुप लेड बाय आईना गोटे परिवर्तन करिबा पाई आभिमुख्य रखी 9 वर्ष तले गोटे उद्यम आरंभ करथिले. 12 वर्ष तले आई रेक्टिफाई माई सेल्फ 12 वर्ष तले गोटे उद्यम आरंभ करथिले जे ध्वनि माध्यम रे मेन स्ट्रीमिंग को तांकु करिवे आ मुख्य स्रोत को ताकु आनिबे. आज 12 वर्ष परे आमे ध्वनि रो प्रतिध्वनि सुनी पारिछु. सेइति पाई आउ थरे आईना पाई गोटे बड़ करताली ना हो नहीं. पछपटे भी चुपचाप बसचंती सेमती हबो नहीं. पूरा पछपटे भी चुपचाप बसचंती प्लीज सेमती हबो नहीं. समस्त विनर्स विभिन्न कैटेगरी रो कहीं मु जहाँ देखिली विभिन्न विनर्स मानकर होप्स अच्छी एस्पिरेशन अच्छी फुलफिलमेंट अच्छी आउ आज जिते इनक्लूसिवनेस फील्ड रे आउ दीपाद आगे निश्चित भावे से करतालीर हकदार गोटे बड़ करताली समस्त विनर जेते जन जज ये अच्छा जो मान को मुझे जानी अनेक को जहाँ को जानी ना सबू लोकों पुणी थे गोटे बड़ करताली मु गोटे जोटा गोटे नियारा जिनिस जेमिति स्नेहा मैम होचंती अछंती चेयरमैन महोदय जितेंद्र पुणी थरे गोटे बड़ करताली गोटे कविता लेखा होइतिला मो जीवन पथ केते कंटकित केते खाल केते ढिप आईना माध्यम रे स्नेहपा जोगु गोटे वंडरफुल टीम पाई से जो खाल ढिप कुआड़े तो चली गला परिवर्तन हैला थाउ जेते खाल थाउ जेते ढिप करिछि मु पण पहुंचीबी मो गंतव्य स्थल रे आज ललिता अपांक पाई पुणी थरे गोटे बड़ करताली बंधुगण आउ बेसी कहबी नाही गुडे एक्सरसाइज हे गलानी आई एम प्रिविलेज्ड काली भी आसी मोर सौभाग्य जे मु एते सुंदर जिनस रे पार्टिसिपेट करबा पाई गोटे सुजोग पाइली धन्यवाद स्नेहपा पुणी थरे आपण मने पकईचंती धन्यवाद आपण समस्त को आपण को पाखरे आसीबा पाई मु सुजोग पाइची धन्यवाद आईनार प्रत्येक टीम मेंबर को दोज हु आर रियली वर्किंग एज चेंज मेकर्स गोटे छोटिया अनुरोध पुणी थरे पछवाला को बड़ जोर से अनुरोध गोटे विराट बड़ करताली एटा कहा पाई कहला एटा मो पाई धन्यवाद
थैंक यू वेरी मच वर्तमान मो कस्तूरी मैम को अनुरोध करबा को चाहे आगे
मु गोटे बड़ भूल कर देली गोटे विराट बड़ भूल कर देली दी जण यंगस्टर माने आई एम सो हैप्पी आई वाज हैप्पी यस्टरडे दी होल डे जेमती रीमा आम झियो जेमती सुंदर भावे आमको समस्त को कोऑर्डिनेट करि पारुथला हियर इज द यंग मैन आज प्रमाण करदेला जे जेंडर न्यूट्रालिटी अच्छी सी भी भल करुचंती ये भी भल करुचंती गोटे बड़ करताली यांक पाई धन्यवाद
थैंक यू सो मच भाई फॉर द ऑनर एंड रिस्पेक्ट वर्तमान कस्तूरी मैम को मु रिक्वेस्ट करी समस्त को उद्देश्य रे किछि कहबे
शुभ संध्या किए भिन्नक्षम नुह आपण नुहंती ना मु नुह समस्त भिन्नक्षम वी एज ह्यूमन बीइंग्स with or without disabilities are more than a single trait or a label, but we are people first. आमे मनीष आग समस्त संपूर्ण सक्षमता थिबा तथाकथित सक्षमता थिबा भाबुथिबा व्यक्तिविशेष माने टिके भाबतु से सामयिक भाव एबल बॉडीड से टेम्परेली एबल्ड देखिए बहुत जिनसर समाधान हो बहुत जिनस आपण मैंने करें आम ये बहुत कथा बहुत जिनस देखिले चलचित्र एवं विशेषकर शॉर्ट फिल्म निश्चित भाव में गोटे समाज सामाजिक परिवर्तन करने गोटे शक्तिशाली वाहक ए सन्देह ना भिन्नक्षम व्यक्ति माने भिन्नक्षम पिला माने घरे बाहर विद्यालय समाज रे भिन्न भिन्न क्षमता थिबा जो प्रतिबंधक विजिबल एंड इनविजिबल बैरियर्स अनुभव करती से ताकू दूर करवा एवं ताकू दूर करी अनुभव करवा दूर करवा एवं अंतर्भुक्तिकरण करवा समावेशी स्थान दबा सेटा ही होचे फिल्म गुड़िकर उद्देश्य कहीं इनक्लूसिविटी आम बहुत कहूँ कि इनक्लूसिविटी जिते बड़े आम घरे आम बहुत अणदेखा करूँ घर मानक आमर पिला माने थांतु बा सीनियर सिटीजन्स थांतु बहुत भाव में आम अणदेखा करूँ जे कौन कौन प्रतिबंधक अच्छी एठी प्रतिबंधक अच्छी आम ऑफिस गुड़ाक प्रतिबंधक अच्छी घर मानक प्रतिबंधक अच्छी विद्यालय मानक प्रतिबंधक अच्छी जो झील जनक कहले आदर्श विद्यालय शिक्षयित्री जनक जो कहले मत बहुत खुशी लगिला जे सी तांको स्टूडेंट मान को एते भल भाव माइन्यूटली ऑब्जर्व करछंती एवं सेथरे गोटे फिल्म तैयारी करछंती सेटा ही तो होची सशक्तिकरण आ सेटा ही होची समानता सेटा ही होची सम्मान प्रतिबंध भिन्नक्षम थिबा व्यक्ति पाई विशेष किसी कहबी नहीं खाली एति कहबी के भिन्नक्षम नुह के भिन्नक्षम न हब समस्ते आमे दिने ना दिने मनीष मात्र ही से मैंने भिन्नक्षमर स्वाद अनुभव करेंगे तांको लाइफ टाइम भितर वन इज डिजीज सेकेंड इज एक्सीडेंट एंड थर्ड इज एज बयस जनित कहतु बा रोग जनित कहतु बा दुर्घटना जनित कहतु समस्ते फील करेंगे अनुभव करेंगे तेना आम समस्त निजक प्रिपेयर करवा एवं से ही प्रकार भाव में गोटे एनेबलिंग एनवायरनमेंट तैयारी करवा जो थी कि भिन्नक्षम व्यक्तिविशेष माने से माने अलोड़ा बा अलगा बोली निजक भावेनि आम से बहुत अलोड़ा बोली भावती तेणु से अलोड़ा मनोभावटा दूर करने को हेले यार आवश्यकता बहुत अच्छी मु निश्चित भाव में आईना टीम को एवं फ्लो ध्वनि को धन्यवाद देवी 12 वर्ष है से माने लगातार भाव में करुँच जोटा कि डिफिकल्ट निश्चित भाव में कहीं फंड रेजिंग निश्चित भाव में भिन्नक्षम मान फंड रेजिंग करवा डिफिकल्ट तो तारी भितर घात प्रतिघात सही से गुड़िक कर चली ये जो ध्वनिर प्रतिध्वनि जहाँ लेनिन बाबू कहले ध्वनिर प्रतिध्वनि हो एवं केवल अंतर्जात केवल ओडिशा रे नुह भारत वर्ष रे एवं विश्व स्तर रे यार प्रतिध्वनि हो एतिकी मु कामना करी आ समस्त अनुरोध करी भिन्नक्षम व्यक्ति मान को टिके भल पातु संवेदनशील हूँ रेस्पेक्ट करंतु एवं एक्सेप्ट करंतु as they are. Please accept them as they are and create an enabling environment for them so that it will be easy for them. You don't have to hold my hands to come here. You need not. But make it accessible so that ମୁଁ ଆସିପାରିବି କାହିଁକି ମୋତେ ଦୁଇ ଜଣ ଧରିକି ଆସିବେ ସो ଏଇଟା କେବଳ भिन्नक्षम व्यक्ति मानक ପାଇଁ ନୁହଁ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ପ୍ରଯୁଜ୍ୟ रिड्यूस्ड मोबिलिटी जार अच्छी प्रযোज्य सीनियर सिटीजन्स मान प्रযোज्य समस्त तेणु मुझे पुणी थे धन्यवाद देवी कृतज्ञता ज्ञापन करी जे मत ये डाकी काली मुझे आसीपारे अलग कम व्यस्त जो कि बहुत समय आसी देखी समस्त सागर मिसी देख एवं पुणी थे कहूँ जे बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद एवं आपको कीप स्माइलिंग कीप शाइनिंग एवं समानता सकारात्मक विचारधारा एवं सशक्त करने को हेले समृद्ध करने को हेले हेलेन केलन के पाखे गुड़िक नाला हेलेन के गोटे सामाजिक कर्मी थे सी समृद्ध सशक्त समाज गठन कर लगी उदाहरण देकर किंतु उदाहरण बल देते किंतु आम पाखे सोशल मीडिया फिल्म कहतु सबकि अच्छे डिजिटाइज्ड इंडिया केंद्र सरकार करने को चाहते केते सफल हो देखा कथा सब करने को जाऊँच से आम समस्ते आमर अवदान निश्चित भाव में अच्छे से आम गोटे गोटे किसी आम कंट्रीब्यूट करी निश्चित भाव में भिन्नक्षम व्यक्ति मान स्कूल कथा कहते स्कूल टी एक्सेसिबल करूँ इनक्लूसिव एजुकेशन इज ए कनसेप्ट इज ए माइंड माने गोटे यहाँ गोटे मनर कथा मानसिकतार परिवर्तन करूँ एवं भल पातु accept love them accept them and respect them thank you so much बंदे उत्तर जाना
बहुत सुंदर वार्ता देइछंती respect them accept them and love them thank you very much कस्तूरी मैम वर्तमान मु डॉली मैम को रिक्वेस्ट करबी समस्त उद्देश्य रे किछ कहबे डॉली मैम प्लीज गतकाली मध्य उपस्थित रहितले she is a strength for us मैम would request you to please speak a few words
नमस्कार मु तो काली जहाँ कहबार थिला सब कही देछि जे ए जो आर्ट गोटे ओ मो विशेष फिल्म देखिनी किंतु मते बहुत भल लागिला उम्मीदटा बहुत भल लागिला जे एटलिस्ट जने माने डिसेबल्ड लेडी माने यही गाँव रे एते रिमोट जगह रे भी तार माने एते स्ट्रेंथ माने मते बहुत बहुत भल लागिला ऑफ कोर्स आउ जेते फिल्म सब अच्छी माने मु देखिली शॉर्ट फिल्म लास्ट फिल्म अबाउट द लव फॉर द deaf and dumb girl. So that was also very interesting. But এইটা গোটে মানে এই ফেস্টিভালটা গোটে ক্রিয়েট করেছি স্পেস ফর यंगस्टर्स ସେଇটা अमेजिंग आमे फिल्म मेकर माने भाबुथुलु कोन ना जे आमे फिल्म स्कूल ले पढ़िकरी तापरे जाइकरी फिल्म करिबू एंड ऑल दैट बट दिस डेज बिकॉज ऑफ द एक्सेस ऑफ द डिजिटल मीडिया एंड द चीपर मीडियम young kids are making films. I mean, somebody is 17, I think, I met somebody who is 17 years old. That's what Priyadarshi told me. So it is definitely an encouragement that you are, trying to say something through this medium. And I'm sure you will grow and grow more. And sabutu encouraging is this OTT platform. I don't know, I mean, I have never heard of this BNR OTT platform which is, giving you, all these opportunities. 15,000 हो भी जहाँ हो माने गोटे प्रोड्यूसर पाई कि जो माने एते कष्ट रे पैसा जमा करी रखिचंती या माने करिया पाई गोटे एते भलो जिंस कहिया पाई गोटे सोशल मेसेज दा पाई सेइथि पाई माने 15,000 टा भी बहुत बड़ कारण मु गोटे फिल्म मेकर मु जानी जे माने एवरी पाई काउंट्स व्हेन यू आर मेकिंग ए फिल्म और यू आर ट्राइंग टू सेल ए फिल्म एंड ओटीटी प्लेटफॉर्म कैन डेफिनेटली आगुर कोन ना फिल्म सिनेमा हॉल रे बहुत डिफिकल्ट थिला माने सिनेमा हॉल रे तमे करबा पई तुमको फिल्म्स डिवीजन पाखु जीवा पड़िबो ता पई करले तमे न्यूज आइटम रे तमे मेन फिल्म पूर्वरु देखौथिले बट राइट नाउ दिस इज द राइट टाइम यू आर लकी दैट यू आर बोर्न एट दिस टाइम कि तमे जहा कहबा चाहूचो यू कैन पुट इट ऑन यूट्यूब यू कैन पुट इट on OTT platforms and you can spread the message. And this social media is the most wonderful thing which has happened to us, and we can create awareness. The whole world is a big global family. I mean, it's really amazing. So I think we all should, and on top of that, I would say that the Ficci Flow and this G20, what they have also done for this is brilliant. And of course, I need not say about Aaina. I mean, what Aaina is doing, I can see the commitment from each and every worker, the way they are doing, and especially Sneha, Madam, she all the time smiling, and of course, Dhwani, Jitendra, I always have admired him. So I'm happy you are going. You have arrived there, and you will go too far. Thank you. I'm very happy to be part of this edition. Really a pleasure and honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It was also a pleasure to have you as one of our mentors for this film festival. Vartaman Minati ma'am ko mu request karbi please kichi kahibe to please encourage us, because Indian Beauty Council Burger was one of our partners. Thank you very much, ma'am, for extending your support.
नमस्कार मु प्रथम तो धन्यवाद देवी आईना परिवार को मते ये गोटे चांस देइचंदी पार्टनर होगापाई या स्टेज रे आसवाई समस्ते एते किसी कहला परे बोध आउ किसी कहबार दरकार नहीं मु जने बहुत भल वक्ता नुहे से मु क्षमा मागी नौची मु चाहूँगी आईना और ध्वनि आगु को एमती बढ़ू आहरी बहुत भल जगह को जाऊ आउ से माने सब बेले आमको केमती पार्टनर करू थांतु समस्त उत्तरोत्तर कामना करुछि धन्यवाद
Thank you very much, ma'am. We look forward to your support in the coming years as well. Vartaman Partho bhai ko request kari please kichi kahibe, because Partho bhai madhya film category ro jury member bhavre jogo deithile ताको experience केमती रहितला judging all the content driven films.
नमस्कार शुभ संध्या. Again first it's important कि मु समस्त को थैंक्स कुए आईना टीम को एंड ध्वनि इंटरनेशनल फिल्म फेस्टिवल जोटा तार ए वर्ष 9th ईयर कंप्लीट कला ताको कांग्रेचुलेट करिबी दिस इज द 9th एडिशन ऑफ द फेस्टिवल मु एटा सेकंड टाइम तांकर जूरी अच्छी तो आई थैंक स्नेहा मैम स्नेहा और जितेंद्र भाई दी जन को जो माने मते ए ऑनर देइचंती टू जज द फिल्म्स बट जज कौन करी मु निजे देखिकी बहुत जिन शिखे कारण बहुत ब्यूटीफुल कॉन्सेप्ट सब थिला लास्ट टाइम भी बहुत बढ़िया बढ़िया कॉन्सेप्ट थिला एथर भी बहुत सुंदर सुंदर कॉन्सेप्ट्स थिला एंड सबुठु डिफिकल्ट टास्क हला बिकॉज आई एम ए सिनेमा पर्सन बीइंग अ प्रोफेशनल एक्टर आई बिलीव कि इंडिपेंडेंट फिल्म मेकिंग इज एक्सट्रीमली डिफिकल्ट तो से सबू जिते जन भी फिल्म मेकर्स अच्छा प्लीज अ ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर यू गाइज एंड कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस टू यू फॉर हैव डन दिस तो this is the best medium to celebrate World Disability Day ता उपलक्षे excuse me ये idea टा start हेतला तो cinema is a very powerful medium which I think because it's a complete form of art art रा सबू form cinema रे था तो सही तो पाएंगा it's a very powerful medium तो thanks again to the entire team of Aaina and जितने भी अच्छी members जो मैंने organize करूँचंती festival को Yes, I am also a part of the team and they have always made me feel like family. तो ये जो डिसेबिलिटी विषय में कथा होचे मु जितेंद्र भाई के साथ डिस्कस करे बहुत ये जिनस विषय एंड आई थिंक आपण मैम भी महापात्र मैम भी आपण कस्तूरी मैम आपण भी ये विषय कहले एक्जाक्टली तो ये जो डिफरेंटली एबल्ड जिनस मुझे एपर्यंत बुझी पारे बिकॉज वी ऑल आर डिफरेंट ये आम जिते जन बसिंट आंक भितर आम मत लगुनि कहीं जड़े भी सेम अच्छा इवन द फिल्म मेकिंग टीम जो देखिली मल्टीपल डायरेक्टर्स अच्छा आई थिंक आपण मानकर भी एबिलिटी दी जनकर अलग अलग ही थी तो एवरीबडी इज डिफरेंटली एबल्ड माने ये देखो मुझे छिड़ा है जितेंद्र भाई व्हील चेयर अच्छा बट दैट डज नॉट मीन कि माने आम भितर किए भी गोटे चैलेंज कि माने भिन्नक्षम आम भितर कहीं भी बिकॉज आप फेसबुक रे फॉलो कर जितेंद्र भाई को he is my inspiration in terms of कि he always inspires me and encourages me ताकर पोस्ट गुड़ा पढ़िबे थरे he is such a rational thinking person ताकर लेखा पढ़िले आपण encourage हेबे and सब बड़े inspired हेबे तो I feel very माने strengthened and empowered when I read his posts तो आउ ए जिन सब बड़े बिलीव करे कि one arm with right attitude will always beat two arms with the wrong attitude तो that's important सेटा माइंड रे समस्त रखंतु तो हमें समस्ते अलगा भी और ता भितर हम समस्ते एका भी ये जो तले गोटे टर्म लिखाई वसुदैव कुटुंबकम दैट इज माय रिलीजन आई बिलीव इन दैट वी ऑल आर स्पेशल एंड वी ऑल आर डिफरेंटली एबल्ड तो धन्यवाद नमस्कार समस्त को एंड शुभजीत को थैंक्स कहबी से जो भी फंक्शन थाए एंकरिंग करता है एक तो तार माने चाम और एनर्जी रे से जगार माने जो कौन कहते एनर्जी बढ़ी जाए आहरी प्लस ही इज ऑलवेज सो जेनरस विथ दिस कॉम्प्लीमेंट्स से समस्त को एते सुंदर भाव में प्रेजेंट करे आपण निज विषय बेसी भलो फील करेंगे एंड ऑफकोर्स प्रमोद भाई मु लास्ट टाइम जो आसती ज्यूरी मेंबर हिसाब से अधिक समय टे काटी प्रमोद भाई पूरा सका संध्या पर्यंत बसिकी समस्त कथा को आपण सामने रिप्रेजेंट करुँच थ्रू हिज साइन लैंग्वेज एंड लव लैंग्वेज आई वुड से एंड कंग्रेचुलेशंस वंस अगेन टू ऑल द ब्यूटीफुल फिल्म मेकर्स अमेजिंग कॉन्सेप्ट्स बहुत बढ़िया था एथर भी एक्सपीरियंस मोर धन्यवाद
Thank you very much, Bhai. Beautiful message देइछन्दी. We are all special. We are all differently abled. Thank you very much. So on that note, वर्तमान मंच पर थिबा अतिथि को हमें सम्मानित करिवो. सर्वप्रथमे डॉक्टर लेनिन महांती महोदय को हमें सम्मानित करिवो. ई परिवार जने सदस्य आम दिग्दर्शक मो अनुरोध करिवि पार्थ भाई एवं चित्रा मैम को to please join us in felicitating Dr. Lenin Mohanty, Chairperson OTDC. And one of our well-wishers of Flow Dhwani 2023. Such a pleasure to have Lenin Bhai. गतकाली मध्य उपस्थित रहितले inauguration ceremony कथा देइतले validity ceremony रे पहुँचबी बड़ भाई को परी सब बड़े हमको गाइड करी आसंतु फेलिसिटेट मैडम कस्तूरी महापात्र संबर्धना ग्रहण करबा पई मे बी रिक्वेस्ट डॉली मैम स्मॉल फॉर योर होल हार्टेड contribution एवं आपनकर जो मूल्यवान समय हमको दे परिछन टू फेलिसिटेट यू एज वेल मो लेनिन भाई को रिक्वेस्ट करबी टू प्लीज फेलिसिटेट ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ फिकी फ्लो फैमिली एज वेल एज आईना फैमिली मैडम मिनती साहू प्रेसिडेंट इंडियन ब्यूटी काउंसिल बरगढ़ थैंक यू वेरी मच अतिथि को अनुरोध करने को चाहिए मंच सम्मुखें निज आसन अलंकृत करेंगे और 5 मिनट कैटेगरी तीनोटी विनर्स श्रेष्ठ फिल्म्स को वर्तमान एलईडी स्क्रीन रे देखा एवं तन्मध्य आम गण आसी पहुँच सारी पद्मश्री दिलीप तिर्की महोदय प्रेसिडेंट हॉकी इंडिया आम समस्तंकर गर्व गौरव दिलीप भाई थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस एवं खूब शीघ्र आमे दिलीप भाई हाथ किसी अवार्ड्स प्रदान करूँ एंड नाउ इट्स टाइम टू वॉच द 3 अवार्ड फिल्म्स for the 5-minute category. समस्तों को पुणी थरे अनुरोध करबी to please settle down, relax, enjoy the 3 films from the 5 minutes category. Vision for inclusion, Saksham and ability.
जब चूमता है अंबर को प्यासा प्यासा अंबर, जब चूमता है प्यार से कसने को, बाहों में बसने को, मेरा दिल लड़ जाए, ख्वाब जगा जाए। ऐसा कोई साथी हो, ऐसा कोई प्रेमी हो।
एक्चुअली कहानी तो इन लोगों की है ही नहीं, ये कहानी तो इस इंसान का है, क्योंकि इनमें काम करने की क्षमता नहीं। ये एक एथलीट है जो अच्छा साइकिलिंग कर लेते हैं। ये जॉगिंग भी कर लेते हैं। और बास्केटबॉल भी अच्छा खेल लेते हैं। और ये इंसानों की सिमिलर एबिलिटीज देख नहीं पाते। इनको डिफरेंसेस ही ज्यादा नजर आते हैं।
अंबर पर चांद जब आए, हमको
happy and
Perceive the similarity, those colors as a feeling, change the perception and see the meaning as meanings.
Wow, what a wonderful film that was, film Ability. Now it's time for film Saksha by Truptimay Deguri.
अनुवा तुम तो बहुत टैलेंटेड
मते पेंटिंग करबाकू भारी भल लागे हेले कैलकुलेशन और मैथमेटिक्स सब्जेक्ट ना सत्रू बुक रे नंबर से ले मो मुंड बुलाए स्कूल जाउची ट्यूशन पे जाउची हेले किछि बुझिबना सब जगह मो मुंड पे बाउंस करी जाउची हे घरे 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 कथा बुझिजनी मोर नेट लाइन मैं बसची
अरे तुम्हें काम तो कौन कर
अच्छी है ना एनालिसिस में रिजल्ट बाहर और मैं पूरी नाचू खेली गई साग माने मूर्ख गध भी केते कोन कहि जुलुचंती और घर को गले बाबा पूरी पार्टी करिवे आ गुटे ना ट्यूशन दे देबे कि कोन हो दीटा जगह में छोटा ट्यूशन है जी कि मैथ केबे बुझी परिबे
अरे तुम्हें तो व्यस्त कौन पे हो जा एटा आपके गोटे नॉर्मल कथा मु भी दीटा टीचर लेटर स्टेज दे गति करछि मत भी लोक मैंने कहते जीवन में किसी कर आज मु गोटे राइटर अरे तुम जो कैलकुलेशन और मैथमेटिक्स प्रोब्लेम कथा कह सेटा प्रकृतर गोटे डिजीज जहाँ को डिस्कैलकुलेट कहे
डिजीज डिस्कैलकुलेट
किसी डरबार नहीं एटा है गोटे स्पेसिफिक लर्निंग टीचर यही प्रोब्लेम प्रति 3 ରୁ 6% पिला मध्य देखा जाए मु भी सेथि मध्य गोटे एथिरे पिला माने कैलकुलेशन में प्रोब्लेम फेस करते बेकवार्ड और अकाउंटिंग रे प्रोब्लेम एमिति कि टंका पैसा हिसाब करिबारे आ एनालॉग वाच टाइम चिनिबारे डिफिकल्टीज फेस करिबा मध्ये पड़े
हां पूरी ठीक कथा भाई मोर भी सब प्रॉब्लम होछि
किछि नो जे छुआ माने डिस्कैलकुलेट फेस करछन्ती सेमानको अधिक केयर दे आ अधिक समय दे मैथमेटिक्स बुझेबा सह रिकरेंस प्रैक्टिस कले ताका मध्ये ए प्रॉब्लम टी आस्ते आस्ते ठीक हो गई ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ବଢ଼ିଆ କଥା କ'ଣ ଜାଣିଛ ଯେଉଁମାନେ ଡିସ୍କାଲକୁଲେଟ୍ ଫେସ୍ କରନ୍ତି ସେଇ ଛୁଆମାନଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ ବହୁତ ପ୍ରକାର ସୁପର ପାୱାର ମଧ୍ୟ ଥାଏ ଯେମିତିକି ସେମାନେ ବହୁତ କ୍ରିଏଟିଭ୍ ହୋଇଥାନ୍ତି ଏବଂ ତାଙ୍କର ଇମାଜିନେଟିଭ୍ ସ୍କିଲ୍ ବହୁତ ଭଲ ହୋଇଥାଏ ସେମାନଙ୍କର କ୍ଲାସ୍ ପ୍ରତି ବହୁତ ଭଲ ପାଇଥାଏ ଯେମିତିକି ମୋତେ ଲେଖାଲେଖି କଲେ ବହୁତ ଭଲ ଲାଗେ ଆମର ଦୁଇ ଜଣ ଫେମସ୍ ପର୍ସନାଲିଟି ଅଛନ୍ତି ଜଣେ ହେଲେ ବିଲ୍ ଗେଟ୍ସ ଆଉ ଜଣେ ଆଲବର୍ଟ ଆଇନଷ୍ଟାଇନ୍ ସେଇ ଦୁଇ ଜଣ ବି এই লর্নিং টিচার ডিসকালকুলেট অংশীদার
তুমি সত্য কହୁଛ ভাই
আরে ହଁ ସେଥିପାଇଁ ତମେ ଏତେ ବ୍ୟସ୍ତ ନ ହୋଇ ନିଜ ଉପରେ କାମ କର ଦୁନିଆ ଲୋକଙ୍କ କଥାକୁ ନ ଶୁଣି ନିଜ ଭିତରେ ଲୁଚି ରହିଥିବା ପ୍ରତିଭାକୁ ଲୋକଙ୍କ ସାମ୍ନାକୁ ଆଣିବାକୁ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କର ଦେଖିବ ତମେ ବି ଦିନେ ବହୁତ ବଡ଼ ଏକ୍ଟର ରୂପେ ପରିଚିତ ହେବ
ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ଭାଇ ଥ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ୟୁ ସୋ ମଚ୍
Thank you very much. 5-minute category रो सबो फिल्म्स आपण माने देखि परिछथि एवं सबो फिल्म रो किछि ना किछि नूतनत्व एवं स्पेशलिटी रहितला एंड आई एम श्योर हम जूरी मेंबर्स को पाई केते टफ रहितबो फिल्म्स को जज करबा पाई। तो वर्तमान समय आसी छी 1 मिनट कैटेगरी रो विनर्स अनाउंस करबा पाई। आई थिंक वी आर डाउन टू 30 मिनट्स, 5 मिनट्स, 1 मिनट्स, दैट मींस लेवल ऑफ डिफिकल्टी केते बड़ी चलछि एवं जजमेंट पाई केते डिफिकल्ट हितबो मो जानि परछि हम जूरी मेंबर्स केते फेस करथिबे एवं 1 मिनट कैटेगरी रो विनर्स जानिबा पूर्व मंच पर को मो स्वागत करबी हम वरण्य अतिथि मानकु। सर्वप्रथमे मंच पर को स्वागत करबी पद्मश्री दिलीप तिर्की महोदय को, प्रेसिडेंट हॉकी इंडिया, ओडिसा रा गर्व गौरव, ओडिसा रा हॉकी को विश्व मानचित्र रे पहुंचेबा दिगरे जेउ किछि व्यक्तित्व हाथ रहिछि तन्मध्य रहिछंती पद्मश्री दिलीप तिर्की महोदय। भाई आपन को बहुत बहुत स्वागत फिकी फ्लो परिवार तरफरु, आईना परिवार तरफरु आज रे कार्यक्रम को ताको परे परे मंच पर को मो स्वागत करबा को चाहिबी विशिष्ट सिने एवं टेलीविजन अभिनेता श्री सोमेन पुजारी महोदय। श्री सोमेन पुजारी महोदय को मो अनुरोध करबा को चाहिबी प्लीज मंच पर उपस्थित रहबे। से मध्य एही परिवार जने सदस्य भाव रे आरंभ रे जड़ित। भाई आपन को बहुत बहुत स्वागत आज रे कार्यक्रम को श्री सोमेन पुजारी महोदय। ताको परे परे मंच पर को मो स्वागत करबा को चाहिबी विशिष्ट अभिनेता, प्रोड्यूसर, सिने क्रिटिक श्री कौशिक महापात्र महोदय को मो अनुरोध करबा को चाहिबी। सर आपन को बहुत बहुत स्वागत आज रे कार्यक्रम को। And he was also one of the jury members for film category. And I would also like to welcome on stage Mr. Jason Strother. He was one of our panelists, US Fulbright researcher, journalist, founder of Lens 15, all the way from US. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. It is truly a pleasure for us to host you. वर्तमान मो अनुरोध करबा को चाहिबी मिस गीतिका चंद्रा फ्रॉम ट्राइडेंट प्रॉपर्टीज। मो रिक्वेस्ट करबा को चाहिबी मैडम गीतिका चंद्रा फ्रॉम ट्राइडेंट प्रॉपर्टीज, वन ऑफ आवर पार्टनर्स, हमको सपोर्ट करिसंती। मो जिते धन्यवाद देबी कम हबो करताली से मंच पर स्वागत करबा मिस गीतिका चंद्रा फ्रॉम proudly representing Trident Properties and also a part and parcel of Aaina family. And we request all the floor members to please join us once again for the 1 minute category.
The proud members of Ficci Flow Bhubaneswar mo request karbi. So members manunku please manch upre upasthit rahibe. We'll start from the third prize. Mo request karbi all the floor members to please join us. A big round of applause for all our beloved guests and floor members for joining us. We'll start from the third position. So 1 minute category re tritiya sthana adhikar karishanti film The Artist by Shri Garg. Shri ajra ei karyakram re anupasthit achanti. All our best wishes to Shri and I'm sure she must be watching us live. Ma'am, please join us. Third prize for film The Artist. Mo request kariba ko chahibi. The Artist film को हमें उत्साहित करिबा. Ma'am, please join us. She is receiving on behalf of filmmaker Shri Garg and the name of the film The Artist. खूब शीघ्र ए फिल्म को मध्य हमें LED पर्दा उपरे देखिबा एवं 1 मिनिट एवं ए फिल्म रो ड्यूरेशन टी रहितला 1 मिनिट. With our guests' due permission, we can also watch the film right away. So वर्तमान The Artist film को LED पर्दा ऊपर देखिबा. Okay, we'll play it after a few moments. और किछि समय पर film टी देखिबा. Now it's time for the second position film The Ability Within. The Ability Within by filmmaker Suraj Patnaik. Young filmmaker Suraj Patnaik. Please asijantu. Evam tanko film lo duration rohitla 48 seconds. Wow. In fact, film ro duration matter करे नहीं, film रो content एवं किते emotionally connect करी पारुची audience को, that matters the most. एवं ए film टी निश्चित भावे समस्तंग हृदय छुई पारिची, खूब शीघ्र ताहाकु मध्य हम LED परदा ऊपर देखिबा. So third position, the artist जहाँको हमें 20,000 प्रदान करते cash prize, वर्तमान the Ability Within को मिलुची 30,000 cash prize. That's amazing. Congratulations, Suraj. And now it's time for the first position. एवं एठी मु कहि रखुछि 1 minute category रे जो film टी प्रथम पुरस्कार ग्रहण करुछंती बा प्रथम स्थान अधिकार करुछंती तांको मिलुछि शरद चंद्र मेमोरियल अवार्ड. एवं आपण माने भाबुथबे ए अवार्ड रो ना शरद चंद्र मेमोरियल अवार्ड कोन पाई रहिछि. ए अवार्ड टी आमे तांकरी स्मृति रे प्रदान करुछे जे ओडिया सिनेमा जगत को सारा विश्व मानचित्र रे पहुंचे पारिथिले. एमिति जणे कलाकार ओडिया सिनेमा जगतर वर्षियन अभिनेता प्रयोजक शरद चंद्र पुजारी महोदय तांको स्मृति उद्देश्य रे आमे ए अवार्ड टी नामित करिछु. तांको स्मृति उद्देश्य रे पुरस्कार टी नामित होईछि. अवश्य एवं से जणे शिक्षाविद भाव में मध्य अनेक ख्याति अर्जन करिसेंती. एवं अवश्य आज से आम गहन उपस्थित नहांती किंतु ये फिल्म फेस्टिवल जरिया रे आम समस्त हृदय रे से आज मध्य जीवित अछंती. What a filmmaker, what a visionary he was. एवं अनुरोध करबा को चाहिबी श्री शरद चंद्र पुजारी महोदयंकर सुपुत्र सोमेन भाई उपस्थित अच्छी अवार्ड विषय किसी कहे. इनफैक्ट सोमेन भाई ए अवार्ड फेस्टिवल सहित ए फिल्म फेस्टिवल सहित आरंभ जड़ित एवं शरद सर आरंभ जड़ित रही आसी सी 1 minute फिल्म को बहुत भल पाउले. 1 minute फिल्म डायरेक्ट करवा चिंता करवा बहुत चैलेंजिंग रोला एवं से अनेक यंग फिल्म मेकर्स को भल पाउले एवं तांकर स्मृति उद्देश्य रे ए अवार्ड आम नामित करूँ. सो सोमेन भाई को रिक्वेस्ट करी अवार्ड विषय किसी कहे.
धन्यवाद एवं समस्त को नमस्कार. यही पुरस्कार यही आयोजन यही विषय रे मु कौन कहि प्रथम रू तो निजे जड़ित मैडम जहाँ कहले ये परिवार रो मु जने सदस्य प्रथम रू एवं मु एका नुहे बापा और पुओ आमे दी जण ए परिवार संगे जड़ित मूलरू. वर्तमान किछि पारिवारिक समस्या जो मु किछि वर्ष हेलानी संबलपुर रे रहूची. वर्तमान पुणी कटक को फेरी. तेबे आज मोर सौभाग्य आज ये फंक्शन रे मु शामिल हो पारली. आपण माने समस्त जानिछंती बापा केते जणे केमिति जणे उत्साही लोक केमिति जणे वयस्क तरुण आपण माने जानिछंती. सीए फिल्म देखिबा को फिल्म करिबा को अभिनय देखिबा को जीवन बंचिबा को प्रजापति पछरे दौड़िबा को सबु विषय रे एते उत्साही थिले. मु तांको पुओ हिसाब रे स्वीकार करुछि मु तांको भली केबे हेई परिबिनी. तांको भली हेबा पई चेष्टा करिवि. सेमति जणे उत्साही एवं युवक सुलभ उद्दामतरे भरा जणे तरुण से थिले. तांकरी नाम रे नामित ए जो पुरस्कार सेमति जणे आह्वान भरा चैलेंज भरा 1 मिनिट रो पुरस्कार पाउथबा फिल्म करिवा पई साहस थिबा लोक पई तांको पई बोधे ए पुरस्कार सेही नाम रे नामित करा जायछि. काहेकि जेते कम समय रो फिल्म सेते बड़ चैलेंज. आपण गोटे मेसेज को 3 घंटा बा 4 घंटा बा 10 मिनिट 15 मिनिट रे आराम रे दे परिबे. आपण माने जानि छंती 5 सेकेंड 10 सेकेंड रो एड रो एडवर्टाइजमेंट रो केते केते इम्पैक्ट पड़े मनीष उपरे एवं ताकू जे भावे ताकू जे चिंता करे ताकू जे रूप दिए से ब्रेन टी केमिति हेतिबो. से 5 मिनिट रो कॉन्सेप्ट रो दाम भी बहुत बढ़ी जाए विज्ञापन दुनिया रे एडवर्टाइजमेंट दुनिया रे सेमिति गोटे केते कम समय भितर आपणक निजर कथोपकथन जहाँ आपणकर कथ्य कहउचंती निजर मेसेज टी दउचंती सेते चैलेंज सेते आह्वान भरा जिनिस तेणु ये पुरस्कार तो बापा ना रे नामित हो आसूची कल्लोल जेतबेले थिला ता पूर्वरु वी कैन वी केयर मूलरू ये फिल्म फेस्टिवल रे 1 मिनिट कैटेगरी रे बापा ना रे पुरस्कार दिया होची मूलरू मु सामिल अच्छी आज पुणी थरे आउ गोटे वर्ष आपण मान सामना रे यही परिवार रे सामिल हो पारिछि निजको धन्य मन करुछि समस्त को धन्यवाद। प्रथमटा तेबे गोटे मिनिट कैटेगरी रे ए वर्षर ध्वनि अवार्ड फ्लो ध्वनि अवार्ड प्रथम पुरस्कार शरद चंद्र पुजारी मेमोरियल सम्मान पाइबा को जाउछि फिल्म रे ऑफ लाइफ। फिल्म मेकर होउचंती अनुज कुमार प्रधान। फिल्म रो अवधि 59 सेकंड्स। प्रथम पुरस्कार शुभेच्छा।
एवं 1 minute category which was one of the toughest categories of the lot एवं a category रो winner होउछंदी फिल्म रे ऑफ लाइफ by filmmaker अनुज कुमार प्रधान। At such a young age, a award he received kariba. In fact, he receives a cash prize of rupees 45,000. किंतु सबुठु बड़ पुरस्कार होची शरद चंद्र पुजारी महोदयंकर आशीर्वाद निश्चित भावे तांको उपरे रहिबो बोली मु आशा करूची। ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट। कंग्रेचुलेशंस अनुज। सो वर्तमान
सॉरी मु भाभी किसी कहबिनी बोली बट सारा सान का ना पड़े मुझे निजक होल्ड करें डेफिनेटली। अनुज आई डोंट नो आपड़ जानते कि नहीं हाउ लकी यू आर बिकज जो ना आपण ना सांगे आज जोड़ी होती आप भाभी पारे से नार महत्व कौन। डॉक्टर शरद चंद्र पुजारी वाज जस्ट नॉट अ पर्सन, ही वाज एन इंस्टीट्यूशन हिमसेल्फ। आज आम पाखे सार नहांती कि मुझे अनुभव कर अच्छा आज बोधे से आपण फिल्म देखते ये भे भे कांदी था मुझे जानी कहीं जो ये कनसेप्ट से फिल्म देखती आखिर धार धार लुह बही जाए। दैट्स द कमिटमेंट ही हैज फॉर नॉट फॉर द फिल्म्स बट द कॉन्सेप्ट कौटू ये कॉन्सेप्ट पाँच छुआ मैंने आते से मैंने व्यस्त हो जाती आ सब पिला से भावती जे एमाने होचंदी मोर टीचर से केवे निजे कहती मुझे जड़े टीचर बोली मुझे शिखुची। तो ये जड़े हम्बल पर्सनालीटी ना सागर आपण ना आज जोड़ी होती मु आशा करी भविष्य में आप नार निश्चित भाव में मर्यादा रखिए। मेनी मेनी कंग्रेचुलेशंस टू यू अनुज। थैंक यू।
So congratulations Anuj, such a huge honor. एवं वर्तमान फिल्म कैटेगरी रे आम जूरी रही कौशिक सर मु अनुरोध करने को चाहिए आईना परिवार एवं फिक्की फ्लो परिवार तरफ आम संबर्धित करूँ। निश्चित भाव विभिन्न कैटेगरी फिल्म्स को जज करवा एते सहज नथिला किंतु अनुज सर को प्रेजेंस रे ये प्रक्रियाटी बहुत सहज हो पारी। से निजे जड़े दक्ष एक्टर प्रोड्यूसर डायरेक्टर एवं प्रत्येक फिल्म्स को भल भाव में बुझीपारती। मु अनुरोध करने को चाहिए मंचवर अतिथि को सम्मानित करेंगे श्री कौशिक महापात्र महोदय को। दिलीप सर प्लीज जॉइन अस इन फेलिसिटेटिंग श्री कौशिक महापात्र जी। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर for patiently judging all the films, 1 minute category, 5 minute category and 30 minute category. संको हमें अनेक भूमिका रे मध्य देखिछे केते बेले एंटी विलेन केते बेले एंटी हीरो केते बेले पॉजिटिव कैरेक्टर भाई चरित्र प्रत्येक टी चरित्र खूब सुंदर भाव रे से दर्शकों आगे आनी परिछंती।
समथिंग नाउ शुभ्रजीत यू डोंट नो बहुत जन आपण माने जानी नांती सोमेन आउ कौशिक ठिया होइचंती। आई रिमेंबर्ड ऑलमोस्ट लाइक 10 years बैक इट वाज शरद सर एंड शांतनु सर तो दी जन जाक सेमती ठिया होइतिले। सो इट्स रियली एन ऑनर।
निश्चित भाव ये संपर्क जुग जुगर एवं निश्चित भाव ये संपर्क एवं ये बंधन निश्चित भाव आग को अटूट एवं आहरी सुदृढ़ हो प्रभु श्री जगन्नाथ पाखे केवल ये प्रार्थना रखी एवं वर्तमान मु अनुरोध करने को चाहिए आम समस्त रोल मॉडल पद्मश्री दिलीप तिर्की महोदय पाखु निश्चित भाव दुई पद शुणा आशीर्वाद वार्ता रखु दिलीप भाई को अनुरोध करी करताली सहित स्वागत करवा वी रिक्वेस्ट दिलीप सर टू प्लीज एड्रेस द गैदरिंग।
धन्यवाद आपण समस्त को नमस्कार। सम्मान्य श्रीयुक्त नलिनी महांती महोदय चेयरपर्सन OTDC एठी अछंती हमर मैडम स्नेहा जी जितेंद्र भाई एठी हमर अछंती फिल्म जगतर हमर सुपरस्टार्स और बंधुगण आईना सदाबले डिफरेंट सोशल काम व्यस्त रही था एवं सदाबले चाही था कि भाव में आम समाज सहित समस्ते मिसिकी आम सहित से माने सबकि सुंदर भाव में पालन करवा और आज जो 2 दिन धरी प्रोग्राम करुँच मु कंग्रेस जनइबी आउ जिते भी ये अच्छा आमर कह डायरेक्टर या आमर जिते भी आर्टिस्ट तांको कंग्रेस जनइबी 1 मिनिट रे गोटाए मिनिट रे 50 सेकेंड्स रे समाज को मेसेज देवा बहुत कष्टकर एवं जोटा मु देखिली आज दुईटी रियली बहुत सुंदर भाव में होती जोटा भाई कहते कि आम 2 घंटा 2.5 घंटा भितर जो मेसेज देवा चाहूँ 1 सेकेंड आम जापारु सेटा रियली कष्टकर कांग्रेस आप समस्त को जिते भिन्न क्षम कथा जिते आसे मु डीपली मु इनवॉल्व होकर अच्छी कहीं जिते मु BS हाई स्कूल थी जो 12 वर्ष 13 वर्ष जिते मु BS हाई स्कूल जॉइन करी स्पोर्ट हॉस्टल रे से समय आम हॉस्टल को लगिकी भिन्नक्षम हॉस्टल थिला स्कूल थिला अंधमुख बधिर आम समस्ते 3 वर्ष धरी सहित मिसिकी आम बीतेलु हाँ गोटे साइड रंधाबढ़ा चलता आम गोटे साइड तो गोटाए बारंडारू जीवा आसा करते स्कूल स्कूल सहित लगिक रही किंतु से 3 वर्ष भितर मु पर्सनली कहूँ से तो भाई कहते ये भिन्न किसी एमती नाला कहीं आम हॉकी खेलुलु आम हॉकी खेलवा सिर्फ जानूलु एवं से माने अन्य काम मु कहि से समय चेयर बुणीपाठू नहीं कि डिफरेंट आर्ट करने नहीं कि एवं बधिर माने अंध मैंने जिते से पोखरी आम गाधवाक जाऊँ तो से आम सागर जाऊे आम कंपिटिशन करूँ कंपिटिशन से जाकि मझी पर्यटन सामान जा पहुँचुलु मैंने एत फिट थे एत सक्षम थे सो आम जस्ट आम चिंताधारा एम भावु किंतु से मैंने सदाबले सक्षम एवं ताहारी सबुठू बड़ कथा पेसेंस जो पाखे अच्छी आम पाखे आम टिके मो गोड़े टिके इंजुरी हो जाए ताहले मत डिफिकल्ट हो जाए भाई बड़ाचला करने जो पेसेंस अच्छी और जते ज्ञान अच्छी रियली एक्सीलेंट आपन समस्त को मु कांग्रेस जनइबी एवं आपन समस्ते आम समाज पाई इंस्पिरेशन और ये भाया काम करके आगे बढ़तु धन्यवाद नमस्कार।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। वर्तमान मु अनुरोध करने को चाहिए कौशिक सर हम समस्त उद्देश्य रे किछि कहिबे।
शुभ संध्या बंधुगण कौशिक महापात्र आपण समस्त को नमस्कार जनाउछंती एवं मो आज रियलाइज कली जे यही भाया गोटे फिल्म फेस्टिवल ऑन डाइवर्सिटी जहाँ कहते इनक्लूसिविटी डाइवर्सिटी जो वर्ड गुड़िक आम शुणुचु ओडिया से कौन हम मुझे कहीपरि किंतु जो सिनेमा गुड़िक है एवं जो दंभ नहीं जो साहस रे जो कॉन्सेप्ट गुड़िक नहीं यही चलचित्र गुड़िक आम देखली छोट छोट शॉर्ट फिल्म्स जमती कहले भाई कहले मिस्टर पुजारी जस्ट सेड दैट saying a story in 1 minute इज द मोस्ट डिफिकल्ट थिंग जिते छोट सेते कष्ट मु जिते 150 एड फिल्म कली 30 सेकेंड से मो बापा मत पचार वाई एड फिल्म्स मु कहली जे से कही आई वाज 27 years old मत 27 वर्ष बयस था मो बापा कहली एक्चुअली एड फिल्म्स वाई बिकॉज दे ग्लैमरस वन नंबर 2 यू डोंट टेक मच ऑफ टाइम बेसी समय अपन नौ ना गोटे मेसेज पास करने हाउएवर आजिकार संध्या होची कल्मिनेटिंग इवनिंग ऑफ दिस वंडरफुल फिल्म फेस्टिवल मो धन्यवाद दौची स्नेहा मैडम को आईना एनजीओ को फिक्की फ्लो को फॉर कोलैबोरेटिंग ऑन दिस वंडरफुल कॉन्सेप्ट एंड आज मु प्रॉमिस करूँ समस्त सामने जे आईना ये जो एनजीओ ये जो संस्था जोटा कि ये सब विभिन्न टाइप रो नुआ नुआ जिनस को लोकों सामने प्रेजेंट करुच्ची परिवेशन करुच्ची एटा गोटे बहुत बढ़िया जिनस करुच्ची मो बापा शरद पुजारी अंकल मुझे डाके एंड शरद पुजारी अकॉर्डिंग टू मी इज द मोस्ट सुअव डेबोनेर द बेस्ट हीरो दैट आई हैव सीन दो शरद मौसा शरद अंकल आम जेनेरेशन नुहे किंतु मत यदि किए पचारे जे ओडिशा रे किए सबुठ स्टाइलिश हीरो थिला it is the one and only Sharad Pujari. So big round of applause to Mr. Sharad Pujari and my late father Mr. Ananta Mohapatra, who as Sneha madam just said were standing together on the same podium, and I promise aji mu promise kurchi apan man ko samna re je jaha hei paribo mo dwara mu aina pai 100% karibi in years to come. And I feel so happy to have been inducted into this wonderful family. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you very much. Both Sundar Barta Rakhishanti. Now I would like to request Jason to please share a few of his experiences with us. And he's been associated with us from yesterday. He was one of our panelists. He could share his views. Now let's hear it out.
Well, this is really unexpected. Look, I think it is incredibly important to have accurate disability representation in media, whether that's journalism, documentary film, short film, narrative screenplays, performing arts, you name it. People with disabilities, about 15% of the global population are often portrayed as victims or just as simply inspirational caricatures. And the types of films that I've seen here tonight that Aaina has helped give space to over the years with this film festival, it's changing the narrative. It's painting people with disabilities as three-dimensional human beings and not just figures that non-disabled people see most people with disabilities as, myself included. Anyhow, Aaina, thank you so much for putting this event together, and thank you for including me. It was a pleasure to speak earlier today, and congratulations to all of the filmmakers today.
Thank you very much. We also look forward to your association in the days to come. Thank you very much for joining us. एवं वर्तमान समय आसी दिलीप भाई को आम सम्मानित करूँ ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ फ्लो ध्वनि फैमिली मु अनुरोध करने को चाहिए अतिथि को टू प्लीज जॉइन अस इन फेलिसिटेटिंग पद्मश्री दिलीप तिर्की द प्राइड ऑफ ओडिशा द प्राइड ऑफ इंडिया करंटली हेडिंग हॉकी इंडिया सो मु अनुरोध करने को चाहिए नम्रता मैम ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ फिकी फ्लो फैमिली Sneha ma'am to please join in felicitating Padma Shri Dilip Tirki. We have a small token of appreciation for Shri Somin Pujari. Somin bhai apan ko pai madhya ek choto upahar rahichi apan madhya ei family ro jane sadasya किंतु निश्चित भावे जो स्मृति ताजा हो सारी प्रत्येक वर्ष आम सरस्व को मन पकई था फेस्टिवल जरिया विभिन्न फिल्म्स जरिया ताको यही वर्ष मध्य आम मन पकईचु एवं से स्मृति उद्देश्य एक छोट उपहार रही फॉर श्री सोमेन पुजारी मु रिक्वेस्ट करी कौशिक सर टू प्लीज फेलिसिटेट An absolute honor to see this love, bonding, friendship. And we also have a small token of appreciation for Team Trident Properties. May we request Geetika ma'am to please receive the token of love and appreciation on behalf. Exactly. For Trident Properties, we would like to thank Trident Properties. May we request Poonam ma'am and Shabani ma'am to please felicitate. We would like to thank Trident Properties for extending their support towards making this event a grand success. Thank you very much. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद वर्तमान अतिथि को अनुरोध करी मंच सम्मुखें निज आसन अलंकृत करेंगे मे बी रिक्वेस्ट आवर बिलवेड गेस्ट्स टू प्लीज टेक द सीट्स एंड नाउ इट्स टाइम यस मे बी रिक्वेस्ट Geetika ma'am to please speak a few words.
Yeah, actually I would just like to say that I'm more a part of Aaina than Trident Properties because it's my husband who has been working for Trident Properties, and it's just a medium. I started working with Aaina from 2011, and from there it on the film festival fortunately also began. Trident Properties, whenever it gets a chance to be a part of this festival, I think it's a win-win theory because win-win for both of them. Because whenever I go to my husband's office at Trident Properties, I think the most beautiful corner that I see are these mementos from Aaina that he has received, in return. So I think that's it's a win-win for him, and it's an honor for Trident Properties rather than for Aaina. So I truly think that way. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So वर्तमान 1 minute category जहाँ बहुत ही challenging रही थिला से category रो तीनोटी best films को वर्तमान देखिबा. Okay. We'll start with The Artist by Shri Garg. The Artist by Shri Garg for the category 1 minute.
Vada was probably right when she said, hands are the tools of the painter, the artist.
And Bob Ross said, all you need to paint is a few tools, a little instruction, and a vision in your mind.
And you are?
The artist.
And now it's time for our next film, The Ability Within. And now, the winner of 1 minute category, film Ray of Life. Let's watch. Wow, we can create an inclusive society by holding each other's hands. एवं देखी पार्थुबे इतने शॉर्ट ड्यूरेशन रे बहुत मैसेज रही डजंट मैटर फिल्म ड्यूरेशन केते थाउ कंटेंट एवं से फिल्म पछरे जो इमोशंस रही दैट शुड एक्चुअली टच द हार्ट्स ऑफ द पीपल एवं 1 मिनट कैटेगरी रो जो माने भी फिल्म मेकर्स रही अ बिग राउंड अप्लॉज फॉर देयर एफर्ट्स थैंक यू वेरी मच एवं वर्तमान समय आसी ज्यूरी कैटेगरी पाई इनफैक्ट आम ज्यूरी मेंबर्स सब फिल्म्स तो जज करते किंतु यूनानिमस डिसीजन रही गोटे फिल्म जहाँ समस्त हृदय को छुई पारी से फिल्म टी कौन से कि समय पर जाना कि वर्तमान अतिथि को मंच उपर को स्वागत करने को चाहिए सो फर्स्ट आई वुड लाइक टू वेलकम मैडम नम्रता चहल. Madam Namrita Chahal, may we request to please join us, Managing Director Asha Wellness, and may we also request all the floor members to please join us for the Jury Choice Award. And may we also request Sneha ma'am to please join us, Jitendra bhai please join us. Ebam amo jury members for the film category, may we request Kaushik sir, Partho bhai please join us. So Jury Choice madhya bahut hi difficult rahitla because sabu films यूनिक थिले एवं समस्तंकर मेसेज मध्य वेरी लाउड क्लियर रही किंतु क्यों फिल्म टी सबू जूरी मेंबर्स कर पसंद आसीतला तांको मुहरे स्माइल आनी पारितला ताको जानिबा एंड फॉर द ज्यूरी चॉइस अवार्ड नेम ऑफ द फिल्म अ बीकन ऑफ लाइट बाय माधव झा. लेट्स वेलकम माधव झा. ड्यूरेशन टी रहितला 1 minute. मो रिक्वेस्ट करी टीम अ बीकन ऑफ लाइट प्लीज आसीजे एवं तापर परे फिल्म टी निश्चित भाव देखा अ बीकन ऑफ लाइट द यंग एनर्जेटिक वाइब्रेंट टीम ऑफ अ बीकन ऑफ लाइट. And they receive a cash prize of rupees 10,000. Please make some noise for this beautiful team of a beacon of light. Sneha ma'am, please. Absolute honor. In fact, pratikti category ro winner haba ebam jury choice category ro winner haba. It is a different feeling altogether. एवं आम समस्ते बहुत एक्साइटेड अच्छु ए फिल्म को देखापी अ बीकन ऑफ लाइट डायरेक्टेड बाय माधव झा एंड हिज टीम जार ड्यूरेशन रही 1 minute. कंग्रेचुलेशंस. एंड आम ज्यूरी मेंबर्स रही मु जस्ट संक्षिप्त जानवा चाहिए व्हाट वाज दैट स्ट्राइकिंग पॉइंट जो आप सिलेक्ट करें.
अगेन आई मीन सबू जिनसर कॉन्सेप्ट्स बहुत अलग थिला तो यहाँ भी गोटे यूनिक कॉन्सेप्ट थिला जोटा कि आम देखी नथिलु ए टाइप रो जिनस तो से आमको से अट्रैक्ट कला.
एक्चुअली टू टेल यू द ट्रुथ पार्थ ठीक कथा कहले किंतु मु सत कथाटी कहबी गोटे फिल्म तादर बाछियापाई अपन विश्वास करें राति पाई जीवो. So we decided all films are good, but there has to be a winner, there has to be a second, there has to be a first, second, third, fourth, fifth. So Beacon of Light also was a superb film, and the jury unanimously decided, someone decided ame samad misi kollu je ei film ta jury's choice paiva darkar. So that is how it is there. So big round of applause for Beacon of Light.
So we'll see the film. निश्चित भाव जो फिल्म टी जूरी मेंबर्स को इम्प्रेस करी पारिछि. थोड़ा चिंता करंतु 30 minutes, 5 minutes, 7 minutes फिल्म को पछरे पकई 1 minute फिल्म जूरी चॉइस अवार्ड मिली पारिछि. कुडोस एन अचीवमेंट. सो वर्तमान अतिथि को अनुरोध करी प्लीज जो सीट्स रे बसी जिबे एवं वर्तमान समय आसी अ बीकन ऑफ लाइट फिल्म देखि नबा डायरेक्टेड बाय माधव झा. We are also excited about my film टी देखिबा परे we would be felicitating the winners of the poster competition.
अजीब अजीब हरकतें करते रहते हैं।
क्यों बेटा, क्या हुआ?
मैं बताती हूँ ना, आपके दाएं तरफ एक कॉलेज स्टूडेंट पब्लिक प्लेस में सिगरेट पी रहा है। 2 लोग एक अपंग की मदद करने के बहाने उसका वीडियो बना रहे हैं। कोई नो पार्किंग में अपनी बाइक पार्क कर रहा है। पानी पूरी वाला जिस हाथ से खिला रहा है उसी से कुछ ला रहा है।
इंसान को इस लड़की की तरह होना चाहिए जो कि लोगों को हंसने में, दुनिया देखने में मदद करे, ना कि उन लोगों के जैसा जो दूसरों की तकलीफें बढ़ाए।
वाओ, व्हाट अ ब्यूटीफुल फिल्म। इच्छा होता आउ तो देखिबा पई एवं जे एक्ट करछन से भी निजे बसी छंती। सो आई थिंक सब आर्टिस्ट को पई गोटे जोरदार ताली बा दरकार। Beautiful message. Kindness is only language that everybody, it reaches out to everyone. Wonderful message, and perfect judgment by our jury members. And now it's time. वर्तमान समय आसी पोस्टर कंपटीशन रो विनर्स माननको सम्मानित करिबा पई, किंतु ता पूर्व आम जूरी मेंबर डेफिनेटली मंच पर उपस्थित रहिबे, सम्मानित करिबे। वी वुड लाइक टू फेलिसिटेट अभिषेक गिरी। मु रिक्वेस्ट करबा को चाहेबी एक्टर सिने क्रिटिक अभिषेक टू प्लीज जॉइन अस, एंड वी वुड लाइक टू फेलिसिटेट अभिषेक ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ Ficci Flow family and Aaina family. May we request Sneha ma'am to please join us in felicitating. Ebong may we request Shabani madam to please join us. Shabani madam, please join us, proudly representing Ficci Flow family. Absolutely. एवं जितेंद्र भाई मते मने पके दैछंती जुगाटो फिल्म बहुत ही बस क्रिएट करिछि सोशल मीडिया एवं वर्तमान एथि पई बस क्रिएट करिछि कारण भुवनेश्वर तो ऑब्वियसली शूटिंग हेतला, अनेक ओडिया आर्टिस्ट्स मध्य सेतिर अभिनय करिछंती एंड अभिषेक वाज आल्सो वन ऑफ देम। सेतिर अभिनय करिछंती, तेणु केवल हॉलीवुड इंडस्ट्री नुहे वर्तमान ऑल ऑफ इंडिया तांगर टैलेंट देखि परिबो। एब्सोल्यूट ट्रीट टू वॉच हिम एक्ट।
Just to add on, Abhishek is also our star. We had the opportunity to produce a video, music video, menstrual hygiene opore. It is called Kacha Kandhei. Please watch. It's there in the YouTube. And Abhishek was the lead person over there. एते बढ़िया एक्टिंग करथिले आउ माने एते कोन कहबा सेटा एम्पैथेटिकली एक्चुअली सेटा को कैरी करथिले। इट्स रियली ट्रेमेंडस। सो थैंक यू सो मच अभिषेक, एंड वी हैव अ लॉट ऑफ एक्सपेक्टेशन फ्रॉम यू।
थैंक यू सो मच। मु लीड नथिली ऑनेस्टली, लीड वाज द कंटेंट। स्नेहाशीष भाई बहुत बढ़िया भाव रे एटा को करथिले, अभिजीत भाई माने गीत म्यूजिक करथिले सेथरे, तेनु I missed yesterday. So thank you so much. आउरी आगो को एमती आउरी किछि भलो भलो घटना घटो। Thank you everyone for your presence.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you Shabani ma'am. And now it's time to felicitate the winners of poster competition. एटी मु कहि रखुछि फ्लो ध्वनि 2023 केवल फिल्म निर्माता मानंकु डिसेबिलिटी एंड इनक्लूसिविटी उपरे फिल्म आम मान को पठेबा पई आह्वान करा जेतला ताहा नुहे, बरम युवपीढ़ी मध्य ए थीम किपरि अधिक रु अधिक पहुँचे पारिबा सेति पई एक पोस्टर कंपटीशन मध्य आमे आयोजन करिथिलु। एवं केवल भुवनेश्वर कटक नुहे सारा ओडिसा रु अनेक एंट्रीज आम पाखरे आसी पहुँचला। विभिन्न आर्ट कॉलेजेस रु विभिन्न टेक्निकल कॉलेजेस रु मध्य पिला माने भाग नै खूब सुंदर भावरे एई थीम को एक्सप्लोर करिथिले। एवं किछि समय परे आमे निश्चित भाबे सब पोस्टर्स को एलईडी ऊपर देखिबा, एवं जदि आपण अति निकट देखा चाहते बाहर मध्य सब पोस्टर्स आम डिस्प्ले करूँ जहाँ गतकाली समस्ते बहुत अप्रिशिएट करुँच। समस्त को रिक्वेस्ट करी कोठी भी जिबे ना, विल टेक अ ग्रुप पिक्चर। ऑल द फिल्म मेकर्स रिक्वेस्ट टू प्लीज स्टे बैक, विल टेक अ ग्रुप पिक्चर जस्ट फ्यू मोर मिनिट्स। सो अवार्ड देवाई मु अनुरोध करने को चाहिए पद्मश्री दिलीप तिर्की महोदय को दिलीप भाई आपन पुणी थे अनुरोध करने को चाहिए मंच पर उपस्थित रहे मे बी रिक्वेस्ट जूरी मेंबर ऑफ पोस्टर कंपटीशन फिरदौसी तबस्सुम मो मैडम फिरदौसी तबस्सुम अनुरोध करी प्लीज मंच पर उपस्थित रहे मैडम डॉली जेना मो रिक्वेस्ट करी जदि उपस्थित अच्छा प्लीज आसी जातु मैडम फिरदौसी तबस्सुम प्लीज जॉइन अस जड़े युव चित्रशिल्पी एवं लेखिका से मध्य खूब सुंदर भाव जज करिसेंती शी इज गॉन थ्रू ऑल द पोस्टर्स एंड आई एम श्योर इट मस्ट बी वेरी चैलेंजिंग टू जज who the winner of poster competition was. We'll start with the consolation prize. Consolation prize for Suman Swai. Suman Swai जहाँकर थीम रहितला inclusion. सुमन आसी पहुंची सारी एवं सुमन आरएससी कॉलेज रे वर्तमान पढ़ुछंती एवं ड्राइंग करने प्रति आरंभर दुर्बलता रही अनेक कॉम्पिटिशन्स रे से भाग नियंती एंड शी इज वन द कंसोलेशन प्राइज along with a cash prize of ₹1000. Madam Firdausi Tabassum, please join us in felicitating Suman. एवं समस्त को पुणी थे अनुरोध करने को चाहिए यस सो आप समस्ते एलईडी रे देखि पारुथबे सुमनकर पेंटिंग पुणी थे आप प्लीज डिस्प्ले कर दिंतु सो इंक्लूजन पेंटिंग बाय सुमन स्वाई वर्तमान थर्ड प्राइज विनर्स वी हैव जॉइंट विनर्स फॉर द थर्ड पोजीशन सोनाली नायक एंड नीलमणि गौड़ सोनाली नायक एंड नीलमणि गौड़ यदि उपस्थित अच्छा प्लीज आसी जातु एवं सोनालींकर थीम रही गोल्डन विंग्स एवं नीलमणि गौड़ थीम रही देयर इज एबिलिटी इन एवरी डिसेबिलिटी वाओ वंडरफुल सो मो अनुरोध करने को चाहिए सोनाली एवं नीलमणि उभय को रिक्वेस्ट करी प्लीज स्टेज उपरको आसीजे एवं से मिलूँ कैश प्राइज ऑफ ₹3000 निश्चित भाव युव चित्रशिल्पी मानक उत्साहित करने प्लेटफॉर्म एक प्रचेष्टा करिछि आशा करुछि ए चित्रशिल्पी माने आगामी दिन में केवल चित्र आंकिबे ताहा नुहे बरम तांको चित्र जरिया चित्रकला जरिया समाज रे एक सचेतनतार वार्ता मध्य सृष्टि करिबे मो अनुरोध करने को चाहिए श्री प्रद्युम्न कुमार रथ महोदय को फाउंडिंग मेंबर आईना प्रद्युम्न सर मो रिक्वेस्ट करी प्लीज पोस्टर कंपटीशन विनर्स मन को संबर्धित करने आमको जॉइन करेंगे प्रद्युम्न सर प्लीज जॉइन अस एवं संकर मध्य बहुत साहाय्य सहयोग रही फॉर पेंटिंग कंपटीशन सो थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर योर अनप्रेसिडेंटेड सपोर्ट नाउ इट्स टाइम फॉर द सेकंड पोजिशन ने रही मिस दीप्तिमयी चंपती एवं तांकर पोस्टर थीम रही माय एबिलिटी इज स्ट्रॉन्गर देन माय डिसेबिलिटी मो रिक्वेस्ट करी दीप्तिमयी प्लीज आसी जातु दीप्तिमयी चंपती तांको पोस्टर को आम निश्चित भाव एलईडी रे देखिबा दीप्तिमयी आसी नहांती सो सोनाली ए अवार्ड रिसीव करेंगे अनेक अनेक शुभेच्छा ज्ञापन करदे एंड शी इज रिसीविंग अ कैश प्राइज ऑफ ₹4000 दैट्स अमेजिंग थैंक यू वेरी मच कंग्रेचुलेशंस एवं वर्तमान पोस्टर कंपटीशन रो विनर ना घोषणा करिवार समय आसी एवं फर्स्ट प्राइज निश्चित भाव आम जे रिसीव करेंगे मंच पर स्वागत करवा कि बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जनइबी गायत्री देवी ग्रुप बिग कप फैमिली जो मैंने अवार्ड टी स्पॉन्सर करिसेंती इनफैक्ट जिते थैंक्स कहबी बहुत कम हम सबु समय गायत्री देवी ग्रुप आर्टिस्ट्स मानक सम्मानित करी आसुचंती तांको गुरुत्व दे आसुचंती एंड दिस वाज an initiative on their part to promote the artists. Ebom the winner of poster competition is Jyotirdev Singh. Jyotirdev Singh, jankara theme rahitila part of creation. Taku madhya ame LED screen re dekhiba. And here is a poster on the screen. Wow! Part of creation, Jyotirdev. Amazing. Magic in your hands. That's amazing. And Jyotirdev receives a cash prize of rupees 5,000. That's amazing. निश्चित भावे चित्रशिल्पी मानकु उत्साहित करवा से माने मध्य आगामी दिन रे आम राज्य ओडिशा पे अनेक गर्व गौरव आणंतु प्रभु श्री जगन्नाथଙ୍କ पाखरे केवल एतिकी प्रार्थना. थैंक यू वेरी मच. मंच प्रतिभा अतिथि को अनुरोध करी मंच सम्मुखें निज आसन अलंकृत करेंगे. पुणी थे पोस्टर्स गुड़ी को आम स्क्रीन उपरे देखी नवा. कैन वी हैव ऑल द 6 posters on the screen? Can we have all the posters? So can we have all the posters, the winning posters of the poster competition on the screen? Wow, the first prize winner, Jyotirdev Singh, jaro theme rahitla part of creation. This is by Sonali Naik, Golden Wings. This painting by Nilamani Gowda. There is ability in every disability. And this poster by Deeptimai Champati, My Ability is Stronger Than My Disability. And the consolation prize winner by Suman Swai, theme Roichi, Inclusion. Wow, amazing creations. Thank you very much. Amo sabu participants ko pai gote zordar tali. Keep participating, keep spreading this message on inclusion and diversity. एवं yes बाहर मध्य सब पेंटिंग्स आम डिस्प्ले करिछु आपण माने देखि परिबे एवं जो माने पार्टिसिपेट करितले सेमान को मध्य पेंटिंग्स आम डिस्प्ले करिछु. And we are just left with a few more honors, so mo request kari please everybody to stay back. We'll take a group picture. So Bartaman we have a token of appreciation from Aaina family. एवं mo request करिबा को चाहिबी Chairperson Ficci Flow Bhubaneswar, Namrita ma'am to please be present. Ma'am mo request karibi apun please manch upre asi jantu ebom ethi mo kahi rakhuchi and mo request kariba ku chahibi President Aaina Lalita madam please asi jibe. And the reason why we called you upon on stage is jetebale ame Dhwani 2023 pai chinta karithilu. बहुत ही डिस्कशंस बहुत किछि मन रे चलीथिला किंतु से समय रे फिकी फ्लो टीम हमको अप्रोच करितले एवं से कहितले वी वुड लाइक टू कोलैबोरेट विथ दिस ब्यूटीफुल कॉन्सेप्ट वी वुड लाइक टू कोलैबोरेट एंड लेट्स मेक इट अ मूवमेंट केवल एक फिल्म फेस्टिवल नुहे यह एक रेवोल्यूशन एक मूवमेंट भाव में आम समस्ते मिलमिशि परिणत करवा. So we are really touched, we are really blessed to have the support, to have the association of Ficci Flow Bhubaneswar. एवं Ficci Flow Bhubaneswar team खूब कम समय मध्यरे अनेक ख्याति अर्जन करिसेंती. They have won awards at the state level and each of their members are truly contributing to the society. Women empowerment हो, weavers community को development हो, menstruation awareness हो, सबु क्षेत्र रे से माने active रही आसिछंती. And also they are the proud representatives of G20. Thank you very much, Namrita ma'am. And now maybe
a huge thank you to Aaina and to each and every one of our partners, may it be the jury, may it be the sponsors, because this was not possible without every one of you. And this includes all the filmmakers and all the poster competition participants as well. Thank you to all. And to you, both of you, thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And now may we request all the filmmakers to please join us for a group picture. Mo request karibi ama samasta juba filmmakers manunku amku join karantu e muhurta ko ame sabudin pai camera lens re kaid kariba ku chesta karibu. May we also request our jury members. May we request Jason to please join us. May we request Partha bhai please join karibe. Kasturi madam amku please join karantu for a group picture. May we request Kaushik sir. All the winners please aasi jantu. All the filmmakers please request karibi aasi jibe along with your checks. Mo request karibi aasi jibe. We are really very happy to have a young energetic team. Ahuri onek young filmmakers ei movement re amo saito jogo diyantu. Prabhu Shri Jagannathankु पाखरे केवल एतिकी प्रार्थना रहिबो. And this movement has to reach the nook and corner of the state, of the country, and with all our collaborative efforts, this can be a reality very soon. एवं चलित वर्ष जेमती थीम रहितला celebrating inclusion and diversity, निश्चित भावे ए थीम को आमे समस्ते अनुभव करिथिलु समस्तंकर मिलित उद्यम रे. So congratulations to all the winners, to all the filmmakers जो माने participate करिछंती. Dilip sir, please join us. Poster competition winners, आपण माने मध्ये हमको जोग दियंतो. Thank you very much. It was truly a pleasure to have a group picture with all the budding talents. Thank you guests, thank you jury members, thank you participants. एवं समस्त रिक्वेस्ट करी हॉल भितरे रहिबे. वर्तमान आईना परिवार तरफरु एक स्पेशल वीडियो आमे प्रस्तुत करिछु.
मु टिके समस्त को अनुरोध करी दयाकरी आ 2 मिनिट बसिबे, बेसी समय नुहे. प्लीज बी सीटेड. We have a wonderful things to do. आपण माने देखुचंती लास्ट 2 days हेलानी प्रमोद सर अनवरत साइनिंग करी चली चंती. So I think it's time for all of us to felicitate him. So Pramod sir, can we have here in the center stage, please? Please. Center stage. मु कस्तूरी मैडम को अनुरोध करी से टिके प्रमोद सर को आम समस्त तरफ फेलिसिटेट करेंगे. Asant, please. Yeah, yeah, Partha, please come. Both of you. Partha, stay back. Thank you so much, Pramod sir. He has been actually our official sign language interpreter. आमको कहीं गोटे प्रोटोकॉल अच्छी जे आमे माने जेते बड़े कथा होचे we cannot leave anyone behind. So how can we think of people who cannot hear our voice, and how can we not have something for them? So it's him through whom we are talking to them. Thank you so much. Yeah, right. Thank you. And the beautiful host of this particular evening and yesterday also, our very dear Subhajit. Can we have you here on the stage? And I would like to request all our Aaina family members to felicitate Subhajit. Yeah, please be there on the stage. Please, center stage. Yes. All of you, go. Yes. Yeah, a big clap for Subhajit. Thank you. Yes. Thank you so much. Yeah, last but not the least, we need to thank all of you, all the members, those who have participated. Please don't go. I have still 2 minutes to speak to all of you. Award winners, there is a very beautiful things to do. Please stay back. आमे माने केबे भी गोटे प्रोग्राम कंप्लीट करि परिबा नाही विदाउट लाइक फिनिशिंग गिविंग अ फाइनल टच टू दैट प्रथम जिनस समस्त को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद I take this opportunity to thank all our sponsors, starting from the OMC Odisha, who was our platinum partner, the digital distribution partner, BNR Films, our gold partner, Metro Groups, Ruchi Food Lines, Project, Tata Steel Mining, our silver partner, SN Constructions, ABC, and also DE, Apollo, and also partners, Gale, Trident, Organelle Farms, Oberoi, ASL Ladies Clubs, and many more. And without all their support, it was just not possible. And it was again possible for the association of FLO Ficci. Thank you so much, Namrita, and the entire team over there. And I also would like to thank all our jury members who have done an excellent job in terms of choosing this. And let me tell you, there is a lot of problem happened in between. But then it is our jury member who stood by, who took a very cool decision, I would say. And that's how this festival is possible today. So thank you so much for that. And also I would take this opportunity to thank our resource person, Biyot Pragya Tripathi, who couldn't join us today. And also Kailas Bhuiya, who are also our resource persons, who mane workshop bale filmmakers manaku orientation deythile how to make a short films. So thank you so much. I also would like to take this opportunity to thank our jury member of the poster competitions, and last but not the least, all my colleagues. And Abhishek Palailani, but I just wanted to say I'm not that cool a person. I'm not that person who always smiles. I also sometimes like speak fire or something like that. So it is these people who have tolerated it. So can I have all my team over here on the stage? All Aaina people, can you come to the stage, please? The hard work that you people have put in. And let me tell you, this time, I actually did not do much thing. So definitely they have, learned how to get it done, and they have taken it. No, Kalli to nahi. Kalli, I am the last one. Please. Kalli pe. Dilip sir, asantu. Dilip sir, asantu. Yeah? Huh? Asa Dilip. Please. Hey, Ranu ase. Mona. Latika, asa. All of you. Gitika, tum bhi kya baith gaye udhar? Aa jao. You are also Aaina member. Ranu. Yeah. There are people who are frontliners, who have started it, who have initiated it, and there are people who has taken it forward. So the entire team is here. Can we all really clap for them? Yeah, clap for us. And thanks to GKCM Odisha Research Center, our people, those have been, providing our sound, the light, everyone. Thank you so much. And thank you. Thank you so much. समस्त को पुणी थे धन्यवाद आमे माने एक कार्यक्रम को आगो को जारी रखियो कहले आपण मानकर सहयोग बहुत दरकार इट इज जस्ट नॉट वन आईना देयर हैज टू बी मेनी पीपल मेनी हैंड्स टुगेदर देन ओनली अ प्रोग्राम लाइक दिस इज पॉसिबल so with this I would like to end my speech for this particular edition but before that we will have many of you have said that we would like to learn this language Partha you said that right I remembered we will have our state anthem, Bande Utkal Janani, in sign language. And we will have Dilip sir here on stage, please, because he is the person who has actually acted over there. So, can we have Bande Utkal Janani? Samaste daya karke TI jaantu. And please also sign with us. Namrita, please join. Namrita and other people, please join. I'm eating the periwa. हाँ right. I'm दीपट साइड गला वाला. दीपट साइड गला. बंद है तो आ साइड ही जावा साइड ही जाएंगे.
So team Aaina तरफरु वंदे उत्कल जननी एक स्पेशल वीडियो आमे प्रस्तुत करिछु साइन लैंग्वेज रे समस्त को अनुरोध करबी टू प्लीज जॉइन अस टू प्लीज स्टैंड अप एज अ टोकन ऑफ रिस्पेक्ट टुवर्ड्स आवर स्टेट एंथम मे वी रिक्वेस्ट एवरीवन टू प्लीज स्टैंड अप एज अ टोकन ऑफ रिस्पेक्ट टुवर्ड्स द स्टेट एंथम.
वन्दे उत्कल जननी वन्दे उत्कल जननी वन्दे उत्कल जननी
चारु भाषमय जननी 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 पूतपयोधि विधौत शरीरा
ताल तमाल सुशोभित तीरा घन घन वन भूमि राजित अंगी
नीलभूधर मण साजित रंगी
कण कण मुखरित चार विहंगी
जननी जननी जननी
सुंदर साड़ी सुशोभित क्षेत्र
ज्ञान विज्ञान प्रदर्शित नेत्र
सुंदर मंदिर मंडित देश
चारु कला बलि शोभित वेश
पुण्य तीर्थ जय पूर्ण प्रदेश
जननी 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 उत्कल सुरवर दर्पित गेह
हरिकुल शोणित चर्चित देह
Wow. I think wonderful work done by team Aaina. एवं एथिरे दिलीप भाई मध्य प्रेजेंट अच्छन ताका सपोर्ट मध्य बहुत रहितला वीडियो प्रति एंड आई एम श्योर स्टेट एंथम पई मध्य आमे डेफिनेटली बहुत सुंदर प्रयास करिसंदी प्रयास बहुत आगु को जाओ थैंक यू वेरी मच टीम आइना ह्यूज राउंड अप्लॉज फॉर टीम आइना एवरीवन थैंक यू एंड विद दिस we are done with the valedictory ceremony, the prize distribution ceremony of this year's Flow Dhwani 2023. Thank you for making it a grand success. Thank you very much. Thank you. And yes.
There's a raffle ticket which they have. Okay.
Yes. And please get ready for the 10th edition. So जो माने filmmakers ए वर्ष participate करिछंती पुणी थरे homework करिवा start करंतु poster making competition जो माने भाग निछंती start working on the concept पुणी थरे देखा हबो आगामी वर्ष रे keep experimenting with this theme and yes don't forget to spread the message that we are all one, the society begins to all. Thank you very much.
A small announcement. आमर गोटे raffle ticket हुए last को and we choose the winners for 3 prizes. So we'll be going with the prize. आमर गोटे raffle ticket रे books हमें sell करथले in the from the fields and from EC members and all the known people who are related with Aaina. तो ता भितरु हमें एबे दिलीप भाई बैग जो धरचंती this is the theli where we have anyone has the chance to get prize. Okay, so the third prize.
I request.
Match fixing karibe.
No, I request Jason because he is from US and not belong to Odisha, and he doesn't know regarding things. So I request Jason, please come to the dais because you have got the chance. You are the privileged one. Please come. Yeah. Here is the thali. You'll just first one is the third prize. Okay. So please come. So everybody encourage Jason. Oh my God. This third prize go to Abhiman Mangaraj. Abhiman Mangaraj, anybody know? Abhiman Mangaraj? No. Phone number is there. I'll give it. This is third one. Sir, one second prize. Oh my God. It's a very difficult task, Jason. Oh, this one. Second prize goes to Biro Kishore Behera. Anyone know? Biro Kishore Behera? Okay. Okay, sir. Phone number is there. This is second one.
This is first.
The first one goes to Sipun Mahakut, I think. Kandhamal. Sipun Mahakut. First prize, anyone? If anyone there belongs to any clothes. Rita, Sipun Mahakut. No one is there. Sipun. So I'll take this privilege to request Sneha ma'am, Ratha sir and Jason, please give the first prize to Sipun Mahakur, and on behalf of Sipun, I think Rita will just receive the prize. Sneha ma'am, please come. Okay, Sneha ma'am. Ratha sir. Sir, our founder member of Aaina, I request Pradyumna Kumar Ratha sir, please come to the dais. And where? Ratha sir, where? And ma'am, please come. Ma'am, Biswal sir is also there. Kondamal, Rita will receive the first prize. Please. Sir, please. Sir, good question. Khurda field. Acha, okay.
So this is representative from our Kandamal team. Rita is actually our person from
Thank you. With this, because you see raffle ticket was only 25 rupees, but this is a great support for us for this 2 days workshop. So thank you, Kandhamal. Thank you, Rita. Third prize belongs to anyone will receive from Khordha. Abhiman Mangaraj. Abhiman Mangaraj, Prakash Bhai will receive. Okay, please come. The third prize is only iron. Okay, sir. Thank you. Just please take a photographs. Third item second no. Take a please have a big round of applause. Second prize also Begunia. Okay, my God. Second, Biro Kishore Behra, please come. Anyone? Priyanka, you want to take the second prize? Second prize is also big one, big pressure cooker. Please come, please. Yeah. Jason, this is our spirit. Even at late night also we are in 10 to 10. Okay. Thank you, small supporter. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Coming Sunday is a holiday.